Blood of the Fold by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 353. Before Jagang finally arrives to establish his headquarters here, I will break the bond to his enemy. How? By cutting off my Han? You think that will break my will? You forget so easily, Verna. You forget the other uses the Radahan has. You forget the test of pain. Sooner or later you will be on your knees begging to swear fidelity to the Emperor. You make a grave mistake if you think I will balk at such a gruesome task. You make a grave mistake if you forget what I am, or think I have an ounce of sympathy. We have weeks yet before Jagang arrives. We have all the time we need. Those weeks under the test will seem like years to you until you submit, but submit you will. Verna stiffened. She had forgotten the test of pain. She felt the constriction of terror rising in her throat again. She had seen it done to young men in a Radahan, of course, but it was never done for more than an hour, with years between tests. Leoma stepped closer and kicked the cup of water aside. Shall we begin, Sister Verna? Chapter 43. Richard winced when he saw the boy knocked senseless. Some of the bystanders pulled him aside, and another boy took his place. Even from behind the high window in the Confessor's palace, he could hear the cheers from the crowd of children watching the boys play the game he had seen children in Tanamura playing, Ja-La. In his homeland of Westland, he had never heard of Ja-La, but children in the Midlands played it just as did those in the Old World. The spirited game was fast-paced and looked exciting, but he didn't think children should have to pay the price of having their teeth knocked out for the fun of a game. Lord Rahl, Ulick called. Lord Rahl, are you here? Richard turned from the window and let the comforting shroud go as he flung the black Mriswith cape back over his shoulders. Yes, Ulick, what is it? The big guard strode into the room when he saw Richard seem to appear out of the air. He was used to the sight. There's a Celtish general here asking to see you, General Baldwin. Richard touched his fingertips to his forehead as his mind searched. Baldwin. He looked up. General Baldwin, yes, I remember. He's the commander of all Celtish forces. We sent him a letter about Kelton's surrender. What does he want? Ulick shrugged. He would say only that he wants to speak with Lord Rahl. Richard turned to the window, pushing the heavy gold drape back with a hand as he idly leaned against the painted window casing. He watched a boy doubled over, recovering from a hit with the brock. The boy straightened and went back to the play. How many men accompanied the general to Aidendrill? A small guard of 5, maybe 600. He was told that Kelton had surrendered. If he meant trouble, he wouldn't march into Aidendrill with so few men. I guess I had better see him. He turned back to the attentive Ulick. Berdine is busy. Have Kara and Raina escort the general in. Ulick clapped a fist to his heart and started to turn away, but turned back when Richard called his name. Have the men found anything more at the bottom of the mountain below the keep? No, Lord Rahl. Nothing more than all those parts of Mriswith. The snow at the base of that cliff is drifted so deep that it will be spring when it melts before we can discover what else fell from the keep. The wind could have carried whatever fell anywhere, and the soldiers have no idea where in that vast tract to dig. The Mriswith arms and claws they found were light enough, so they didn't drive under the snow. Anything heavier could have gone down 10, maybe 20 feet in that light wind-blown fluff. Richard nodded in disappointment. One other thing. The palace must have seamstresses. Find the head seamstress and ask her to please come see me. Richard pulled his black Mriswith cape around himself without really thinking about what he was doing, and went back to watching the Ja-La game. He was impatient for Kahlan and Zed to arrive. It shouldn't be long now. They must be close. Surely Gratch had found them, and they would all be together soon. He heard Kara's voice behind him at the door. Lord Rahl. Richard turned, letting the cape fall open as he relaxed. Standing tall between the two moored Sith was a sturdily built older man with a white-flecked dark mustache, the ends of which grew down to the bottom of his jaw, and graying black hair growing down over his ears. His pate shone through where his hair was thinning. He wore a heavy, semicircular serge cape, richly lined with green silk and fastened on one shoulder with 2 buttons. A tall, embroidered collar was turned down over a tan surcoat, decorated with a heraldic emblem slashed through with a diagonal black line dividing a yellow and blue shield. The man's high boots covered his knees. Long black gauntlets, their flared cuffs lying over the front, were tucked through a wide belt set with an ornate buckle. As Richard became visible before his eyes, the general's face paled and he lurched to a halt. Richard bowed. "General Baldwin, I'm pleased to meet you. I am Richard Rahl." The general at last regained his composure and returned the bow. "Lord Rahl, I am honored that you would see me on such short notice." Richard gestured. "Kara, please bring a chair for the general. He must be weary from his travel." After Kara had placed a simple tufted leather chair before the table and the general had seated himself, Richard sat in his own chair behind the table. "What can I do for you, General Baldwin?" The general glanced up at Raina, standing behind his left shoulder, and Kara behind his right. Both women stood relaxed and silent with their hands clasped behind their backs, sending the unequivocal message that they had no intention of going anywhere. "You may speak freely, General. I trust these two to watch over me when I sleep." He took a breath and seemed to relax a bit, accepting the assurance. "Lord Rahl, I've come about the Queen." Richard had thought that might be it. He folded his hands on the table. "I'm very sorry about what happened, General." The general rested an arm on the table as he leaned in. "Yes, I've heard about the Mriswith. I saw some of the loathsome beasts on the pikes outside." Richard had to stop himself when he almost said that they might be beasts, but they weren't loathsome. A Mriswith, after all, had killed Catherine Lumholtz as she was trying to murder him, but the general wasn't likely to understand. So Richard kept it to himself and said instead, "I deeply regret that your queen was killed while under my roof." The general flipped his hand dismissively. "I meant no imputation, Lord Rahl. What I mean is that I've come about Kelton being without a king or queen, now that Catherine Lumholtz is dead. She was the last successor to the throne, and with her sudden death, it presents a problem." Richard kept his voice friendly but official. "What sort of problem?" "You are part of us now." The man distorted his features in an offhanded expression. "Yes, we received the surrender documents, but the queen who led us is now dead. While she was in power, she acted within her authority, but we find ourselves at a loss as to how to proceed." Richard frowned. "You mean you need a new queen or king?" He shrugged apologetically. "It is our way to have a monarch lead our people, even if it's only symbolic. Now that we've surrendered to the union with Dahara, it gives the Celtish people esteem to have a king or queen. Without one, the people feel that they are no more than nomads, without roots, without anything in common to tie them together. Since there is no Lumholtz in line of succession, one of the other houses could come to the fore. None has the right to claim the throne, but one could eventually win the right. A contested throne could cause a civil war, though." "I see," Richard said. "You realize, of course, that whoever you choose for your king or queen doesn't make any difference as far as your surrender is concerned. The surrender is irrevocable." "It's not so simple. That's why I've come to seek your help." "How can I help?" The general kneaded his chin. "You see, Lord Rahl, Queen Catherine surrendered Kelton to you, but now she's dead. Until we have a new monarch, we are your subjects. You are the equivalent of our king until a true monarch is named. However, if one of these houses ascends to the throne, it could be that they see it differently." Richard kept his tone from sounding as threatening as he felt. "I don't care how they see it. That river has been crossed." The general waggled his hand as if to implore patience. "I think the future lies with you, Lord Rahl. The problem is that if the wrong house finally comes to the throne, they might have different ideas. Quite frankly, I would never have thought that the House of Lumholtz would have chosen to go with you and Dahara. You must have been very persuasive to make the Queen see reason. Some of these dukes and duchesses are talented at playing games of power, but not at what is in the best interest of all. These duchies are almost sovereign, and their subjects bow only to a monarch. There are those who would speak persuasively for Kelton to heed the word of the crown and not Dahara, should one of the wrong houses come to the throne and declare the surrender invalid. Civil war would be the result. I'm a soldier and view events with a soldier's eyes. A soldier likes least of all fighting in a civil war. I have men from every duchy. Civil war would tear the unity of the army apart, destroy us, and leave us vulnerable to true enemies. Richard filled the silence. I'm listening. Go on. As I said, as a man who understands the value of unity, of unified authority, I think the future lies with you. Right now, until there is a new ruler on the throne, you are the law. General Baldwin leaned sideways against the table and lowered his voice meaningfully. Since you are the law at the moment, if you were to name a king or queen, then that would settle the matter. See what I mean? The houses would be obligated to honor the new ruler and go with you, if the new ruler says it is to be as has already been done. Richard squinted. You make it sound like a game, General. Moving this piece on the board to block an opposing piece before the opponent has his turn to take your marker. He smoothed down his mustache. It's your move, Lord Rahl. Richard leaned back in his chair. I see. He thought a moment, not knowing how he was going to get out of this. Maybe he could ask the general's advice as to which house would be loyal. He didn't think that would be wise, though, trusting a man who just walked in and announced his intent to help. It could be a ruse. He glanced at Kara, who stood to the side behind the general. Her shoulders were hunched and her face wore a silent, confounded expression. When he moved his gaze to Raina, she signaled that she, too, didn't have any suggestions. Richard rose and went to the window, staring out at the people in the city. He wished Kahlan were here. She knew all about this kind of thing, the ways of royalty and rulers. This taking over the Midlands business was constantly proving more complicated than he had expected. He could simply order this nonsense stopped and send in Daharan troops to enforce his orders, but that would waste valuable men taking care of what should already be settled. He could leave the matter until later, but he needed Kelton to remain loyal. Other land surrender hinged on Kelton. He already had Kelton, but if he made a mistake, all his plans could end in ashes. Richard wished Kahlan would hurry up and get to Adendril. She could tell him what he needed to do. Perhaps he could stall until she and Zed arrived, and with her advice, do the right thing. She should be here soon. But would it be soon enough? Kahlan, what should I do? Kahlan? Richard turned back to the waiting general. Since Kelton needs a monarch to stand as a symbol of hope and leadership for all Keltish people, I shall name one for you. The general waited expectantly. By my authority as master of Dahara, to whom Kelton owes its allegiance, I name your queen. From this day forward, Kahlan Amnell is the queen of Kelton. General Baldwin's eyes widened as he came out of his chair. You name Kahlan Amnell as our queen? Richard hardened his gaze as his hand settled on the hilt of his sword. I do. All Kelton will bow to her. Like your surrender, this order is irrevocable. General Baldwin dropped to his knees, his head hanging low. Lord Rahl, I can hardly believe you would do this for my people. We are grateful. Richard, his hand on the verge of drawing his sword, paused at the general's words. He hadn't expected such a reaction. The general finally came to his feet before the table. Lord Rahl, I must leave at once to bring this glorious news to our troops. They will be as honored as I to be the subjects of Kahlan Amnell. Richard, unsure how to react, remained non-committal. I'm pleased that you would accept my choice, General Baldwin. The general spread his arms. Accept? This is beyond my hopes, Lord Rahl. Kahlan Amnell is the Queen of Gallia. It has been a cause of strife in our land that the Mother Confessor herself would serve as queen to our rival Gallia. But to now have her as our queen too, well, it will prove that the Lord Rahl holds us in the same high esteem as Gallia. When you are wedded to her, you will be wedded to our people too, the same as the Gallians. Richard was stiff and speechless. How did the man know that Kahlan was the Mother Confessor? Dear spirits, what had happened? General Baldwin reached out and pulled Richard's hand from his sword, clasping it in a warm embrace. Lord Rahl, this is the greatest honor our people have ever received, to have the Mother Confessor herself as our queen. Thank you, Lord Rahl. Thank you. General Baldwin was grinning joyously, but Richard was on the verge of panic. It is my hope, General, that this will seal our unity. Waving a hand, the general laughed with glee. For all time, Lord Rahl. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return at once to let our people know of this great day. Of course, Richard managed to get out. General Baldwin clasped hands with Kara and Raina before rushing from the room. Richard looked stunned. Kara frowned. "Lord Rahl, is something wrong? Your face is as pale as ashes." Richard finally took his gaze from the door the general had gone through and looked to her. He knew that Kahlan is the Mother Confessor. Kara's brow twitched as if she were mystified. "Everyone knows that your bride-to-be, Kahlan Amnell, is the Mother Confessor." "What?" he whispered. "You know too?" She and Raina nodded. Raina speaking. "Naturally. Lord Rahl, you do not look well. Are you ill? Perhaps you should sit down." Richard looked from Raina's questioning face back to Kara. She had a spell on her to protect her. No one knew she was the Mother Confessor. No one. A great wizard used magic to hide her identity. You never knew before. Kara frowned, truly puzzled now. "We didn't? That's most odd, Lord Rahl. It seems to me that I've always known she was the Mother Confessor." Raina nodded her agreement. "Impossible," Richard said. He turned to the door. "Ulick, Egan." They burst through the door almost instantly, poised and ready for combat. "What is it, Lord Rahl?" "Who am I to marry?" Both men straightened in surprise. "The Queen of Gallia, Lord Rahl," Ulick said. "Who is she?" The two men shared a confused glimpse at one another. "Well," Egan said, "she is the Queen of Gallia, Kahlan Amnell, the Mother Confessor." "The Mother Confessor is supposed to be dead. Don't any of you remember the speech I gave to all the representatives down in the council chambers? Don't you remember how I talked about how they should honor the memory of the dead Mother Confessor by joining with Dahara?" Ulick scratched his head. Egan stared at the floor while he sucked the tip of a finger in concentration. Raina looked to the others, hoping they would have an answer. Kara's face finally brightened. "I think I remember, Lord Rahl," she said. "But I think you were speaking of past Mother Confessors in general, not your bride-to-be." Richard looked from one face to another as each nodded. "Look, I know you don't understand, but this involves magic." "You're right then, Lord Rahl," Raina said, turning more serious. "If there's a magic spell involved, then the spell would deceive us. You have magic, so you would be able to discern the difficulty. We must trust in what you tell us about magic." Richard rubbed his hands together as he looked off, his eyes unable to find a place to settle. Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. But what? Maybe Zed lifted the spell. Maybe he had a reason. It could be that there was nothing wrong. Zed was with her. Zed would protect her. Richard spun around. "The letter. I sent them a letter. Maybe Zed removed the spell because he knows that I've taken Adendril from the Imperial Order, so he didn't think there was any need to keep her spelled." "That sounds reasonable," Kara offered. Richard felt a wave of worry rise into his throat. What if Kahlan was furious that he had ended the alliance of the Midlands and had demanded the surrender of the lands to Dahara? And so she had insisted that Zed take off the spell to let people know the Midlands still had a Mother Confessor. If so, that would mean she wasn't in trouble, but that she was angry with him. Anger he could accept. Trouble he could not. If she was in trouble, he had to help her. "Ulick, please go find General Rybish and bring him to me at once." Ulick tapped a fist to his chest and rushed from the room. "Egan, you go visit some of the officers and men. Don't act as if it's anything out of the ordinary. Just engage them in conversation about me. Maybe my marriage or something like that. See if others also know that Kahlan is the Mother Confessor." Richard paced and thought as he waited for General Rybish to arrive. What should he do? Kahlan and Zed should be here at any time. But what if something was wrong? Even if Kahlan was angry about what he had done, that wouldn't stop her from coming to Adendril. It would only make her want to talk him out of it, or lecture him on the history of the Midlands and what he was destroying. Maybe she would want to tell him that their marriage was off, and she never wanted to see him again. No, he could not believe that. Kahlan loved him, and even if she was angry, he refused to believe that she would willingly put anything before her love for him. He had to believe in her love, just as she had to believe in his. The door opened, and Berdine struggled into the room with her arms full of books and papers. She had a pen between her teeth. She smiled as best she could with the pen in her mouth and dumped the things on the table. "We need to talk," she whispered, "if you're not busy." Ulick went out to look for General Rybish. "It's urgent that I talk to him." Berdine glanced at Kara, Raina, and the door.
Do you want me to leave, Lord Rahl? Is something wrong?
Already Richard had learned enough to know he was right about the journal they had found being important. He could do nothing until Rybish arrived. Who am I to marry? Berdine opened a book on the table as she sat in his chair and shuffled through the papers she had brought.
Queen Kahlan Amnell, the Mother Confessor. She looked up hopefully. Do you have a bit of time? I could use your help.
Richard sighed and went around the desk to stand beside her. Until General Rybish gets here, I've got time. What do you need? With the back of her pen, she tapped the open journal.
I've almost got this bit here translated, and it seems he was emphatic about it when he wrote it. But I'm missing 2 words that I think are important.
She pulled the High Daharan version of The Adventures of Bonnie Day around before them.
I found a place with the same 2 words in this. If you can remember what it says, I'll have it.
Richard had read The Adventures of Bonnie Day countless times. It was his favorite book, and he thought he could recite it by heart. He had discovered that he could not. He knew the book well, but remembering the exact words proved harder than he had thought it would be. He could remember the story, but not the exact story word for word. Unless he could tell her the exact words of a sentence, the gist of the story wasn't often of much help. He had gone to the keep several times and searched for a version of the book he could read so they could cross-reference the Daharan version, but he hadn't been able to find one. It was frustrating that he couldn't be of more help. Berdine pointed to a place in The Adventures of Bonnie Day.
I need these 2 words. Can you tell me what this sentence says?
Richard's hopes rose. It was the beginning of a chapter. He had had the most success with the beginnings of chapters because the starting places were memorable. Yes, this is the chapter where they leave. I remember. It starts, for the 3rd time that week, Bonnie violated her father's rule about not going into the woods alone. Berdine leaned over, looking at the line.
Yes, this is violated. I've already got that one. This word here is rule. And this one, 3rd?
Richard nodded when she glanced up. Grinning with the thrill of discovery, she dipped her pen in the bottle of ink and started writing on one of the sheets of paper she had brought, filling in a few of the blank places. When she finished, she proudly slid the paper over in front of him.
This is what it says in this bit of the journal.
Richard picked up the paper and held it up in the light coming over his shoulder from the window. The arguments rage on among us. Wizard's 3rd rule, passion rules reason. I fear this most insidious of rules may be our ruin. Though we know better, I fear some of us are violating it anyway. Each faction presses that their course of action is reason, but in the desperation, I fear all are passion. Even Ulrich Rahl sends frantic word of a solution. Meanwhile, the dream walkers scythe through our men. I pray the towers can be completed, or we are all lost. Today I said goodbye to friends leaving for the towers. I wept to know I will never see those good men again in this world. How many will die in the towers for the cause of reason? But alas, I know the worse cost should we violate the 3rd rule. When Richard finished the translation, he turned away toward the window. He had been in those towers. He knew that wizards had given their life force into them to ignite the tower's spells, but they had never seemed real people to him before. It was chilling to read the anguish in the words of the man whose bones had lain in that room in the keep for thousands of years. Through the words in the journal, his bones seemed to be coming to life. Richard thought about the 3rd rule, trying to reason it out for himself. Before, for the 1st and 2nd, he had had Zed, and then Nathan to explain it for him, to help him see how the rules worked in life. He would have to work this one out himself. He recalled going down to the roads leading out of Aidendrill to talk to some of the people fleeing the city. He had wanted to know why they would leave, and had been told by fearful people that they knew the truth, that he was a monster who would slaughter them for his twisted pleasure. When pressed, they quoted rumor as if it were fact seen with their own eyes, rumor of how the Lord Rahl had children as slaves in the palace, how he took countless young women to his bed, leaving them senseless from the experience to wander the streets naked. They claimed to know young women and girls whom he had gotten pregnant, and furthermore knew people who had actually seen the miscarriages of some of these poor victims of his rape, and they had been hideous, misshapen freaks, the spawn of his evil seed. They spat at him for the crimes he committed against helpless people. He asked them how they could be so frank with him if he were such a monster. They said that they knew he wouldn't do them harm in the open, that they had heard how he pretended to be compassionate in public so as to fool people, so they knew he would do nothing to them in front of the crowds, and they would soon have their womenfolk away from his evil clutches. The more Richard tried to put to rest the baffling beliefs, the more tenaciously the people clung to them. They said they had heard these things from too many others for it to be anything but true. Such common knowledge could not be false, they said, as it would be impossible to fool so many people. They were passionate in their belief and their fear, and would hear no arguments of logic. They simply wanted to be left alone to run to the protection they had heard was offered by the Imperial Order. Their passion was going to bring them to true ruin. He wondered if this could be how violation of the third rule hurt people. He didn't know if it was a solid enough example. It seemed tangled with the first rule. People would believe any lie either because they wanted it to be true or because they feared it was. It seemed it could be several rules mixed together, violated in tandem, and he couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. And then Richard recalled the day back home in Westland, when Mrs. Redcliffe, who could not swim, had wrenched her arms from the men trying to hold her back, refusing to wait for the rowboat, and had leapt into a flood-swollen river after her boy who had fallen in. The men rushed up a few minutes later with the rowboat and saved the boy's life. Chad Redcliffe grew up without a mother. They never found her body. Richard's skin prickled as if ice had touched it. He understood. Wizard's third rule, passion rules reason. It was a distressing hour of detailing the way people's passion instead of reason brought them to harm, and worse, wondering how magic could add ruin to the equation, as he knew it would, before Ulick finally returned with the general. General Rybish clapped a fist to his heart as he entered the room. "Lord Rahl, Ulick said you were in a hurry to see me." Richard gripped the bearded man's dark uniform. "How long will it take you to get men ready to leave on a search?" "Lord Rahl, they're the Harans. The Haran soldiers are always ready to leave on a moment's notice." "Good. You know my bride-to-be, Queen Kahlan Amnell?" General Rybish nodded. "Yes, the Mother Confessor." Richard winced. "Yes, the Mother Confessor. She's on her way here from the southwest. She's past due, and there may be trouble. She had a spell over her to protect her identity as the Mother Confessor, so that her enemies couldn't hunt her. Somehow the spell has been removed. It might be nothing, but it could be that it means trouble. For sure her enemies will now know of her." The man scratched his rust-colored beard. His grayish-green eyes came up at last. "I see. What would you like me to do?" "We have close to 200,000 men in Aidendrill, with another 100,000 scattered all around the perimeter of the city. I don't know exactly where she is, except that she's supposed to be to the southwest and on her way here. We have to protect her. I want you to get a force together, half the troops in the city, 100,000 at least, to go out after her." The general stroked his scar as he heaved a sigh. "That's a lot of men, Lord Rahl. Do you think we need to take that many from the city?" Richard paced between the desk and the general. "I don't know exactly where she is. If we take too few, we could miss her by 50 miles and wander off without ever making contact. With that many men, we can fan out as we go, cast a wide net covering all the roads and trails so we don't miss her." "You will be going with us, then?" Richard desperately wanted to go find Kahlan and Zed. He glanced to Berdine sitting behind the desk as she worked, and thought about the words of warning from a 3,000-year-old wizard. Wizard's third rule, passion rules reason. Berdine needed his help to translate the journal. He was already learning important things about the last war, and the towers, and the Dreamwalkers. A Dreamwalker again walked the world. If he did go, and Kahlan slipped past him where he searched, it might take longer for him to join with her than if he simply waited in Aidendrill. And then there was the keep. Something had happened at the keep, and it was his duty to guard the magic there. Richard's passion told him to go. He desperately wanted to go search for Kahlan, but in his mind's eye he saw Mrs. Redcliffe diving into the dark, rushing water, refusing to wait for the boat. These men were his boat. The troops could find Kahlan and protect her. He could do nothing to add to that protection. Reason told him to wait here, as much anxiety as that would cause him. Like it or not, he was a leader now. A leader had to act with reason, or everyone would pay the price of his passion. "No, General. I'll remain in Aidendrill. Get the troops together. Take the best trackers." He looked to the man's eyes. "I know I don't have to tell you how important this is to me.
No, Lord Rahl, the general said in a compassionate tone. Don't worry, we'll find her. I'll go with the men to make certain that everything is done with the same care as you would do it if you were there. He put his fist to his heart. Every one of our lives before harm touches your queen. Richard laid a hand to the man's shoulder. Thank you, General Rybish. I know I could do no more than you will. May the good spirits be with you. Chapter 44. Please, Wizard Zorander. The skinny wizard didn't glance up from spooning beans and bacon into his mouth. She didn't know how the man could eat as much as he did. Are you listening? It wasn't like her to yell, but she was near the end of her patience. This was proving to be even more trouble than she had envisioned. She knew she had to do this, to cultivate his hostility, but this was too much. With a pleased sigh, Wizard Zorander tossed his tin bowl down with their packs. Good night, Nathan. Nathan lifted an eyebrow as Wizard Zorander crawled into his bedroll. Good night, Zed. Nathan, too, was becoming dangerously difficult to deal with since she had captured the old wizard. He had never had such a talented cohort before. Anne sprang to her feet and stood with her fists on her hips as she glared down at the white hair sticking from the blanket. Wizard Zorander, I'm begging you. It infuriated her to implore his aid in such a humble fashion, but she had learned the hard way what the results could be when she used the power of his collar to bring him to task through unpleasant means. How the man could manage to get those tricks through the block she had locked on his collar mystified her, but get them through he did, to the great amusement of Nathan. She was not amused. Anne was near tears. Please, Wizard Zorander. His head turned up, the firelight casting the lines of his bony face in harsh shadows, his hazel eyes fixed on her. If you open that book again, you will die. With ghost-like stealth, he slipped spells around her shields when she least expected it. She was at a loss to understand how he had put a light spell on the journey book. She had opened it that night and had seen the message from Verna that she had been captured and put in a collar, and then everything had gone terribly wrong. Opening the book had triggered the light spell. She had seen it swell and flare. A bright, burning cinder had shot up into the air, and the old wizard had calmly told her that if she didn't close the book by the time the glowing spark of light hit the ground, she would be incinerated. With one eye on the hissing spark as it descended, she had managed only to scrawl a hurried message to Verna that she must escape and get the sisters away. She had closed the book just in time. She knew he was not jesting about the deadly nature of the spell around the book. She could see the softly glowing spell around it now. She had never seen one quite like it, and how he had managed to set it when she thought she had his power blocked, she couldn't fathom. Nathan didn't understand it either, but he seemed quite interested. She knew of no way to open the book without being killed. Anne squatted down beside the bedroll. Wizard Zorander, I know you have good reason to rail against me, but this is a matter of life and death. I must get a message through. The lives of sisters are at stake. Wizard Zorander, please. Sisters could die. I know you are a good man and wouldn't want that. He brought a finger out from under the blanket and pointed it at her. You bonded me into slavery. You have brought this upon yourself and your sisters. I told you, you broke the truce and have sentenced your sisters to death. You are endangering the lives of ones I love. They could die because you wouldn't let me help them. You took me from protecting the things of magic in the keep. You are endangering the lives of my people in the Midlands. They could all die because of what you have done to me. Can't you understand that all our lives are tied together? This is a war against the Imperial Order, not between us. I have no wish to harm you, only to have you help me. He grunted. Don't forget what I told you. Either you or Nathan had better remain awake at all times. If I catch you asleep and Nathan isn't awake to protect you, you will never wake again. Fair warning, though you don't deserve it. He rolled over and pulled the blanket up. Dear Creator, was this happening the way the prophecy intended? Or had everything gone terribly wrong? Anne moved around the fire to Nathan. Nathan, do you think you could talk some sense into him? Nathan glanced down at her. I told you that this part of the plan is the true madness. Collaring a young man is one thing. Collaring a wizard of the First Order is quite another. This is your plan, not mine. She clenched her teeth as she snatched his shirt. Verna could be killed in that collar. If she is killed, our sisters could die too. He took a spoonful of beans.
I've been warning you against this plan from the beginning. You were nearly killed at the keep, but this part of the prophecy is even more dangerous. I've talked to him. He's telling you the truth. As far as he is concerned, you are placing his friends in mortal danger. If he can, he will kill you in order to escape and go help them. No doubt in my mind.
Nathan, after all the years we've been together, how could you be so callous about this?
You mean after all these years of captivity, how can I still rebel against it?
Anne turned her face away as a tear ran down her cheek. She swallowed back the lump in her throat. Nathan, she whispered, in all the time you've known me, have you ever once seen me do anything cruel to someone other than because I had to protect lives? Have you ever once known me to struggle other than to preserve life and freedom?
I presume you mean other than my freedom. She cleared her throat.
And I know I will have to answer to the Creator for that, but I do it because I must, and because I care for you, Nathan. I know what would happen to you out in the world. You would be hunted down and killed by people who don't understand you.
Nathan tossed his bowl atop the others. You want first watch or second? She turned back to him.
If you want your freedom so badly, what's keeping you from falling asleep on your watch so I will be killed?
His piercing blue eyes took on an acrimonious set. I want this collar off. The one thing I will not do is kill you to accomplish the task. If I were willing to pay that price, you would be dead 1,000 times over, and you know it.
I'm sorry, Nathan. I know you're a good man, and I'm fully aware of the vital part you've played in helping me preserve life. Forcing you to help me makes my heart ache.
Force me? He laughed. And you're more fun than any woman I've ever met. Most of it I wouldn't have missed for anything. What other woman would buy me a sword, or give me need to use it? That foolhardy prophecy says you have to bring him angry, and you're doing a splendid job of it. I fear it might even work. I'll take first watch. Don't forget to check your bedroll. No telling what he might have enticed in there this time. I still haven't figured out the snow fleas.
Me neither. I'm still itching. She absently scratched her neck. We're almost home. At the rate we're running, it won't be long.
Home, he mocked. And then you kill us.
Dear Creator, she whispered to herself, what choice have I?
Richard leaned back in his chair and yawned. He was so tired he could hardly keep his eyes open. When he stretched and yawned, it caused Berdine, sitting next to him, to do the same. Across the room at the door, Raina was infected by their yawns. A knock came, and Richard shot to his feet. Come! Egan stuck his head in. A messenger is here. Richard motioned, and Egan's head disappeared. A Daharan soldier in a heavy cape and smelling of a horse hurried in and saluted with a fist to his heart. Sit down. You look like you've had a hard ride, Richard said. The soldier straightened his battle axe at his hip as he glanced to the chair. I'm fine, Lord Rahl, but I'm afraid I've nothing to report. Richard sank down in his chair. I see. No sign? Nothing? No, Lord Rahl. General Reibisch said to tell you they're making good time and are scouring every inch, and wanted me to assure you that our men have missed nothing. But so far, they found no sign. Richard sighed in disappointment. All right, thank you. You'd best go get something to eat. The man saluted and took his leave. Every day for 2 weeks, starting a week after the force had departed in search of Kahlan, messengers had been returning to give Richard a report. Since the force had started splitting up to cover different routes, each group was sending its own messenger. This was the 5th of the day. Hearing the reports of what had happened weeks ago, when the messengers had left their troops, was like watching history happen. Everything he heard unfolding had happened in the past. For all Richard knew, they could have found Kahlan a week ago and were on their way back while he was still hearing reports of failure. He kept that constant hope foremost in his mind. He had filled the time and kept his mind from wandering into worried thoughts by working on translating the journal. It gave him much the same feeling as getting the reports every day, like watching history happen. Richard was rapidly coming to understand more of the Argo form of High Daharan than Berdine. Because he knew the story of the adventures of Bonnie Day, they had been working on that the most, making long lists of words as they discovered their meanings, giving them something to refer to when they worked on the journal. As he learned words, Richard was able to read more of the book, piecing together the exact wording, enabling him to fill in more of the blanks in his memory, and thus learn yet more words. It was often easier for him now to simply use what he had learned to translate from the journal and to show Berdine and have her do it. He was beginning to see Haida-Haran in his sleep and speak it when awake. The wizard who wrote the journal never named himself. It was not an official record, but a private journal, so he had no need to call himself by name. Berdine and Richard had taken to calling him Kolo, short for Kolo Blissen, a Haida-Haran word meaning strong advisor. As Richard was able to understand more and more of the journal, a frightening picture was beginning to emerge. Kolo had written his journal during the ancient war that had spawned the creation of the Towers of Perdition in the Valley of the Lost. Sister Verna had once told him that the towers had stood guard over that valley for 3,000 years and had been placed to halt a great war. After learning how desperate these wizards had been to activate the towers, Richard was beginning to feel more and more troubled about having destroyed them. Kolo had mentioned in one place that his journals had been with him since he was a boy, and he filled about one a year, so this one, number 47, must have been written when he was somewhere in his early to mid-50s. Richard intended to go to the keep and search for Kolo's other journals, but this one still had many secrets to reveal. Apparently, Kolo was a trusted advisor to the others in the keep. Most of the other wizards had both sides of the gift, additive and subtractive, but a few had only additive. Kolo felt great sorrow for, and was protective of, those born with only that one side of the gift. These unfortunate wizards were said to be viewed by many as next to helpless, but Kolo thought that they could contribute in their own unique way and petitioned on their behalf for full status in the keep. In Kolo's time, hundreds of wizards lived at the keep, and it was alive with families, friends, and children. The now empty halls had at one time rung with laughter, conversation, and light-hearted rapport. Several times, Kolo mentioned Frida, probably his wife, and his son and younger daughter. Children were restricted to certain levels in the keep, and went to lessons where they studied typical subjects like reading, writing, and mathematics, but also prophecy and the use of the gift. But over this great keep, teeming with life, work, and the joy of families, hung a pall of dread. The world was at war. Among Kolo's other duties was his turn at standing guard over the Sliff. Richard remembered the Mriswith in the keep asking him if he had come to wake the Sliff. It had pointed down at the room where they had found Kolo's journal and said she was accessible at last. Kolo, too, referred to the Sliff as she, sometimes mentioning that she was watching him as he wrote in the journal. Because it was such a struggle to decipher the journal from Haida-Haran, they had abandoned skipping around, since it only tended to confuse them. It was easier to start at the beginning and translate every word as they went, thus learning Kolo's idiosyncrasies in the way he used language, making it easier to recognize patterns in his expressions. They were only about a fourth of the way into the journal, but the process was speeding up considerably as Richard was learning Haida-Haran. While Richard leaned back and yawned again, Berdine bent toward him. "What is this word?" "Sword," he responded without hesitation. He remembered the word from the adventures of Bonnie Day. "Huh. Look here. I think Kolo is speaking about your sword." The front legs of Richard's chair thumped down as he came forward. He took the book and the piece of paper she had been using to write out the translation. Richard scanned the translation and then went back to the journal, forcing himself to read it in Kolo's words. "The third attempt at forging a sword of truth failed today. The wives and children of the 5 men who died roam the halls, wailing in inconsolable anguish. How many men will die before we succeed, or until we abandon the attempt as impossible? The goal may be worthy, but the price is becoming terrible to bear." "You're right. It seems he's talking about when they were trying to make the Sword of Truth." Richard felt a chill at learning that men had died in the making of his sword. In fact, it made him feel a little sick. He had always thought of the sword as an object of magic, thinking that maybe it had simply been a plain sword at one time that some powerful wizard had cast a spell over. Learning that people died in the effort to make it made him feel ashamed that he took it for granted most of the time. Richard went on to the next part of the journal. After an hour of consulting the lists and Berdine, he had it translated. "Last night our enemies sent assassins through the Sliff. Had the man on duty not been so alert, they would have succeeded. When the towers are ignited, the old world will truly be sealed away, and the Sliff will sleep. Then we can all rest easier, except the unlucky man on guard. We have concluded that we will have no way of knowing when the spells will be ignited, if they ever are, or if anyone is in the sliff, so the guard cannot be called away in time. When the towers are brought to life, the man on guard will be sealed in with her. The towers, Richard said. When they completed the towers, sealing the old world from the new world, that room was also sealed. That's why Kolo was down there. He couldn't get out. Then why is the room open now? Verdine asked. Because I destroyed the towers. Remember I told you that it looked like Kolo's room had been blasted open within the last few months? How the mold on the walls had been burned away and hadn't had time to regrow? It must have happened because I destroyed the towers. It also unsealed Kolo's room for the first time in 3,000 years. Why would they seal the room with the well? Richard had to force himself to blink. I think this sliff thing Kolo keeps talking about lives in that well. What is this sliff? The Mriswith mentioned it too. I don't know. But somehow they used the sliff, whatever it is, to travel to other places. Kolo talks about the enemy sending assassins through the sliff. They were fighting the people in the old world. Verdine lowered her voice in worry as she leaned toward him. You mean to say that you think these wizards could travel from here all the way to this old world and back? Richard scratched the itch at the back of his neck. I don't know, Verdine. It sounds that way. Verdine was still staring at him as if she thought he might be about to show further evidence that he was going mad. Lord Rahl, how could that be possible? How should I know? Richard glanced out the window. It's late. We'd better get some sleep. Verdine yawned again. Sounds like a good idea. Richard shut Kolo's journal and tucked it under an arm. I'm going to read a bit in bed until I fall asleep. Tobias Brogan peered at the Mriswith on the coach and the one inside, and to the others among his columns of men, the sunrise glinting off their armor. He could see all the Mriswith. None were invisible to sneak up on him and listen. His anger boiled at the sight of the side of the Mother Confessor's head in the coach. It enraged him that she was still alive, and that the Creator had forbade him from laying a blade to her. He glanced sideways briefly, to make sure Lunetta was close enough to hear him if he spoke softly. Lunetta, I'm beginning to become very disturbed about this. She stepped her horse closer as they rode so she could speak with him, but she didn't look over in case any of the Mriswith were watching. The Creator's messengers or not, she didn't like the scaled creatures. But, Lord General, you said that when the Creator has come to speak with you, he told you that you must do this. You are most honored to be visited by the Creator and to do his work. I think the Creator... The Mriswith on the coach stood and pointed with a claw as they crested the hill. See, it cried out in a sharp hiss, adding a guttural clicking after the word. Brogan lifted his head to see a great city spread out below him, with the glittering sea beyond. In the center of the vast sprawl of buildings, with a golden sunlit river splitting to go around the island atop which it sat, was a huge palace, its towers and roofs sparkling in the sunrise. He had seen cities before, he had seen palaces before, but he had never seen such as this. Despite not wanting to be here, he was awed. It'd be beautiful, Lunetta breathed. Lunetta, he whispered, the Creator visited me again last night.
Really, my Lord General? That'd be wonderful.
You'll be honored to be visited so often of late. The Creator must have great plans for you, my brother. The things he tells me are becoming more and more unsound. The Creator? Unsound? Brogan's gaze slid over to meet his sister's. Lunetta, I believe there is trouble. I believe the Creator is going insane. Chapter 45. When the coach stopped, the Mriswith climbed out, leaving the door open. Kahlan glanced out the window to one side and the door to the other, seeing that the Mriswith were moving off to talk. The two of them were at last alone. What do you think is going on? She whispered. Where are we? Addie leaned to the side, looking out the window. Dear spirits, she whispered in dismay. We be in the heart of enemy territory. Enemy territory? What are you talking about? Where are we? Tanamura, Addie whispered. That be the Palace of the Prophets. The Palace of the Prophets, are you sure? Addie straightened in the seat. I be sure. I spent time here when I be younger 50 years ago. Kahlan stared incredulously. You went to the old world?
You have been to the Palace of the Prophets?
It be a long time ago, child, and a long story. We not have time for the story just now, but it be after the blood killed my pell.
They rode until well after dark, and were on their way long before the sun came up each day. But Kahlan and Addie were at least able to get some sleep in the coach. The men riding horseback got little sleep. Amriswith and sometimes Lunetta always guarded them, and they hadn't been able to speak more than a few words in weeks. The Amriswith didn't care if they slept, but had warned them what would happen if they spoke. Kahlan didn't doubt their word. Over the weeks as they traveled south, the weather had become warmer, and she no longer shivered in the coach. She and Addie pressed together for a little warmth.
"I wonder why they brought us here," Kahlan said.
Addie leaned closer.
What I wonder is why they haven't killed us.
Kahlan peeked out the window to see Amriswith speaking with Brogan and his sister.
"Because we are of more value to them alive, obviously."
Value for what?
"What do you think? Who would they want? When I tried to rally the Midlands, they sent that wizard to kill me, and I had to flee as Aidendril slipped into the hands of the Imperial Order. Who is forging the Midlands in opposition to them now?" Addie's eyebrows went up above her white eyes.
Richard.
Kahlan nodded. "That's all I can think of. They had started to take the Midlands, and were having success by getting lands to join with them. Richard changed the rules and disrupted those plans by forcing the lands to surrender to him." Kahlan stared off out the window. "As much as it hurts to admit it, Richard may have done the only thing that has a chance to save the people of the Midlands."
How can we be used to get to Richard?
Addie patted Kahlan's knee.
I know he loves you, Kahlan, but he not be stupid.
Neither is the Imperial Order.
What else could it possibly be, then?
Kahlan looked into Addie's white eyes.
"Have you ever seen the Sandarians hunt a mountain lion? They tie one of their lambs to a tree, letting it bleat for its mother. Then they sit and wait."
You think we be lambs tied to a tree?
Kahlan shook her head.
"The Imperial Order may be vicious and cruel, but they are not stupid. By now they will not believe Richard is either. Richard would not trade one life in exchange for the freedom of all, but he has also shown them that he is not afraid to act. They could be tempting him to think he could effect a rescue without having to surrender anything."
Do you think they be right?
Kahlan sighed. "What do you think?" Addie's cheeks pushed back in a humorless smirk.
As long as you be alive, he would draw his sword on a lightning storm.
Kahlan watched Lunetta climb down from her horse. The Mriswith were walking away toward the rear of the columns of crimson-caped men. "Addie, we have to escape, or Richard will come after us. The Order must be counting on his coming, or we would be dead."
Kahlan, I cannot even light a lamp with this cursed collar around my neck.
Kahlan sighed in frustration as she looked back out the window and saw the Mriswith moving off into the dark woods. As they walked, they drew their capes around themselves and vanished. "I know. I can't touch my power either."
Then how can we escape?
Kahlan watched the sorceress dressed in scraps of different colored cloth as she approached the coach. "If we could turn Lunetta to our side, she could help us." Addie let out a disagreeable grunt.
She will not turn against her brother.
Addie's brow wrinkled in puzzled thought.
She be an odd one. There be something strange about her.
"Strange? Like what?" Addie shook her head.
She touches her power all the time.
"All the time?"
Yes. A sorceress, or a wizard for that matter, only calls upon their power when they need it. She be different. For some reason, she be touching her power all the time. I have never seen her not clutching it around herself, like her colored cloth patches. It be very odd."
Both of them fell to silence as Lunetta huffed with the effort of climbing into the coach. She dropped into the seat opposite and gave them a pleasant smile. She looked to be in a good mood. Kahlan and Addie returned the smile. As the coach lurched ahead, Kahlan rearranged herself in the seat, taking the opportunity to check out the window. She didn't see any Mriswith, but that didn't always mean anything.
"They be gone,"
Lunetta said.
"What?"
Kahlan cautiously asked.
"The Mriswith be gone.
They all grabbed the handles in the coach as it bounced over ruts.
They told us to go on alone." "To where?"
Kahlan asked, hoping to engage the woman in conversation. Lunetta's eyes brightened beneath her fleshy brow.
"The Palace of the Prophets."
She leaned forward excitedly.
"It be a place full of Straganicha.
Addie scowled.
We not be witches.
Lunetta blinked.
Tobias says we be Streganicha. Tobias be the Lord General. Tobias be a great man. We not be witches, Addie repeated. We be women with the gift given us by the Creator of all things. The Creator would not give us something vile, would he?
Lunetta didn't hesitate for an instant.
Tobias says the Keeper gave us our vile magic. Tobias never be wrong.
Addie smiled at the growing scowl on Lunetta's face.
Of course not, Lunetta. Your brother seems a great and powerful man, just as you say.
Addie rearranged her robes as she crossed a leg.
Do you feel as if you be evil, Lunetta?
Lunetta frowned in thought a moment.
Tobias says I be evil. He tries to help me do good, to make up for the Keeper's taint. I help him root out evil so he can do the Creator's work.
Kahlan could tell that Addie was getting nowhere, except perhaps to anger Lunetta, and so changed the subject before things went too far. Lunetta, after all, had control of their collars.
Have you been to the palace of the prophets often?
Oh, no, Lunetta said. This be the first time. Tobias says it be a house of evil.
Why would he take us there, then?
Kahlan asked in an offhanded manner. Lunetta shrugged.
The messengers said we are to go there.
Messengers?
Lunetta nodded.
The Mriswith, they be the Creator's messengers. They tell us what to do.
Kahlan and Addie sat in stunned silence. At last, Kahlan found her voice.
If it's a house of evil, it seems odd that the Creator would want us to go there. Your brother doesn't seem to trust the Creator's messengers.
Kahlan had seen Brogan casting scowls in their direction as they walked off into the woods. Lunetta's beady eyes moved between them.
Tobias said I should not talk about them.
Kahlan twined her fingers together over a knee.
You don't think the messengers would hurt your brother, do you? I mean, if the palace is a place of evil, as your brother says...
The squat woman leaned forward.
I would not let them. Mama said I was always to protect Tobias because he be more important than me. Tobias be the one.
Why did your mama...
I think we should be quiet now, Lunetta said in a dangerous tone.
Kahlan relaxed back in the seat and looked out the window. It didn't seem to take much to raise Lunetta's ire. Kahlan decided that it would be best if Lunetta were not pressed for now. Lunetta had already experimented with the control of the collar afforded her at Brogan's urging. Kahlan watched as the buildings of Tanamura went past the window and tried to imagine Richard being here, seeing the same sights. It made her feel closer to him, seeing things his eyes had seen, and eased the terrible longing in her heart.
Dear Richard, please don't come into this trap to save me. Let me die. Save the Midlands instead.
Kahlan had seen a great many cities, every one in the Midlands, and this was the equal to most. On the outskirts, there were ramshackle huts, many no more than lean-tos erected against some of the older shabby buildings and warehouses. As they moved on into the city, the buildings became more grand, and there were shops of every sort. They passed several large markets with jumbles of people in every bright color of dress. Everywhere in the city was the constant beat of drums. It was a slow rhythm and grating on the nerves. As Lunetta glanced around, her eyes searching out the men at drums when they became louder as they rode along, Kahlan could see that she didn't like them either. Out the window, Kahlan could see Brogan riding close to the coach, and the drums were making him jumpy too. The three of them grabbed at the handles again as the coach bounced up onto a stone bridge. The iron wheels let out a grating racket as they rolled over the stone. Through the window, Kahlan could see the palace looming overhead as they crossed the river. In an expansive courtyard of green lawns, fringed with trees near soaring sections of the palace, the coach rocked to a halt. The crimson-caped men all about sat tall in their saddles, making no move to dismount. Brogan's sour face suddenly appeared in the window. "Get out," he growled. Kahlan started to rise. "Not you, I'm talking to Lunetta. You stay where you are until you're told to move." He knuckled his mustache. "Sooner or later, you're mine. Then you pay for your filthy crimes."
The Mriswith aren't going to let their little lapdog have me, Kahlan said. The Creator won't allow one such as you to put your filthy hands on me. You are nothing more than dirt under the Keeper's fingernails, and the Creator knows it. He hates you. Kahlan felt the collar send a searing pain into her legs, preventing her from moving, and another shard into her throat, squelching her voice.
Lunetta's eyes were ablaze, but Kahlan had said what she had wanted to say. If Brogan killed her, Richard wouldn't come into this trap to rescue her. Brogan's eyes bulged and his face went as crimson as his cape. He ground his teeth. Suddenly he reached into the coach for her. Lunetta seized his hand, pretending she thought it was meant for her.
"Help me down, my Lord General. My hip do be aching from the bumpy ride. The Creator do be kind to give you such strength, my brother. Heed his words."
Kahlan tried to call out to taunt him, but her voice wouldn't come. Lunetta was preventing her from talking. Brogan seemed to come to his senses and grudgingly helped Lunetta climb down. He was about to turn back to the coach when he saw someone approaching. She waved him away with an arrogant flip of her hand. Kahlan couldn't hear what the woman said, but Brogan snatched up the reins to his horse and motioned his men to follow him. Ahern was told to get down from the driver's seat and to go with the men of the blood. He cast her a quick, sympathetic glance over his shoulder. Kahlan prayed to the good spirits that they wouldn't kill him, now that his coach had delivered its cargo. In a racket of sudden movement, the men on horseback all followed after Brogan and Lunetta. The early morning air quieted as the men moved off, and Kahlan felt the grip of the collar at her neck slacken. Again, she remembered with anguish making Richard put one of these collars around his neck, and every day she thanked the good spirits that he had finally come to understand, that she had done it to save his life, to keep his gift from killing him. But the collars she and Addie wore were not to help them, as Richard's had been. These collars were no more than manacles in another form. A young woman strode up to the door and peered in. She wore a clinging red dress that left little doubt as to the perfection of her figure. The long mass of hair that framed her face was as dark as her eyes. Kahlan suddenly felt like a clod of dirt in this stunningly sensuous woman's presence. The woman's eyes took in Addie. "A sorceress? Well, perhaps we can find a use for you." Her knowing gaze turned to Kahlan. "Come along." She turned without further word and started away. Kahlan felt a hot stab of pain in her back that propelled her out of the coach, stumbling to catch her balance when she landed on the ground. She turned just in time to put a hand out for Addie before she fell. The two of them rushed to catch up with the woman before she gave them another jab of pain. Kahlan and Addie hurried along at the woman's heels, Kahlan feeling like a bumbling fool the way the collar's control made her legs twitch, shepherding her along, urging her to keep up, while the woman in the red dress strode along with the bearing of a queen. Addie was not prodded along, as was Kahlan. Kahlan ground her teeth, wishing she could strangle the haughty woman. There were other women and a few men in robes, strolling along in the fine morning air. Seeing all the clean people was a keen reminder of the layers of road dust covering her. She hoped, though, that they wouldn't let her have a bath. Maybe Richard wouldn't recognize her under all the dirt. Maybe he wouldn't come for her. Please, Richard, protect the Midlands. Stay there. They walked on down roofed walkways that had vine-covered lattices to the sides, holding fragrant white blossoms, and then were led through a gate in a high wall. Guards' eyes took in the sight, but they didn't make any move to challenge the woman leading them. After crossing a shady path under spreading trees, they entered a large building that looked nothing like the rat-infested dungeon Kahlan had expected. It looked more a proper guest wing for visiting dignitaries to the palace. The woman in the red dress slowed to a halt before a carved door set back in a massive stone casing. She flicked the lever on the door and threw it open, entering ahead of them. The room was elegant, with heavy drapes overlooking a drop of perhaps 30 feet. There were several chairs richly upholstered in gold brocade fabric, a mahogany table and desk, and a canopied bed. The woman turned to Kahlan. "This is to be your room." She displayed a brief smile. "We want you to be comfortable. You will be our guests until we are done with you. Try to go through the shield I leave on the door and window, and you will be on your hands and knees vomiting until your ribs feel as if they are breaking. That's just for the first infraction. After the first, you will find you have no desire to attempt such a thing again. You don't want to know about the second infraction." She lifted a finger to Addie, but kept her dark eyes on Kahlan. "Cause me any trouble, and I will punish your friend here. Even if you think you have a strong stomach, I assure you, you will find otherwise. Do you understand?" Kahlan nodded, afraid she wasn't supposed to speak. "I asked a question," she said in a wickedly quiet tone. Addie crumpled to the floor with a cry. You will answer me. Yes, yes, I understand. Don't hurt her, please. When Kahlan turned to help Addie as she gasped for breath, the woman told her to leave the old woman to recover on her own. Kahlan reluctantly straightened, letting Addie come to her feet. The woman's critical gaze glided down the length of her and back up. The smirk on her face heated Kahlan's blood. "Do you know who I am?" the woman asked. "No." An eyebrow arched. "Well, well, that naughty boy. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Richard didn't mention me to his future wife, considering..." "Considering what?" "I am Marissa. Now do you know who I am?" "No." She let out a soft laugh, as annoyingly elegant as the rest of her. "Oh, he's so naughty, keeping such lascivious secrets from his future wife." Kahlan wished she could keep her mouth shut, but she couldn't. "What secrets?" Marissa shrugged indifferently. "When Richard was a student here, I was one of his teachers. I spent a great deal of time with him," the smirk returned. "Many a night we spent in each other's arms. I taught him many things. Such a strong and attentive lover. If you've ever lain with him, then you would be the beneficiary of my more tender instruction." Marissa's soft, lilting laugh returned as she strode from the room, giving Kahlan one last smiling look before she shut the door. Kahlan stood clenching her fists so hard her nails were cutting her palms. She wanted to scream. When Richard had been taken away to the Palace of the Prophets, it had been in a collar she had made him put on. He thought it was because she didn't love him. He thought she had sent him away and never wanted to see him again. How could he resist a woman as beautiful as Marissa? He would have had no reason to. Addie gripped her shirt at the shoulder and pulled her around. "Don't you listen to her." Kahlan felt her eyes filling with tears. "But Richard loves you. She only be tormenting you. She be a cruel woman and be enjoying to make you suffer." Addie lifted a finger as she quoted an old proverb. "Never let a beautiful woman pick your path for you when there be a man in her line of sight. Marissa has Richard in her line of sight. I have seen that look of lust before. It not be a lust to have your man, it be a lust for his blood." "But," Addie shook the finger, "don't you lose your faith in Richard because of her. That be what she wants. Richard loves you, and I will be the death of him." With a sob of agony, Kahlan fell into Addie's arms. Chapter 46. Richard rubbed his eyes. He wished he could read faster, because the journal was becoming so engrossing, but it still took time. He had to think about many of the words, and he still had to search for the meaning for a few. But as the days passed, he was getting to the point where at times it didn't seem as if he was translating, but simply reading. Whenever he realized he was reading Haida without conscious effort, he would begin stumbling over the meaning of words again. Richard was intrigued by the intermittent references to Ulrich Rahl. It seemed that this ancestor of his had devised a solution to the problem of the Dreamwalkers. He was only one of many working on a way to prevent the Dreamwalkers from taking people's minds. But he had been particularly insistent that he had the solution. Spellbound, Richard read how Ulrich Rahl had sent word from Dahara that he had already woven this protective web over his people, and in order for the others to be protected by the same web, they had to pledge undying fidelity to him, and they too would be safe under this bond. Richard realized that this was the origin of the Daharans' bond to him. Ulrich Rahl had created this spell to protect his people from the Dreamwalkers, not to enslave them. Richard felt pride in his ancestors' benevolent act. He was hardly able to breathe as he read the journal, hoping against hope that they would believe Ulrich Rahl, even though he knew that they hadn't. Kolo had been cautiously interested in proof, but remained dubious. He reported that most of the other wizards thought Ulrich was up to some kind of trick, insisting that the only thing a Rahl was interested in was ruling the world. Richard groaned with disappointment when he read how they had sent a message refusing to swear fidelity and bind themselves to Ulrich. Annoyed by a persistent sound, Richard turned to look out the window and saw that it was black as pitch outside. He hadn't even realized the sun had set. The candle he seemingly had just lit was half gone. The annoying noise was water dripping from icicles. Spring was taking the bite out of the weather. Taking his mind off the journal brought back the pang of frantic worry about Kahlan. Every day, messengers returned to give reports of nothing found. How could she have vanished? Any messengers waiting to see me? With a chafed expression, Kara shifted her weight.
Yes, she mocked. There are several out there, but I told them that you were too busy sweet-talking me to be bothered right now.
Richard sighed. I'm sorry, Kara. I know you'll tell me if a messenger arrives. He shook a finger at her. Even if I'm asleep, she smiled.
Even if you're asleep.
Richard looked around the room and frowned. What happened to Berdine? Kara rolled her eyes.
She told you hours ago that she was going to go get some sleep before her watch. You said yes, good night to her.
Richard looked back to the journal. Yes, I guess I did.
He read again a section about how the wizards were becoming fearful that the Sliff would bring something through that they wouldn't be able to stop. The war was a frightening mystery to Richard. Each side created things of magic, mostly creatures designed for one purpose, such as the Dreamwalkers, and the other side had to react with a counter to it, if they could. It was appalling to discover that some of these creatures were created out of people, out of wizards themselves. They were that desperate. Day by day, they became more and more concerned that before the towers could be completed, the Sliff, which in itself was created of their magic to allow them to move great distances to attack the enemy, and turned out to be a great danger as well as a benefit, would bring something unexpected that they couldn't handle. They said that when the towers were completed, the Sliff could go to sleep. Richard wondered constantly what the Sliff was and how it could go to sleep, and how they would wake it later, after the war, as they said they hoped to do. The wizards decided that because of the danger of attack through the Sliff, some of the more important, valuable, or more dangerous things had to be moved from the keep for protection. The last of the items deemed most in need of safekeeping had long ago been taken to this haven. And then Kolo said, "Today, one of our most coveted desires, possibly only through the brilliant, tireless work of a team of near to 100, has been accomplished. The items most feared lost, should we be overrun, have been protected." A cheer went up from all in the keep when we received word today that we were successful. Some thought it would not be possible, but to the astonishment of all, it is done. The Temple of the Winds is gone. Gone? What was the Temple of the Winds, and where did it go? Kolo's journal didn't provide an explanation. Richard scratched the back of his neck as he yawned. He could hardly keep his eyes open any longer. There was so much more to read, but he needed sleep. He wanted Kahlan back so he could protect her from the Dreamwalker. He wanted to see Zed so he could tell him about the things he had learned. Richard rose and shuffled toward the door. "Going off to bed to dream about me?" Kara asked. Richard smiled. "Always do. Wake me if a messenger comes. Yes, I think you've mentioned it." Richard nodded and started for the door. Kara caught his arm. "Lord Rahl, they will find her. She will be safe. Rest well. The Harans are looking, and they will not fail." Richard patted her shoulder as he left. "I'll leave the journal here, so when Berdine wakes, she can work on it." He yawned and rubbed his eyes as he went to his room not far down the hall. He only bothered to pull off his boots and slip the baldric over his head, placing the Sword of Truth on a chair before he fell into the bed. Despite his worry about Kahlan, he was asleep in seconds. He was having a troubling dream about her when a loud knock woke him. He rolled over onto his back. The door burst open and there was sudden light. He could see Kara carrying a lamp. She moved to the side of his bed, lighting another lamp. "Lord Rahl, wake up! Wake up!" "I'm awake." He sat up. "What is it? How long have I been asleep?" "Maybe 4 hours. Berdine has been working on the book for a couple of hours and got all excited about something and wanted to wake you to help her, but I wouldn't let her." "Then why did you wake me now? Is it a messenger?" "Yes, a messenger is here." Richard almost flopped back into bed. Messengers never brought any news. "Lord Rahl, get up. The messenger has news." Richard came awake as if a bell had rung in his head. He swung his feet over the side of the bed and pulled his boots on in one big rush. "Where is he?" "They're bringing him." Just then, Ulick rushed in, helping a man he had with him. The soldier looked as if he had been riding hard for weeks. He could hardly stand on his own. "Lord Rahl, I bring a message." Richard gestured for the young soldier to sit on the edge of the bed, but he waved off the offer, wanting to talk instead. "We found something. General Reibisch told me to tell you first not to be frightened. We didn't find her body, so she must still be alive." "What did you find?" Richard realized he was shaking. The man reached under the leather of his uniform and pulled something out. Richard snatched it up and let it unfold so he could see it.
It was a crimson cape. "We found the site of a battle. There were dead men wearing these capes. Lots of dead men. Maybe 100. He pulled out something else and handed it over. Richard unfolded it. It was a roughly cut piece of faded blue cloth with 4 gold tassels along one edge. "Lunetta," he breathed. "This is Lunetta's. General Reibisch said to tell you that there was a battle. There were many dead blood of the fold. There were trees that were blown down by blasts of fire as if magic had been used in the battle. There were burned bodies, too. They found only one body that was not blood of the fold. He was a Daharan, a big man with only one eye, with a scar over where the other was sewn shut. Orsk! That's Orsk! He was Kahlan's guard. General Reibisch said to tell you that there was no sign that she or anyone else with her was killed. It appears that they put up a furious fight, but then they were captured." Richard grabbed the soldier's arm. "Do the trackers have any idea which direction they went?" Richard was furious with himself because he hadn't gone. If he had gone, he would already be on the trail. Now it would take him weeks to catch up. "General Reibisch said to tell you that the trackers are pretty sure they went south." "South? South?" Richard had been sure that Brogan would flee with his prize to Nicobarese. With that many bodies, Gratch must have fought furiously. They must have captured him, too. "They said they couldn't be sure because it happened so long ago. It snowed more, and now the snow is melting, so it's hard to track. But he believes they went to the south, and his whole force is going after your queen." "South," Richard murmured. "South." He raked his fingers back through his hair, trying to think. Brogan had fled rather than join with Richard and his cause against the Order. The blood of the fold had joined with the Imperial Order. The Imperial Order ruled the Old World. The Old World was to the south. General Reibisch was tracking her south, going after his queen. South. What was it the Mriswith in the keep had said? "The queen needs you, skin brother. You must help her." They were trying to help him. His Mriswith friends were trying to help him. Richard snatched up his sword and shoved his head through the loop of leather baldric. "I have to go." "We go with you," Kara said. Ulick nodded his agreement. "You can't go where I go. Take care of things for me." He turned to the soldier. "Where's your horse?" He pointed. "Out that way and over in the next courtyard. But she's pretty footsore. She only has to get me to the keep." "The keep?" Kara clutched his arm. "Why are you going to the keep?" Richard pulled his arm away. "That's the only way to get to the Old World in time." She started objecting, but he was already running down the hall. Others were joining in the rush to catch up with him. He could hear the jangle of armor and weapons behind, but he didn't slow. He didn't listen to Kara's pleas as he tried to think. How was he going to do it? Was it possible? It had to be. He would do it. Richard burst out the door, pausing for only an instant, and then tore off toward the courtyard where the soldier said he had left his horse. He stumbled to a stop when he came upon the horse in the darkness. He gave the sweaty animal a quick pat of introduction as she danced sideways, and then he vaulted up into the saddle. As he pulled the horse around by the reins, he could just hear Berdine's voice in the distance as she ran toward him. "Lord Rahl, stop! Take off the cape!" Richard gave the horse his heels as he saw Berdine waving Kolo's journal. He didn't have time for her. "Lord Rahl, you must take off the Mriswith cape!" Not likely, he thought. The Mriswith were his friends. "Stop, Lord Rahl, listen to me!" The horse leapt into a gallop, the black Mriswith cape billowing out behind. "Richard, take it off!" The weeks of tedious, patient waiting seemed to be exploding into the sudden need for desperate action. His passion to get to Kahlan overwhelmed all other thought. The sound of thundering hooves drowned out Berdine's voice. The wind tore at his cape. The palace rushed by in a blur, and the night swallowed him. "What are you doing here?" Brogan turned to the voice. He hadn't heard the sister coming up behind them. He scowled at the older woman with long white hair tied loosely behind her back. "What business is that of yours?" She clasped her hands. "Well, since this is our palace and you are a guest, that makes it our business when one of our guests goes places in our home where he has been specifically forbidden to go." Brogan squinted with indignation.
Do you have any idea just who you be speaking to?
She shrugged. "Some petty, self-important officer, I would say. One too pompous to know when he is treading on dangerous ground." She cocked her head. "Have I gotten it right?" Brogan closed the distance. "I be Tobias Brogan, Lord General of the Blood of the Fold." My, she mocked. How impressive.
Now, it seems I don't recall saying, you may not visit the Mother Confessor unless you are the Lord General of the Blood of the Fold. You hold no value for us except that which we assign you. You do no task but what we assign you. Which you assign me? The Creator himself assigns me task. She snorted with a laugh. The Creator. My, but don't you think a lot of yourself. You are a part of the Imperial Order, and you do what we tell you. Brogan was an inch away from slicing this disrespectful woman into 1,000 pieces. What be your name? He growled. Sister Leoma. Do you think you could remember that much in your tiny brain? You were told to remain with your fancy troops in the barracks. Now, get yourself back there, and don't let me catch you in this building again, or you will cease to be of value to the Imperial Order. Before Brogan could explode in anger, Sister Leoma turned to Lunetta. Good evening, my dear. Good evening, Lunetta said in a cautious voice. I've been meaning to have a talk with you, Lunetta. As you can see, this is a house of sorceresses. Women with the gift are greatly respected here. Your Lord General here is of little value to us, but one of your ability would be most welcome. I would like to offer you a place with us. You would be held in high esteem. You would have responsibility and respect. She glanced down at Lunetta's outfit. We would certainly see to it that you were better clothed. You wouldn't have to wear those ugly rags. Lunetta clutched her colored patches tighter and inched closer to Brogan's side. I be loyal to my Lord General. He be a great man. Sister Leoma smirked. Yes, I'm sure he is. And you be wicked women, Lunetta said in a suddenly steady, suddenly dangerous tone. My mama told me so. Sister Leoma, Brogan said, I will remember the name. He tapped the trophy case at his belt. You can tell the keeper that I will remember your name. I never forget the name of a baneling. A malicious smile spread across Leoma's face. The next time I speak with my master in the underworld, I will tell him your words. Brogan pulled Lunetta around and headed for the door. He would be back, and the next time he would have what he wanted. We need to go talk to Galtero, Brogan said. I've had about enough of this nonsense. We've wiped out nests of banelings bigger than this one. Lunetta touched a worried finger to her lower lip. But, Lord General, the Creator has told you to do as these women say. He told you that you must give the Mother Confessor to them. Brogan took long strides through the darkness once outside. What did Mama tell you about these women? Well, she said that they be bad. They be banelings. But, Lord General, the Mother Confessor be a baneling. Why would the Creator tell you to give her to these women if they be banelings? Brogan turned his eyes down to her. In the faint light, he could see her looking up in confusion. His poor sister didn't have the intellect to figure it out. Isn't it obvious, Lunetta? The Creator has revealed himself through his treacherous ways. He be the one to create the gift. He tried to trick me. It be up to me now to purge the world of evil. Everyone with the gift must die. The Creator be a baneling. Lunetta gasped in awe. Mama always said, you be the one headed for greatness. After setting the glowing sphere on the table, Richard stood before the great silent well in the center of the room. What was he to do? What was the sliff, and how did he call her? He paced around the waist-high round wall, looking down into the darkness, but saw nothing. Sliff, he called down into the bottomless hole. His own voice echoed back up. Richard paced back and forth, pulling on his hair, frantically trying to think of what to do. The tingle of a presence flushed across his flesh. He halted his pacing and looked up to see Amriswith standing near the door. The Queen needs you, skin brother. You must help her. Call the Sliff. He rushed over to the dark-scaled creature. I know she needs me. How do I call the Sliff? The slit of a mouth spread in what looked to be a smile. You are the first in 3,000 years to be born with the power to wake her. You have already broken the shield keeping us from her. You must use your power. Call the Sliff with your gift. My gift? The Mriswith nodded, his beady eyes staying on Richard. Call her with your gift. Richard finally turned away from the Mriswith
and went back to the stone wall, around the great pit. He tried to remember how he had used his gift in the past. It always came on instinct. Nathan had said that that was the way it worked with him, with a war wizard. Need, through instinct. He had to let his need bring forth the gift. Page 384. Richard let the need burn through him, through the calm center. He didn't try to summon the power, but he screamed with the need of it. He thrust his fists into the air, tilting his head back. He let the need fill him. He wanted nothing else. He let the unconscious restraints go. He didn't try to think of what to do. He simply demanded it be done. He needed the sliff. He let out a silent cry of fury. Come to me. He loosed the power, like letting out a deep breath, demanding the task be done. Light ignited between his fists. That was it, the call. He knew it, he felt it, he understood it. He knew, too, what to do. The softly glowing mass rotated between his wrists as lacy veins of light twisted up his arms, flowing into the pulsing force between. When he felt the power reach its peak, he cast his hands downward. With a howl, the orb of light shot away, down into the blackness. As it descended, its light illuminated the stone in a ring around it. The ring of light in the glowing mass became smaller and smaller, the howl diminishing in the far distance, until he could neither hear nor see what he had unleashed. Richard hung over the stone wall, looking into the bottomless abyss, but all was silent and dark. He could hear only his own panting. He stood and glanced over his shoulder. The Mriswith watched, but made no move to help. What was needed was up to Richard. He hoped it would be enough. In the stillness of the keep, in the quiet of the mountain of dead stone towering around him, there came a distant rumbling. A rumbling of life. Richard leaned back over the wall, looking down, but saw nothing. Yet he could feel something. The stone beneath his feet quaked. Stone dust floated in the jittering air. Richard looked down in the well again and saw a reflection. The well was filling, not filling as water fills, but something was racing up the shaft with impossible speed, roaring with a howling shriek of velocity as it came. The howl grew as the thing rushed upward. Richard flung himself back from the stone wall, scarcely fast enough. He was sure it would shoot out of the well and blast through the ceiling. Nothing moving that fast could stop in time. Yet it did. All was abruptly still. Richard sat up, propping himself up with his arms behind on the floor. A lustrous metallic hump slowly mounded above the edge of the stone wall surrounding the well. It drew up into a bulk, rising impossibly of its own accord, like water standing in the air, only it wasn't water. Its glossy surface reflected everything about it, like polished armor, distorting the images reflected off its surface as it grew and moved. It looked like living quicksilver. The lump, joined to the body of it in the well as if by a neck, continued to contort, bending into edges and planes, folds and curves. It warped into a woman's face. Richard had to remind himself to take a breath. He now understood why Kolo called the sliff she. The face finally saw him on the floor. It looked like a smooth statue made of silver, except it moved. "Master," she said, in an eerie voice that echoed around the room. Her lips hadn't moved as she spoke, but she smiled as if well pleased. The silver face warped into curiosity. "You have called me. You wish to travel." Richard sprang to his feet. "Yes, travel. I wish to travel." The pleasant smile returned. "Come then, we will travel." Richard brushed the stone dust from his hands onto his shirt. How? How do we travel?" The silver brow drew together. "You have not traveled before?" Richard shook his head. "No, but I need to now. I need to get to the old world." "Ah, I have been there often. Come and we will travel." Richard hesitated. "What do I do? What do you want me to do?" A hand formed up and touched the top of the wall. "Come to me," the voice said, echoing around the room. "I will take you." "How long does it take?" The frown returned. "Long? From here to there, that long. I am long enough. I have been there." "I mean, hours, days, weeks?" She didn't seem to understand. "The other travelers never spoke of this." Then it must not take very long. Kolo never mentioned it either. The journal could be frustrating at times because Kolo never explained what was to his people common knowledge. He hadn't been trying to teach or pass on information. Kolo? Richard pointed at the bones. I don't know his name. I call him Kolo. The face stretched out of the well to look over the wall. I do not remember seeing this. Well, he's dead. He didn't look like that before. Richard decided he better not explain who Kolo was, or she might remember and be upset. He didn't need any emotion. He needed to get to Kahlan. I'm in a hurry. I'd appreciate it if we could hurry. Step closer, so I may determine if you can travel. Richard moved up to the wall and stood still while the quicksilver hand came out to touch his forehead. He flinched back. It was warm. He had expected cold. He returned to the hand and let the palm glide over his forehead. You can travel, the slip said. You have both sides required, but you will die if you are like this. What do you mean, like this? The quicksilver hand lowered beside him, pointing at the sword, but being careful not to get too close. That object of magic is incompatible with life in the sliff. With that magic in me, any life also in me will be ended. You mean I must leave it here? If you wish to travel, you must, or you will die. Richard was decidedly uneasy about leaving the Sword of Truth unguarded, especially after learning of the men with families who had died to make it. He pulled the baldric off over his head and stared at the scabbard in his hands. He looked over his shoulder at the Mriswith watching him. He could ask his Mriswith friend to guard the sword. No. He could ask no one to take the responsibility of guarding something so dangerous and coveted. The Sword of Truth was his responsibility, not anyone else's. Richard drew the sword from the scabbard, letting the clear ring of its steel reverberate around the room, die out slowly. The rage of the magic didn't die out, though. It thundered through him. He held up the blade, looking down its length. He could feel the raised gold wire of the word truth biting into his palm. What was he to do? He needed to go to Kahlan. He needed to have the sword be safe in his absence. It came to him through the call of need. He turned the sword down, gripping the hilt in both hands. With a grunt of effort powered by the magic, by the storms of fury it engendered, he thrust the sword downward. Sparks and stone chips flew as Richard drove the sword up to its hilt into a huge stone block of the floor. When he took his hands away, he could still feel the magic within him. He had to leave the sword, but he still had the magic. He was the true seeker. I'm still linked to the sword's magic. I retain the magic within me. Will that kill me? No. Only that which generates the magic is deadly, not that which receives it. Richard climbed up on the stone wall, suddenly beginning to worry about this. No, he had to do it. He needed to. Skin, brother. Richard turned to the Mriswith when it called to him. You are without a weapon. Take this. It tossed one of its three-bladed knives up to Richard. As it arced gently through the air, Richard caught it by the handle. The side guards lay against each side of his wrist as he grasped the weapon's crossways hand grip in his fist. It felt surprisingly good in his hand, like an extension of his arm. The Yabri will sing to you soon. Richard nodded. Thank you. The Mriswith returned a slow smile. Richard turned to the sliff. I don't know if I can hold my breath long enough. I told you. I am long enough to reach where we travel. No, I mean I need air. He made a display of inhaling and exhaling. I need to breathe. You breathe me. He listened to her voice echo around the room. What? To live when you travel, you must breathe me. The first time you travel, you will be afraid, but you must do this. Those who do not die in me, do not be afraid. I will keep you alive when you breathe me. When we reach the other place, you must then breathe me out and breathe in the air. You will be just as afraid to do that as you will be to breathe me. But you must do it or you will die. Richard stared incredulously. Breathe this quicksilver? Could he bring himself to do such a thing? He had to get to Kahlan. She was in danger. He had to do this. He needed to do this. Richard swallowed and then took a deep, sweet breath. All right. I'm ready to go. What do I do? You do not do, I do. A liquid silver arm came up and slipped around him, its warm, undulating grip compressing to grasp him. The arm lifted him off the wall and plunged him down into the silver froth. Richard had a sudden vision. He remembered Mrs. Wrencliffe being pulled under the raging floodwater. Chapter 47. Verna blinked in the bright light of a lamp when the door opened. It felt as if her heart rose into her throat. It seemed too soon for Leoma to return. Already she was quivering with dread, tears welling up in her eyes, and Leoma hadn't even begun the test of pain. "Get in here," Leoma snapped to someone. Verna sat up and saw a small, thin woman move into the doorway.
"Why do I have to do this?" complained a familiar voice. "I don't want to clean her room. This isn't part of my job."
"I have to work in here with her, and the smell is near to making me blind.
Now get yourself in here and clean up some of this stink, or I'll lock you in here with her, just to teach you proper respect for a sister."
Grumbling, the woman waddled into the room, lugging her heavy bucket of soapy water.
"Stinks it does," she announced. "Stinks with the likes of her."
The bucket thumped down on the floor.
"Filthy sister of the dark."
"Just get some soap and water around this place and be quick about it. I have work to do." Verna looked up to see Millie staring at her.
Millie.
Verna turned her face away, but not in time as Millie spat at her. She wiped the spittle off her cheek with the back of her hand.
"Filthy scum! To think I trusted you, to think I respected you as the prelate, and all the time you served the nameless one. You can rot in here for all I care. The place stinks with your filthy walking corpse. I hope they flail the hide off."
"Enough," Leoma said. "Just clean up, and then you can remove yourself from her loathsome presence." Millie grunted in disgust.
"Won't be soon enough for me."
"None of us enjoys being in the same room with an evil one such as her, but it's my duty to question her, and at least you could make it smell a little better for me."
"Yes, sister. I'll do it for you, then, for a true sister of the light, so you won't have to bear her stink, at least."
Millie spat in Verna's direction again. Verna was near to tears, humiliated to know that Millie thought those terrible things of her. Everyone else did, too. She was no longer positive that they were untrue. Her mind was so dizzied by the tests of pain that she could no longer trust that she was thinking straight, to believe in her own innocence. Perhaps it was wrong to be loyal to Richard. He was, after all, a mere man. When Millie finished, then Leoma would start again. She heard herself sob at the helplessness of her situation. When Leoma heard the sob, she smiled. "Empty that reeking chamber pot," Leoma said. Millie huffed in disgust.
All right. Just hold your skirts on and I'll empty it."
Millie pushed the bucket of soapy water closer to Verna's palate and collected the brimming chamber pot. Holding her nose, she carried it out of the room at arm's length. After she had shuffled off down the hall, Leoma spoke. "Notice anything different?" Verna shook her head. "No, sister." Leoma lifted her eyebrows. "The drums. They've stopped." Verna started with the realization. They must have stopped while she was asleep. "Do you know what that means?" "No, sister." "It means that the Emperor is close and will be arriving soon, maybe tomorrow. He wants results from our little experiment. Tonight you either forsake your fidelity to Richard, or you will answer to Jagang. Your time has run out. You think on that, while Millie finishes cleaning up a bit of your stink." Muttering curses, Millie returned with the empty chamber pot. After she put it in the far corner, she went back to scrubbing the floor. She dunked her rag in the water and slopped it on the floor, working her way toward Verna. Verna licked her cracked lips as she stared at the water. Even if the water was soapy, she wouldn't care. She wondered if she would be able to get a gulp of it down before Leoma stopped her. Probably not. "I shouldn't have to do this," Millie grouched to herself, but loud enough for the other two to hear. "It's bad enough that I now have to clean the prophet's room, now that we have another. I thought I was done with going in there to clean the room of a madman. I think it's about time a younger woman had to do the work. Strange man he is. Prophets are all loony, they are. I don't like that Warren any more than the last one." Verna nearly burst into tears at the mention of Warren's name. She missed him so. She wondered if they were treating him well. Leoma answered her unspoken question. "Yes, he is a bit odd, But the tests with the color are bringing him back into line. I'm seeing to that. Verna turned her eyes away from Leoma. She was doing it to him, too. Oh, dear Warren. With a knee, Millie pushed her bucket closer as she scrubbed the floor. Don't you be watching me. I don't like your filthy eyes on me. Gives me the shivers, it does. Like having the Nameless One himself watching me. Verna turned her eyes down. Millie tossed the rag into the bucket and dunked her hands in deep to wash it out. She looked back over her shoulder as she worked the rag in the water. I'll be finished soon. Not soon enough for me, but soon. Then you can have this vile traitor to yourself. I hope you won't be kind to her. Leoma smiled. She will get what she deserves. Millie brought her hands out of the soapy water. Good. She jammed one wet, calloused hand against Verna's thigh. Move your feet. How can I wash the floor when you sit there like a lump? Verna felt something rigid against her thigh after Millie took her hand away. That Warren is a pig, too. Keeps his room a mess. I was just there earlier today, and it stunk nearly as bad as this sty. Verna moved her hands to each side of her legs and put them under her thighs as if to balance herself while she lifted her feet for Millie. Her fingers found something hard and thin. At first, her dull mind couldn't decipher the feel. It came to her with a jolt of recognition. It was a dakra. Her chest constricted, her muscles stiffened. She could hardly make herself breathe. Millie suddenly spat in her face again, causing her to flinch and turn away. Don't you be looking at an honest woman like that! Keep your eyes off me! Verna realized Millie must have seen her eyes open wide. I'm done, she said as she straightened her sinewy frame. Unless you want me to give her a bath, and if you do, you'd better think again. I'm not touching that evil woman. Just get your bucket and go, Leoma said, her impatience growing. Verna had the dakra gripped so tightly in her fist that it was making her fingers tingle. Her heart hammered so hard she thought it might crack a rib. Millie shuffled out of the room without looking back. Leoma pushed the door closed. This is your last chance, Verna. If you still refuse, you will be turned over to the Emperor. You will soon wish you had cooperated with me. I can promise you that much. Come closer, Verna thought. Come closer. She felt the first wave of pain coursing up through her. She flopped back on the pallet, turning away from Leoma. Come closer. Sit up and look at me when I speak to you. Verna could only let out a small cry, but she stayed where she was, hoping to lure Leoma closer. She would have no chance if she lunged from this far. The woman would hobble her before she made the distance. She had to be closer. I said sit up! Leoma's footsteps approached. Dear Creator, please bring her close enough. You will look at me and tell me you renounce Richard. You must renounce him so the Emperor can enter your mind. He will know when you have quit your loyalty, so don't think to lie. Another step. Look at me when I speak to you. Another step. A fist snatched her hair and jerked her head upward. She was close enough, but her arms seared with pain, and she couldn't lift her hand. Oh, dear Creator, don't let her start the test with my arms. Let her start with my legs. I need my arms. Instead of beginning in her legs, the nerve-burning pain shot down her arms. With all her strength, Verna tried to lift the hand with the dakra. It would not move. Her fingers twitched with stabs of pain. Despite her straining, her fingers tugged open in spasms and the dakra fell out. Please, she wept, don't do my legs this time. I'm begging you, don't do my legs. Leoma's fist in her hair tilted her head back, and the woman struck her across the face. Legs, arms, it doesn't matter. You will submit. You can't make me. You're going to fail and... Verna got no more out before the hand struck her face again. The searing pain jumped to her legs, and they flopped uncontrollably with the jolts. Verna's arms tingled, but she could at last move them. Her hand groped blindly along the pallet, frantically searching for the dakra. Her thumb touched it. She curled her fingers around the cool metal handle, pulling it up in her fist. Summoning all her strength and resolve, Verna plunged the dakra into Leoma's thigh. Leoma cried out, releasing Verna's hair. Still, Verna panted. I have a dakra in you. Stay still. One hand slowly lowered to comfort her leg above the dakra in her thigh muscle. You can't possibly think this will work. Verna swallowed, catching her breath. Well now, I guess we're going to find out, aren't we? Seems I have nothing to lose. You do. Your life. Be careful, Verna, or you will find out just how sorry you can be for doing something like this. Take it out and I will pretend this didn't happen. Just take it out. Oh, I don't think that's such wise advice, advisor. I have control of your collar. All I have to do is block your Han. If you make me do that, it will go worse on you. Really, Leoma? Well, I think I should tell you that on my journey of 20 years, I learned a great deal about using a Dakra. While it's true that you can block my Han through the Radahan, there are two things you had better think on. First, while you can block my Han, you can't block it fast enough for me not to touch just the tiniest flow first. From my experience, I judge that that would be enough. If I touch my Han, you will be dead instantly. Secondly, for you to block my Han, you must link with it through the collar. That gives you the ability to manipulate it. That's how it works. Do you suppose that the act of blocking my Han by touching it would in itself power the Dakra and kill you? I'm not sure myself. But I must tell you that from my end, the handle end, I'm willing to put it to the test. What do you think? Do you want to put it to the test, Leoma? There was a long silence in the dimly lit room. Verna could feel warm blood oozing over her hand. At last, Leoma's small voice filled the quiet. No. What do you want me to do? Well, first of all, you are going to take this Radahan off me. And then, since I appointed you as my advisor, we are going to have a little talk. You are going to advise me. After I take the collar off, then you will remove the Dakra, and I will tell you what you want to know. Verna looked up at the panicked eyes watching her. You are hardly in a position to make demands. I ended up in this room because I was too trusting. I've learned my lesson. The Dakra remains where it is until I'm finished with you. Unless you do as I say, you have no value to me alive. Do you understand that, Leoma? Yes, came the resigned reply. Then let's begin. Like an arrow, he shot ahead with blistering speed, yet at the same time he glided with the slow grace of a turtle beneath still waters on a moonlit night. There was no heat, no cold. His eyes beheld light and dark together in a single spectral vision, while his lungs swelled with the sweet presence of the Sliff as he breathed her into his soul. It was rapture. Abruptly, it ended. Sights exploded about him, trees, rocks, stars, moon. The panorama gripped him in terror. Breathe, she told him. The thought horrified him. No. Breathe, she told him. He remembered Kahlan, his need to help her, and let out the sweet breath, emptying his lungs of the rapture. With a reluctant yet needful gasp, he sucked in the alien air. Sounds rushed in around him, insects, birds, bats, frogs, leaves in the wind, all chattering, whooping, clicking, whistling, rustling, painful in their omnipresence. A comforting arm set him up on the stone wall as the night world around him settled into a familiar presence in his mind. He saw his Mriswith friends scattered about in the dark woods beyond the stone ruins around the well. A few sat on scattered blocks, and a few stood among the remains of columns. They seemed to be at the edge of an ancient, crumbling structure. Thank you, Sliff. We are where you wished to travel, she said, her voice echoing out through the night air. Will you be here when I want to travel again? If I am awake, I am always ready to travel. When do you sleep? When you tell me, Master. Richard nodded, not sure at all what he was nodding to. He looked out on the night as he stepped away from the Sliff's well. He knew the woods not by sight, but by their manifest feel. It was the Hagen Woods, though it had to be a place much deeper in their vast tract than he had ever ventured, because he had never seen this place of stone. By the stars, he knew the direction of Tanamura. Mriswith were coming in numbers from the somber surrounding woods to the ruins. Many passed him with a welcome, skin brother. As they passed, the Mriswith tapped their three-bladed knives to his, causing both to ring. May your Yabri sing soon, skin brother, each said as they tapped. Richard didn't know the proper response, and so said only, thank you. As the Mriswith slunk past him to the Sliff, tapping his Yabri, the humming ring lasted longer each time, its pleasant purr warming his whole arm. As other Mriswith approached,
He altered his course so that he might tap his yabri to theirs. Richard looked to the rising moon and the position of the stars. It was early evening, with a faint glow still in the western sky. He had left Aidendrill in the dead of night. This couldn't be the same night. It had to be the next night. He had spent almost a full day in the Sliff. Unless it was 2 days, or 3, or a month, or even a year. He had no way to tell. He knew only that it was at least 1 day. The moon was the same size. Maybe it was only a day. He paused to let another Mryswith tap his yabri. Behind, Mryswith were entering the Sliff. A whole line of them stood waiting their turn. Only seconds passed before the next stepped off the wall to drop into the shimmering quicksilver. Richard stopped to feel his yabri, sending a warming purr all through him. He smiled with the singing hum, the soft song pleasant in his ears and in his bones. He felt a disturbing need that interrupted the joyful song. He stopped a Mryswith. "Where am I needed?" The Mryswith pointed with its yabri. "She will take you. She knows the way." Richard wandered off in the direction the Mryswith had indicated. In the darkness, near a ruined wall, a figure waited. The singing of his yabri urged him onward with need. The figure wasn't a Mryswith, but a woman. In the moonlight, he thought he recognized her. "Good evening, Richard." He took a step back. "Marissa." She smiled congenially. "How is my student? It's been a while. I hope you are well and your yabri sings for you." "Yes," he stammered. "It sings of a need." "The Queen." "Yes, the Queen. She needs me." "Are you ready, then, to help her? To free her?" After he nodded, she turned and led him on into the ruins. Several Mryswith joined them as they entered the broken doorways. Through vine-rimmed gaps in the walls, moonlight streamed in, but when the walls became more solid, blocking the moonlight, she lit a flame in her palm as she glided along. Richard followed her upstairs, coiling into the gloomy ruins, and down halls that looked to have been undisturbed for thousands of years. The illumination from the light in her palm suddenly became inadequate as they entered a huge chamber. Marissa sent the small flame into torches to either side, bringing flickering light to the vast room. Long dead balconies covered with dust and spiderwebs ringed the room, looking down on a tiled pool making up the main floor. The tiles, once white, were now dark with stains and dirt, and the murky water in the pool was laced with strings of muck. Overhead, the partly domed ceiling was open in the center, with structures rising up beyond the opening. The Mryswith slipped up beside him, standing close. Both tapped their yabri to his. The pleasant singing resonated with the calm center within him. "This is the place of the Queen," one said. "We can come to her, and when the young are born, they may leave, but the Queen cannot leave here." "Why?" Richard asked. The other Mryswith stepped forward and reached out with a claw. As it came in contact with something unseen, a whole domed shield lit with a soft glow. The sparkling dome fit neatly within the one of stone, except it had no hole in the top. The Mryswith pulled its claw back, and the shield became invisible again. "The old Queen's time is passing, and she is at last dying. We have all eaten of her flesh, and a new Queen emerged from the last of her young. The new Queen sings to us through the yabri, and tells us that she is rich with young. It is time for the new Queen to move on and establish our new colony. The great barrier is gone, and the Sliff is awakened. Now you must help the Queen so we may establish new territories." Richard nodded. "Yes, she needs to be free. I can feel her need. It fills me with the singing. Why haven't you freed her?" "We cannot. Just as you were needed to still the towers and to wake the Sliff, only you can free the Queen. It must be done before you hold 2 yabri, and they both sing to you." Guided by his instinct, Richard moved to the stairs at the side. He could sense that the shield was stronger at the base. It had to be breached at the top. He held the yabri to his chest as he climbed the stone steps. He tried to imagine how wondrous 2 would be. Its comforting song soothed him, but the Queen's need drove him on. The Mryswith remained behind, but Marissa followed him. Richard moved as if he had made the journey before.
The stairs led outside and then up spiraling steps beside the ruins of columns. The moonlight cast jagged shadows among the craggy stone still standing among the devastation. They at last reached the top of a small circular observation tower, pillars rising to the side of it, connected overhead by the remains of an entablature decorated with gargoyles. It looked as if at one time it had circled the entire dome, connecting towers like the one atop which they stood. From the high tower, Richard could look down through the opening of the dome. The curved roof bristled with huge columns like spikes, radiated out and down in rows. Marissa, in a red dress, the only color he had ever seen her wear when she had come to give him instruction, pressed up close behind him, looking silently down into the dark dome. Richard could feel the Queen in the murky pool below, calling to him, urging him to free her. His yabri sang through his bones. Casting his hand down, he let his need flow outward. He cast the other arm out, pointing the yabri down along with the fingers of his other hand. The steel knives knelled, vibrating from the power coursing out of him. The blades of the yabri rang, rising in pitch until the night screamed. The sound was painful, but Richard didn't allow it to abate. He called it onward. Marissa turned away, covering her ears as the air reverberated with the howl of the yabri. The domed shield below quaked, glowing as its vibrations intensified. Sparkling cracks appeared and raced along its surface. With a deafening knell, the shield shattered. Pieces of it, like glowing glass, rained down toward the pool, sparking out as they fell. The yabri went silent, and the night was once again still. A bulk below stirred, shaking itself free of the strands of weed and muck. Wings spread, testing their strength, and then with frenetic strokes the Queen lifted into the air. With needful beats of her wings, she lifted to the edge of the dome, her claws snatching and catching at the stone for support. Partially folding her newly tested wings, she began climbing the stone of the tower upon which Richard and Marissa stood. With sure, slow, powerful pulls, she hauled her glistening bulk up the column, her claws finding purchase in the cracks, crags, and crannies in the stone. At last she stopped, clinging to the pillar beside Richard like a clawed salamander clinging to a slimy log. In the bright light of the moon, Richard could see that she was as red as Marissa's dress. At first, Richard thought he was seeing a red dragon, but upon closer scrutiny he could see the differences. Her legs and arms were more heavily muscled than a dragon's, and covered over with smaller scales, more like the mriswith's. A raised row of interlocking plates ran the length of her spine from the end of her tail to a nest of spikes at the back of her head. Atop the head, at the base of several long, supple spines, was a raised protrusion crowned with rows of scaleless flesh that occasionally fluttered as she exhaled. The Queen's head snaked about, looking, searching. Her wings unfurled, slowly sweeping the night air. She wanted something. "What do you seek?" Richard asked. Twisting her head down toward him, she huffed a breath that engulfed him with an odd aroma. It somehow made him feel her need more acutely. The aroma had meaning he could understand, saying, "I wish to go to this place." She then turned her head out to the night beyond the pillars. She blew out, emitting a long, low, vibrating rumble that seemed to shudder through the air. Richard could see her expelling air through the fleshy ribbons atop her head. They fluttered as she trumpeted, creating the sound. With the heady aroma still filling his nostrils, he looked to the sweep of night before the tower. The air shimmered, brightening as an image began to emerge before him. The Queen trumpeted again, and the image brightened further. It was a scene Richard recognized. It was Aidendrill, as if he were seeing it through an eerie ochre fog. Richard could see the buildings of the city, the Confessor's palace, and as she trumpeted again, brightening the image floating before him in the night sky, the wizard's keep towering above on the mountainside. Her head swung around to him, again huffing an aroma, but it was different from the first. It carried a different meaning. "How do I get to this place?" Richard grinned with the wonder of being able to understand her meaning through an aroma. He grinned, too, with the knowledge that he could help her. He extended his arm, and a glow shot out from it, illuminating the sliff. "There. She will take you." The Queen flapped her wings as she sprang from the column and once clear of the stone, spread them wide to glide down to the sliff. The queen couldn't fly very well, Richard understood. She could use her wings to aid her somewhat, but she couldn't fly to Aidendrill. She needed help to get there. Already, the sliff was embracing the queen as she folded her wings.
The quicksilver took her in, and the Red Queen was gone.
Richard stood smiling with the pleasure of the Yabri singing in his hand, humming through his bones. "I'll meet you at the bottom, Richard," Marissa said. He felt her suddenly seize him by the shirt at the back of his neck and with the power of her Han, fling him over the side of the tower. By instinct, Richard reached out, just managing to snatch the lip of the dome's opening as he fell past. He swung by his fingers, his feet dangling over a drop of at least 100 feet. His Yabri clattered as it hit the stone far below. Flushed with rushing panic, he felt as if he were waking in a nightmare. The song was gone. Without the Yabri, his mind suddenly felt startlingly wide awake. He shuddered with terror at realizing the insidious seduction and what it had been doing to him. Leaning over to see him hanging there, Marissa threw a bolt of fire down at him. He swung his feet in, and the flames just missed him. She wouldn't make the same mistake twice, he knew. Richard frantically felt under the rim of the dome for something to grab. His fingers found a fluted support rib. With a desperate need to get away from Marissa, he gripped it and swung down under the dome as another bolt of fire shot past to erupt in the murky pool below, throwing strings of scum up into the air. Hand over hand, propelled by fear, not only of Marissa, but also of the height, he started down the rib. Marissa headed for the stairs. As he descended, the rib steepened, becoming nearly vertical as it approached the edge of the dome. Grunting with effort as he hurried, his fingers aching, Richard was overwhelmed by shame. How could he be so stupid? What was he thinking? It came to him with sickening comprehension. The Mryswith cape. He remembered Berdine running out holding Kolo's journal, screaming at him to take off the cape. He remembered reading in the journal how not only they, but their enemies too, created things of magic that brought about the changes needed to give people certain properties, such as strength and stamina, or the power to focus a line of light into a destructive point, or the ability to see great distances, even at night. The Mryswith cape must be one of those things, used to give wizards the ability to become invisible. Kolo had mentioned how many of the weapons they developed had gone terribly awry. It could be, too, that the Mryswith were developed by the enemy. Dear spirits, what trouble had he caused? What had he done? He had to get the cape off his back. Berdine had been trying to warn him. Wizard's third rule, passion rules reason. He had been so passionate to get to Kahlan that he had not used his reason and listened to Berdine's warning. How was he going to stop the Order now? His folly had aided them. Richard strained to hold the rib as it became nearly vertical. 10 more feet. Marissa appeared in a doorway. He saw a bolt of lightning arc across the room. He let go and dropped to the ground, wishing that he could fall faster. The loud crack of the lightning hurt his ears as it came perilously close to taking off his head. He had to get away from her. He had to run. "I've met your bride-to-be, Richard." Richard froze in his tracks. "Where is she?" "Come out of there and we'll talk about it. I'll tell you all about how I'm going to enjoy hearing her scream." "Where is she?" Marissa's laughter echoed around the dome. "Right here, my student. Right here in Tanamura." In a fury, Richard unleashed a bolt of lightning. It lit the chamber, thundering across the room to where he had seen her last. Stone chips trailing smoke sailed through the air. He only dimly wondered how he had done such a thing. Need. Why? Why would you want to hurt her? "Oh, Richard, it's not her I care about hurting. It is you. Her pain will give you pain. It's that simple. She is merely a means to your blood." Richard eyed the passageways. "Why do you want my blood?" As soon as he had finished asking, he ducked down and headed for a passageway. "Because you have ruined everything. You locked my master back in the underworld. I was to have my reward. I was to have immortality. I did my part, but you ruined it." A twisting bolt of black lightning sliced a clean void through a wall right beside him. She was using subtractive magic. She was a sorceress with unimaginable power, and she could tell where he was. She could sense him. Then why was she missing? "But worse," she said, as a slender finger tapped the gold ring through her lower lip.
Because of you, I must serve that pig, Jagang. You have no idea of the things he did to me. You have no idea of the things he makes me do. All because of you. All because of you, Richard Rahl. But I will make you pay. I have sworn to bathe in your blood, and I shall. What about Jagang? You're going to make him angry if you kill me. Fire erupted behind him, racing him to the next column. Quite the contrary. Now that you have done what was required of you, you are no longer of use to the Dreamwalker. As a reward, I am being allowed to do away with you as I wish. And I have some grand wishes. Richard realized he was not going to be able to get away from her like this. He could be behind a wall, and she would be able to sense him with her Han. He thought again about Berdine, and just as he reached up and clutched a fistful of the Mriswith cape to rip it off his back, he paused. Marissa wouldn't be able to see him with her Han if he was shrouded with the cape's magic. But the cape's magic was the force that created the Mriswith. Kahlan was a captive. Marissa said her pain would give him pain. He couldn't allow them to hurt Kahlan. He had no choice. He flung the cape around himself and vanished. Chapter 48. That is the last of them, as I promised. Verna stared into the eyes of a woman she had known for 150 years. Her heart was sick. Known not well enough. There were many she had not known well enough. What does Jagang want with the Palace of the Prophets? He has no power beyond that of an ordinary man, except his ability as a dreamwalker. Leoma's voice trembled, but she went on. He uses others, especially those with the gift, to accomplish what he wishes. He is going to use our knowledge to reveal the forks on the prophecies that will bring him victory, and then see to it that the correct action is taken in order to carry the world down that fork. He is a very patient man. It took him nearly 20 years to conquer the old world, all the time perfecting his ability, probing the minds of others, and gathering the information he needed. He not only intends to use the prophecies in the vaults, but he intends to make the Palace of the Prophets his home. He knows about the spell. He has stationed men here as a test to make sure that it works for those without the gift, and that there is no harmful effect. He is going to live here and direct the conquest of the rest of the world, with the help of the prophecies from this place. Once all lands fall to him, he will hold dominion over the world for hundreds upon hundreds of years, enjoying the spoils of his tyranny. To his mind, nothing so great has ever been dreamed, much less accomplished. It will be as near as a ruler can come to immortality. What else can you tell me? Leoma wrung her hands. Nothing. I've told you all. Let me go, Verna. Kiss your ring finger and beg the Creator's forgiveness. What? Forsake the Keeper. It's your only hope, Leoma. Leoma shook her head. I can't do that, Verna. I won't. Verna had no time to waste. Without further word or argument, she seized her Han. Light seemed to come from within Leoma's eyes, and she crashed to the floor, dead. Verna slipped silently down to the end of the empty hall, to Sister Simona's room. Feeling the joy of being able to manipulate her Han at will, she brought down the shield. Carefully, so as not to startle her, she knocked and then opened the door, hearing Simona scurry for the far corner. Simona, it's Verna. Don't be afraid, dear. Simona let out a shuddering cry. He comes! He comes! Verna lit a gentle glow of Han in her palm. I know. You're not crazy, Sister Simona. He does come. We must escape. We must get away, she cried. Oh, please, we must get away before he gets here. He comes in my dreams and taunts me. I'm so afraid. She fell to kissing her ring finger. Verna gathered the trembling woman in her arms. Simona, listen carefully to me. I have a way to save you from the Dreamwalker. I can make you safe. We can get away. The woman stilled, blinking up at Verna. You believe me? Yes, I know you're telling the truth. But you must believe me, too, when I tell you the truth that I know a magic that will protect you from the Dreamwalker. Simona wiped the tears from her filthy cheek. Is it truly possible? How can it be done? You remember Richard, the young man I brought back? Simona nodded with a smile as she cuddled in Verna's arms. Who could forget Richard? Trouble and wonder in one package. Listen now. Besides the gift, Richard has a magic which was passed down from his ancestors who fought the original Dreamwalkers. It's a magic that protects him, too, from the Dreamwalkers. It also protects anyone who swears fidelity to him, who is loyal to him in every way. That was the reason the spell was originally cast, to fight the Dreamwalkers.
Her eyes widened.
That can't be possible. Mere loyalty conferring magic?
Leoma has had me locked in a room down the hall. She put a collar around my neck and used the test of pain to try to break my will and make me renounce Richard. She told me that the Dreamwalker wanted to come to me in my dreams like he does you, but my fidelity to Richard prevented it. It works, Simona. I don't know how, but it does. I'm protected from the Dreamwalker. You can be too. Sister Simona wiped wisps of gray hair back from her face.
Verna, I'm not crazy. I want this collar off my neck. I want to escape the Dreamwalker. We must escape. What would you have me do?
Verna gripped the small woman tighter. Will you help us? Will you help the rest of the Sisters of the Light escape too? Simona put her cracked lips to her ring finger.
On my oath to the Creator.
Then swear an oath to Richard too. You must be bonded to him. Simona pushed away and knelt with her forehead to the floor.
I swear fidelity to Richard. I swear my life to him on my hope to be sheltered by the Creator in the next world.
Verna urged Simona to sit up. She put her hands to the side of the Radahan, letting her Han flow into it, join with it, the room droning with the effort. The collar snapped and fell away. Simona let out a joyful cry as she hugged Verna. Verna embraced her tightly. She knew the joy of having the Radahan off her neck.
Simona, we must be going. We have much work to do and not much time. I need your help.
Simona wiped away her tears.
I'm ready. Thank you, Prelate.
At the door with the bolt held on with the intricate web, Verna and Simona worked their Han together. The web had been set by 3 sisters, and though Verna had that much power, it would still be a challenge to undo it. With Simona's added help, the web slipped away easily. The 2 guards outside the door started in surprise when they saw the filthy prisoners. Pikes came down. Verna recognized one of the guards.
Walsh, you know me. Now raise that pike.
I know you've been convicted of being a Sister of the Dark. I know you don't believe that. The point was menacingly close to her face. What makes you think so? Because if it were true, I would have simply killed you in order to escape. He was silent for a moment as he considered. Keep talking.
We are at war. The Emperor wishes to put the world under his fist. He uses the true Sisters of the Dark, like Leoma and the new prelate, Ulyssia. You know them, and you know me. Who do you believe?
Well, I'm not so sure.
Then let me put it in terms that make it clear. You remember Richard?
Of course, he's a friend.
Richard is at war with the Imperial Order. The time is upon you to choose sides. You must decide your loyalty right now, right here. Richard or the Order.
His lips pressed together as he fought a mental battle. Finally, the butt of his pike thumped to the floor. Richard. The other guard's eyes shifted between Walsh and Verna. His pike suddenly thrust forward with the cry, "The Order!" Verna already had a firm grip on her Han. Before the blade touched her, the man was blown back with such force that when he hit the wall, his head split open. He toppled to the floor, dead. I guess I chose right, Walsh said.
You did indeed. We must get the true Sisters of the Light and the loyal young wizards, and we must be away from here at once. There isn't a moment to waste.
Let's go, Walsh said, holding his pike out, pointing the way. Outside in the warm night air, a thin figure sat on a bench nearby. When she recognized them, she sprang up.
Prelate,
she whispered with tearful joy. Verna hugged Millie so tight the old woman squeaked for release.
Oh, Prelate, forgive the hateful things I said. I didn't mean a word of it, I swear.
Verna, nearly in tears, squeezed the woman again, and then kissed her forehead 12 times.
Oh, Millie, thank you. You are the Creator's best work. I will never forget what you've done for me, for the Sisters of the Light. Millie, we must escape. The Emperor is going to take the palace. Will you come with us, please, so you will be safe?
Millie shrugged.
Me? An old woman? On the run from cutthroat Sisters of the Dark and magic monsters?
Yes. Please. Millie grinned in the moonlight.
Sounds more fun than scrubbing floors and emptying chamber pots.
All right, all of you listen, then. A tall shadow stepped out from behind the corner of the building. Everyone fell still and silent as the figure approached.
Well, Verna, it looks as if you found your way out. I thought you might.
She stepped close where they could see her. It was Sister Philippa, Verna's other advisor. She kissed her ring finger. Philippa's narrow mouth spread in a smile.
Thank the Creator. Welcome back, Prelate. Philippa, We must get the sisters away tonight, before Jagang gets here, or we will be captured and used. What are we to do, Prelate? Sister Philippa asked. All of you listen carefully now. We must hurry, and we must be more than careful. If we are caught, we will all be in colors. Richard was winded from his run from the Hagen woods, so he slowed to a trot to catch his breath. He saw sisters prowling the grounds of the palace, but they didn't see him. Though he was shrouded in the Mryswith cape, he couldn't search the entire palace. It would take days. He had to find out where Kahlan, Zed, and Gratch were being held so he could get back to Adendril. Zed would know what to do. Zed would probably furiously upbraid him for his stupidity, but Richard deserved it. His stomach was in a knot thinking about the trouble he had caused. He could not even credit his wits for his foolhardy actions, not ending in his being killed. How many lives had he put in jeopardy by his reckless actions? Kahlan was probably going to be more than furious with him. And why not? Richard shuddered to think why the Mryswith went to Adendril. He felt a pang of dread for his friends there. Maybe the Mryswith only wanted to establish a new home like the Hagen Woods here, and would stay there and keep to themselves. An inner voice laughed at his wishful thinking. He had to get back there. Stop thinking about the problem, he reprimanded himself. Think about the solution. He would get his friends out of here first, and then he would worry about the rest. It was puzzling that Kahlan, Zed, and Gratch would be held at the palace, but he didn't doubt what Marissa had told him. She had thought she had him, and so would have had no reason to lie. He couldn't understand why the Sisters of the Dark would hide their catch in a place that could be a danger to them. Richard halted. A small group of people was crossing the lawn in the moonlight. He couldn't see who they were, and was about to go find out, but decided that his first thought was the correct one. Go see Anne. The prelate would be able to help him. Other than Prelate Annalena and Sister Verna, he didn't know which of the sisters he could trust. He waited until the people moved off down a covered corridor before he started out again. When he had left the palace months ago, he knew there could still be Sisters of the Dark among the sorceresses here, and they must be the ones who had hidden Kahlan away, but he didn't know who they were. He could look for Verna, but he didn't know where she would be. He did know where to find the prelate, though, so that was where he would start. If he had to, he would tear the palace of the prophets down stone by stone to find Kahlan and his friends. But he was wary of violating the wizard's third rule again, and decided that this time he would start out at least with reason instead of passion. Dear spirits, where did one end and the other begin? At the outer gate to the prelate's compound, Kevin Andelmere was standing guard. Richard knew Kevin, and was reasonably sure that he could be trusted. Reasonably sure wasn't good enough, so Richard kept the Mryswith cape closed around himself and slipped past Kevin into the inner compound. In the distance, Richard could hear the raucous laughter of several men coming up a walkway, but they were a goodly distance away. Richard knew the prelate's former administrators. One had been killed when the other, Sister Ulyssia, had attacked the prelate. After the attack, Sister Ulyssia and 5 other Sisters of the Dark had fled aboard the ship the Lady Sifa. The desks outside the prelate's office were empty now. No one was around out in the hall or the outer office, and the door to the prelate's office was open, so Richard let the Mryswith cape fall open as he relaxed his concentration. He wanted Anne to recognize him. The moonlight coming through the double doors in the rear of the dark room silhouetted her enough for Richard to tell that she was sitting in her chair at the table. He could see in the faint light that her head was tilted down. She must be napping. "Prelate," he said gently, so as not to startle her awake. She stirred, her head coming up a bit, and her hand lifting. "I need to talk with you, Prelate. It's Richard. Richard Rahl." A glow lit in her upturned palm. Sister Ulyssia smiled up at him. "Come to talk, have you? How very interesting. Well, a talk would be nice." As her wicked grin widened, Richard took a step back, his hand going for the hilt of his sword. He had no sword. He heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun and saw 4 of his teachers, Sisters Tovi, Cecilia, Armina, and Marissa. He saw as they closed the distance that each wore a ring in her lower lip. Only Nietzsche was missing. They all grinned like hungry children staring at a candy reward at the end of a 3-day fast. Richard felt his need ignite within. "Before you do anything foolish, Richard, you had better listen first, or you will die where you stand.
He paused and looked to Marissa. How did you beat me back here? She arched an eyebrow over a dark, malevolent eye. I returned on my horse. Richard turned back to Ulysses. This was all planned, wasn't it? You did this to trap me.
Oh, yes, my boy, and you have done your part splendidly.
He pointed back at Marissa while he spoke to Ulysses. How did you know I wouldn't be killed when she threw me off that tower? Ulysses' smile vanished as she glared up at Marissa. Richard realized by seeing that look that Marissa had been acting outside of instructions. Ulysses brought her gaze back to Richard.
The point is, you are here. Now I want you to calm down or someone could get hurt. You may have been born with both sides of the gift, but we have use of both magics too. Even if you manage to kill one or two of us, there is no way you will get us all, and then Kahlan will die.
Kahlan. Richard glared down at her. I'm listening. Ulysses folded her hands.
You see, Richard, you have a problem. Fortunately for you, we also have a problem.
What sort of problem? Her eyes hardened with distant menace.
Jagang.
The others moved around the table to stand beside Ulysses. None of them were smiling anymore. The loathing in their eyes at the name of Jagang, even the kindly-seeming Tovey and Cecilia, looked as if it could burn stone.
You see, Richard, it's almost time for bed. Richard frowned.
What?
You don't have any visits from Emperor Jagang in your dreams. We do. He is becoming a problem to us.
Richard could feel the control around her voice. This woman wanted something more than life itself. Problems with the Dreamwalker, Ulysses? Well, I wouldn't know. I sleep like a baby. Richard usually knew when a person with the gift was touching their Han. He could sense it or see it in their eyes. The air about these women fairly sizzled. There seemed enough power bottled up behind all those eyes to melt a mountain. Apparently it wasn't enough. A Dreamwalker must be a formidable opponent. All right, Ulysses, let's get to the point. I want Kahlan, and you want something. What is it? Ulysses fingered the ring through her lip as she looked away from his eyes.
This has to be decided before we sleep. I have only just told my sisters of the plan I devised. We couldn't find Nietzsche to include her. If we go to sleep before this is resolved, and any of us dreams of it...
Resolved? I want Kahlan. Just tell me what you want. Ulysses cleared her throat.
We want to swear loyalty to you.
Richard stared, unable to blink. He wasn't sure he had just heard what he thought he had heard. You're all sisters of the dark. You know me, and you all want to kill me. How can you break your oath to the Keeper? Ulysses' iron gaze came up.
I did not say that we wished to do that. I said we would like to swear loyalty to you, in this, the world of life. I don't think, in view of the overall picture, that the two are incompatible.
Not incompatible? Are you crazy, too? Her eyes took on an ominous set.
Do you want to die? Do you want Kahlan to die?
Richard made an effort to calm his racing mind. No.
Then be quiet and listen. We have something you want. You have something we want. Each of us has conditions. For instance, you want Kahlan, but you want her alive and well. Am I correct?
Richard returned the ominous glare in kind. You know it is. But what makes you think I would make a pact with you? You tried to kill Prelate Annalena.
Not only tried, but succeeded.
Richard closed his eyes with an anguished groan. You admit to murdering her, and then you expect I would trust...
I'm running out of patience, young man, and your bride-to-be is running out of time. If you don't get her away before Jagang gets here, I can assure you there is no hope you will ever see her again. You have no time to search.
Richard swallowed. All right, I'm listening.
You put the lock back on the Keeper's gateway to this world. You thwarted the plans we laid. In so doing, you diminished the Keeper's power in this world, restoring the balance between him and the Creator. In the balance you created, Jagang makes his move to take the world for himself. He has also taken us. He can come to us any time he wishes. We are his prisoners, no matter where we are. He has demonstrated to us just how unpleasant a captor he can be. There is no way for us to escape him, but one.
You mean the bond to me?
Yes. Now, if we do as Jagang has instructed, then we continue on in his good graces, as it were, while it is unpleasant, at least we live. We want to live. If we swear fidelity to you, we can break the hold Jagang has on us and escape.
You mean you want to kill him, Richard observed. Ulysses shook her head.
We want never to see his face again. We don't care what he does. We just want out of his clutches. I will tell you the truth of it. We will return to our work of bringing our master, the Keeper, to dominance. If we succeed, we will be rewarded. I don't know if it's possible for us to succeed, but that is the risk you will have to bear.
What do you mean that's the risk I'll have to bear? If you're bonded to me, then you have to work toward my ends, fighting against the Keeper and the Imperial Order.
Ulysses' lips spread with a cunning smile.
No, my boy, I've thought this out very carefully. Here is my offer.
We swear fidelity to you. You ask us where Kahlan is, and we tell you. In return, you can ask nothing else of us, and must allow us to leave immediately. You won't see us, we won't see you.
But if you work to free the Keeper, that's against me and violates the bond. It won't work.
You are looking at it through your eyes. The protection your bond provides is invoked through the conviction of the person bonded. Their doing what they think is called for by their fidelity. You want to take the world. You think this is for the good of the people of the world. Have all the people you've tried to win to your side believed you and stayed to stand with you? Or have some seen your benevolent offers as something else, as abuse, and fled in fear of you?
Richard remembered the people leaving Aidendrill. I guess I can understand in a way, but we don't view loyalty through your moral filter. We view our loyalty by our own standards. To our sensibilities, as sisters of the dark, as long as we are doing nothing that is directly harming you, we will not be breaking our loyalty, because not harming you is definitely to your benefit.
Richard put his fists on the table and leaned toward her.
You want to free the Keeper. That will harm me.
It's a matter of perception, Richard. It's power we want, the same as you, no matter the morals in which you wish to couch your ambition. Our efforts are not directed against you. If we should happen to succeed on behalf of the Keeper, everyone would be vanquished, including Jagang, so it won't matter if we incidentally lose the protection of the bond. It may not fit your mores, but it fits ours, and so the bond will work. And who knows? It could even be that by some miracle you might win your war against the Order and kill Jagang. Then we won't need a bond. We can have patience to see what will happen. Just don't be foolish enough to return to Aidendrill. Jagang is taking it back, and there is nothing you can do to stop him.
Richard straightened and blinked down at her, trying to reason it out. But I would be setting you free to go out and work for evil.
Evil by your morals. The truth is, you would be giving us the chance to try, but that does not mean we will succeed. However, it also gives you, Kahlan, and the chance to try to stop the Imperial Order, and to try to frustrate our attempts to win our struggle. You have thwarted us in the past. It buys each of us something very important. It buys us our freedom, and it buys Kahlan hers. A fair trade, I think.
Richard stood silently considering this mad offer. He was that desperate. So if you bow down and offer me your fidelity, your bond, then you tell me where Kahlan is, and then you run off as you propose, what assurance have I that you have told me the truth of where Kahlan is? Ulysses cocked her head with a clever smile.
Simple. We swear you ask. If we lie to your direct question, the bond would be broken, and we would be back in Jagang's clutches.
What if I break my end, and after you tell me where Kahlan is, I make another demand of you? You would have to uphold it to remain bonded and be protected from Jagang.
That's why our offer carries the condition of only one question. Where is Kahlan? If you do more, then we will kill you, the same as if you turn us down. We will be no worse off than we are right now. You die, and Jagang gets Kahlan to do with as he will, and he will, I assure you. He has very perverse tastes. Her gaze turned to the young woman beside her. Just ask Marissa. Richard looked at Marissa and saw the blood drain from her face. She tugged down her red dress enough to show him the top half of her breast. Richard felt the blood drain from his own face. He turned his eyes away. He will only allow my face to be healed. The rest he orders left for his amusement. This is the least of what he did to me, the very least of what he did to me, Marissa said in a bone-cold voice. All because of you, Richard Rahl. Richard had a flash of a vision of Kahlan with Jagang's ring through her lip and those lurid marks on her. His knees went weak. He pulled his lower lip through his teeth as he looked back to Ulyssia. You aren't the prelate. Give me her ring. Without hesitation, she pulled it off and handed it to him. You want to swear loyalty? I get to ask where Kahlan is, you must tell me true, and then you leave? That is our offer. Richard heaved a sigh. Bargain struck. Ulyssia closed her eyes with a sigh of freedom after Richard shut the door on his way out. He was in a hurry. She didn't care. She had what she wanted. She was going to sleep without the fear of Jagang coming in the dream that was not a dream. Their 5 lives for one. Quite a bargain. And she hadn't even had to tell him everything. But she had had to tell him more than she wished. Still quite a bargain. Sister Ulyssia, Cecilia said with a tone of surety in her voice that had been missing for months, you have done the impossible. You have broken Jagang's hold on us. The Sisters of the Dark are free, and it has cost us nothing. Ulyssia took a deep breath. I wouldn't be so sure of that. We have just struck an uncharted course across untrodden ground in an unknown land. But for now we are free. We must not waste our chance. We must leave at once. She glanced up as the door banged open. A grinning Captain Blake swaggered into the office. 2 smirking sailors trailed in behind, one slowing to grope Armina on his way past. She made no attempt to ward off his hands. Captain Blake teetered before her. He placed his hands on the table and leaned over. She could smell liquor on his breath as he leered at her. Well, well, lass, we meet again. Ulyssia betrayed no emotion. So we do. His hungry gaze was too low to meet her eyes. The Lady Sifa just made port, and we lonely sailors thought we should have some company for the night. The boys enjoyed the last time with you ladies so much that they thought to do it all over again. She affected a timorous tone. I hope you plan to be more gentle than the last time. Matter of fact, lass, the boys was saying how they didn't think we did all we could to enjoy ourselves. He leaned over even more, reached out with his right hand, grabbed her nipple, and pulled her forward in her chair. He smiled at her cry. Now, before I get in an ugly mood, you whores get your behinds down to the Lady Sifa with us, where we can put 'em to a good use. Ulyssia brought her fist around and slammed a knife through the back of the captain's left hand, pinning it to the table. She touched a finger of her other hand to the ring in her lip, and with a flow of subtractive magic it winked out of existence. Yes, Captain Blake. Let's all of us go down to the Lady Sifa and have another very intimate visit with you and your crew. With a fist of Han, she clouted him back, the knife embedded in the table, slicing his hand in 2 as it was yanked away. A gag of air filled his mouth when he opened it to scream. Chapter 49. Something be going on out there, Addie whispered. It must be them. She fixed her white eyes on Kahlan. You be sure you wish to do this? I be willing, but... We have to, Kahlan said as she glanced at the fire to make sure it was still going strong. We must escape. If we can't escape, and we're killed, well, then Richard won't be lured to come here to fall into their trap. And he can stay where he is, and with Zed's help, protect the people of the Midlands. Addie nodded. We try, then, she sighed. I know I be right that she be doing it, but I do not know the reason. Addie had told her that Lunetta did something very peculiar. She was shrouded in her power all the time. Such a task was so extraordinary, Addie had said, that it required the use of a talisman invested with magic. With Lunetta, that talisman could only be one thing. Like you said, Addie, even if you don't know the reason, she wouldn't do something like that if it weren't important. Kahlan crossed her lips with a finger when she heard the squeak of the floor in the hall. Addie's gray and black jaw-length hair swayed as she quickly blew out the lamp and moved back behind the door. The fire still provided light, but the flickering flames made the shadows dance and would only add to the confusion. The door opened. Kahlan, standing to the opposite side of the door from Addie, took a deep breath, mustering her courage. She hoped they had removed the shield, or they were going to be in a lot of trouble for nothing. The two figures stepped into the room. It was them. "What are you doing in here, you greasy little Nick?" Kahlan yelled. Brogan, with Lunetta behind, rounded on Kahlan. She spat in his eyes. His face gone red, he grabbed for her. Kahlan brought her boot up between his legs. When he cried out, Lunetta reached for him. From behind, Addie cracked a log across the squat sorceress's head. Brogan threw himself on Kahlan, grappling with her, punching her in the ribs. Addie snatched Lunetta's outfit of colored patches as she fell. The whole thing ripped as Addie, her mighty effort powered by desperation, rolled the nearly senseless woman out of her patchwork clothes. Lunetta, dazed and slow, cried out as Addie spun around with her prize and heaved it into the roaring fire. Kahlan saw the patches of colored cloth flame up in the hearth as she and Brogan toppled to the floor. She heaved him over the top of her as she crashed to the ground and then rolled to her feet. As Brogan turned to get his footing, she kicked him in the face. Lunetta squealed in distress. Kahlan kept her eyes on Brogan as he sprang up with blood running from his nose. Before he could charge at her again, he saw his sister behind Kahlan and froze. Kahlan darted a quick glance behind. A woman was pawing frantically at the fire, futilely trying to recover the flaming patches of colored cloth. The woman was not Lunetta. It was an attractive, older woman in a white shift. Kahlan's eyes went wide at the sight. What happened to Lunetta? Brogan screamed out in fury. "Lunetta! How dare you do a glamour in front of others? How dare you use magic to make them think you're pretty? Stop it at once! Your taint be ugly!" "Lord General," she cried, my pretties be burning. Please, my brother, help me." "You filthy Streganicha! Stop it, I say!" "I can't," she wept. "I can't without my pretties." With a growl of rage, Brogan slammed Kahlan aside and dashed to the fire. He lifted Lunetta by her hair and struck her with his fist. She fell back, knocking Addie to the floor with her. He kicked his sister as she tried to stand. "I have had enough of your disobedience and your profane taint." Kahlan snatched up a log and swung at him, but he ducked it, and it caught only his shoulders. His fist in her gut drove her back. Kahlan gasped to get her breath. "You ugly pig! Leave your beautiful sister alone." "She be loony Lunetta." "Don't listen to him, Lunetta. Your name means little moon. Don't listen to him." Brogan screamed in fury and threw his hands out toward Kahlan. With a loud crack, lightning lit the room. It missed her only because he was raging out of control and striking wildly. Plaster and other debris blasted through the air. Kahlan was stunned near to paralysis. Tobias Brogan, the Lord General of the Blood of the Fold, the man committed to exterminating magic, had the gift. Screaming again, Brogan threw a fist of air that caught Kahlan square in the chest and slammed her against the wall. She crumpled to the floor, dazed and senseless. Lunetta shrieked louder when she saw what Brogan had done. "No, Tobias, you must not use the taint." He fell on his sister, strangling her, pounding her head against the floor. "You be the one who did it. You be using the taint. You be using a glamour. You made the lightning." "No, Tobias, you be the one doing it. You must not use the gift. Mama told me you must not use it." He lifted her by a fistful of her white shift. "What are you talking about? What did Mama tell you, you vile Streganicha?" The comely woman panted and gulped. "That you be the one, my brother. The one for greatness. She said I must not make people to notice me, so they would look only to you. She said you be the one who be important. But she said I must not let you use your gift." "Liar! Mama never said any such thing. Mama didn't know anything." "Yes, Tobias, she knew. She be touched with a little of the gift. The sisters came to take you away. We loved you and didn't want them to take our little Tobias." "I don't have the taint." "It be true, my brother. They said you had the gift and they wanted to take you to the palace of the prophets. Mama told me that if they went back without you, they would bring others. We killed them, Mama and me. That be how you got the scar by your mouth in our fight with them. She said we had to kill them so they wouldn't send others. She said, I must never let you use the gift or they would come to take you." Brogan's chest heaved with rage. "All lies. You did the lightning, and you be using a glamour for others." "No," she wept. "They burned my pretties. Mama said you be destined to be great, but it could all be ruined. She taught me how to use the pretties to hide my looks and to keep you from using the gift. We wanted you to be great. My pretties be gone. You made the lightning."
Brogan stared off with wild eyes, as if seeing things none of the rest of them saw. "It not be the taint," he whispered. "It just be me. The taint be evil. This not be evil, it just be me." Brogan's eyes focused again as he saw Kahlan struggle to rise. The room flashed with blinding light as he threw another lightning bolt across the room. It raked the wall over her head as she dived for the floor. Brogan sprang to his feet to come for her.
"Tobias, stop! You must not use your gift!"
Tobias Brogan gazed back at his sister with an eerie calm. "This be a sign. The time has come. I always knew it would." Blue flashes flickered between his fingertips as he held a hand up before his face. "This not be the taint, Lunetta, but divine power. The taint would be ugly. This be beautiful. The Creator has relinquished his right to dictate to me. The Creator be a baneling. I have the power now. The time has come to use it. I must sit in judgment of man now." He turned to Kahlan. "I be the Creator now." Lunetta lifted an imploring arm.
"Tobias, please."
He wheeled back toward her, deadly snakes of light writhing at his hands. "What I have be glorious. I will hear no more of your filth and lies. You and Mama be banelings." He drew his sword, the light coiling up the blade, and waved it in the air. She frowned with mental effort.
"You must not use your power, Tobias. You must not."
The flickering light at his hands cut off. "I will use what be mine." The light at his fingers ignited once more and danced up the blade. "I be the Creator now. I have the power, and I say you must die." His eyes gleamed with madness as he stared, transfixed, at the light crackling at his fingertips.
"Then you," Lunetta whispered, "be the true baneling, and I must stop you, as you have taught me."
A glowing line of rose-colored light flared from Lunetta's hand and pierced Tobias Brogan through the heart. In the smoky stillness, he drew a last gasp and collapsed. Not knowing what Lunetta would do, Kahlan didn't move, remaining as still as a fawn in the grass. Addie reached out with a tender hand, offering comforting words in their native tongue. Lunetta didn't seem to hear. She crawled woodenly to her brother's body and cradled his head in her lap. Kahlan thought she might be sick. Suddenly, Galtero stepped into the room. He snatched Lunetta by the hair and pulled her head back. He didn't see Kahlan in the rubble against the wall behind him. "Streganicha," he whispered viciously. Lunetta made no effort to resist. She seemed in a numb daze. Brogan's sword lay nearby. Kahlan dove for it. Frantic, she snatched up the sword. She wasn't fast enough. Galtero sliced his knife across Lunetta's throat. Before Lunetta had hit the floor, Kahlan ran him through. As he toppled, she yanked the sword free.
"Addie, are you hurt?"
"Not on the outside, child."
"I understand, but we don't have time for sorrow right now." Kahlan grasped Addie's hand, and after carefully checking to ensure that Lunetta had indeed removed the shield before they had entered, the two of them stepped out into the hall. At either end lay the remains of a sister, their guards. Lunetta had killed them both. Kahlan heard boots clambering up the steps. She and Addie leapt over the bloody mess at the other end of the hall and dashed down the service stairs and out the back way. They looked about in the darkness, seeing no one but hearing a commotion in the distance, the clash of steel. Together, hand in hand, they ran for their lives. Kahlan could feel tears coursing down her face. With her head down so the sister wouldn't recognize her, Anne crossed the distance in the dim light of the vaults. Zed trailed in her footsteps. The woman behind the table stood with a suspicious frown and marched forward.
"Who is it?" Sister Becky's voice was terse. "No one is allowed down here any more. All have been warned." Anne felt a thrust of Hans smack her shoulder to bring her to a halt as Sister Becky rushed up before her. When Anne raised her head, Becky's eyes went wide. Anne drove the Dakra into her, and the eyes seemed to light from within before the woman went down. Zed leaped out to the side.
"You killed her! You just killed a pregnant woman!"
"You," Anne whispered, "condemned her to death. I pray you have ordered the execution of a sister of the dark and not the light."
Zed wrenched her around by the arm.
Have you lost your mind, woman?
I ordered the Sisters of the Light to get out of the palace. I told them they had to escape. I have begged you countless times to let me use the book. I needed to confirm that they have done as ordered. Since you refused to allow me to use the journey book, I am forced to assume my instructions were carried out.
That's no excuse to kill her. You could have simply incapacitated her.
If my orders were followed, then she is a Sister of the Dark. I have no chance in a fair fight with one of them. Neither do you. We couldn't take the risk.
And what if she's not one of the Keeper's sisters?
I can't risk everyone else on a mere chance. Zed's eyes flashed with cold fury.
You are mad.
Anne lifted an eyebrow. Oh? And you would risk the lives of thousands to fret over one who you are reasonably sure was an enemy bent on stopping you? Did you get to be a wizard of the First Order by such choices? He released her arm.
All right, you've gotten me here. What is it you want?
Check the vault first to make sure there are no others. They each stole down one side, Anne checking between the rows of bookshelves to watch the old wizard and make sure he was doing as instructed. If he tried to run, she could bring him back by the Radahan, and he knew it. She liked Richard's grandfather, but need demanded she cultivate his hatred. For this, he had to be in a fury and willingly take the chance she would give him. When they reached the rear of the gloomy vaults, they had found no others. Anne kissed her naked ring finger and thanked the Creator. She blocked the emotion of having killed Sister Becky, telling herself that she would not be guarding the vaults unless she were sworn to the Keeper and a pawn of the Emperor. She tried not to think of the innocent unborn child she had also killed.
Now what?
Zed snapped when they met in the rear, near one of the small, restricted rooms. Nathan will do his part. I brought you here to do your part, the other half of what is needed. The palace is charged with a spell cast 3,000 years ago. I have been able to determine that it's a bifurcated web. Zed's eyebrows went up. His curiosity overcame his indignation.
That's quite a claim. I've never heard of anyone able to spin a bifurcated web. Are you sure?
No one now can spin such a web, but the wizards of old had such power. Zed drew a thumb down his smooth jaw as he stared off.
Yes, they would have had the power, I imagine.
His gaze returned to her eyes.
To what purpose?
The spell alters the grounds of the palace. The outer shield, where we left Nathan, is the shell encasing it all. It creates the environment in which this half can exist in this world. The spell here on this island is linked to other worlds. Among other things, it alters time. That's why we age more slowly than people living outside the spell. The old wizard pondered.
Yes, that would explain it.
Anne glanced away from his eyes. Nathan and I are both almost 1,000 years old. I have been prelate of the Sisters of the Light for nearly 8 centuries. Zed straightened his robes at his bony hips.
I've known of the spell, how it extends lifespans in order to give you the time to do your foul work.
Zed, when the wizards of old began jealously guarding their power and refused to train young men with the gift, so as to prevent a threat to their domination, the Sisters of the Light were formed to help these young men lest they die. Not everyone likes the idea, but there it is. Without a wizard to help them, the task falls to us. We don't have the same Han as the male, and so it takes us a great deal of time to accomplish the task. The collar keeps them alive, keeps their gift from harming them, from driving them mad, until we can teach them what they need. The spell around the palace gives us the time we need. It was laid down for us 3,000 years ago when a few wizards helped with our cause. They had the power to cast a bifurcated web. Zed was, for the moment, becoming intrigued.
Yes, I can see what you mean. Bifurcation would invert the force, kind of like twisting a length of gut, and create an area where the center could be bent to do extraordinary things. The ancient wizards could accomplish deeds I can only dream of doing.
Anne was keeping a constant watch to make sure they were alone. Bifurcating a web bends it back on itself, creating an outer and inner region. There are 2 nodes, like with the twisted gut you mentioned, where this bending would have to take place, one at the outer shield and one at the inner. Zed peered at her with one eye.
But the node on the inner half, where the true event takes place, would be vulnerable to breach. Though created by necessity, it would be a dangerous flaw. Do you know where the inner node is located?
We stand in it. Zed straightened. He glanced around.
Yes, I could see the thought that went into it, placing it in the bedrock under everything else where it would be best protected.
That's why, on the off chance it could bring havoc, we unequivocally forbid wizard's fire anywhere on Hallsband Island.
Zed absently waved a hand.
No, no. Wizard's fire wouldn't harm such a node.
He turned to her with a suspicious glare.
What are we doing here?
I brought you here to give you the opportunity to do what you wish to do. To destroy the spell.
Page 413. He stared. He blinked, and he stared some more. At last he spoke.
No, it wouldn't be right.
Wizard Zorander, this is a highly inconvenient time for you to be overcome with morals.
He folded his skinny arms.
This spell was placed by wizards greater than I will ever be. Greater than I can even imagine. This is a wonder. A thing of profound mastery. I won't destroy such a piece of work.
I broke the truce.
Zed lifted his chin.
Breaking the truce condemns any sister who comes to the New World to death. We are not in the New World. Breaking the truce says nothing about me going to the Old World and doing harm. By the terms of the truce, I have no right to do such a thing.
She leaned closer with a dark look.
You promised me that if I took you away by that collar, endangering your friends, you would come to my homeland and lay waste to the Palace of the Prophets. I am giving you your chance.
It was a temporary, passionate outburst. Reason has returned to my head.
He fixed her with a scolding scowl.
You've been using devious tricks and sly deception to try to convince me you're a vile, contemptible, immoral malefactor. But you have failed to fool me. You are not the evil sort.
I've shackled you. I abducted you.
I won't destroy your home and your life. Doing so, destroying the spell, would alter the pattern of the lives of the Sisters of the Light. And in essence, be ending their lives prematurely. The sisters and their charges live by standards of time that to me seem strange, but to them are normal. Life is perception. If a mouse with a lifespan of only a few years were to have the magic to make my life as short as its life, that to my perception would be killing me, though to the mouse it would seem he were granting no less than a normal lifespan. That's what Nathan meant when he said you were killing him. I would be shortening their lives to the same as the rest of us. But by their expectations and the oath they have taken, that would be the same as killing them before they have a chance to live. I won't do it.
If I have to, Wizard Zorander, I'll use the collar to give you pain until you agree.
He smirked.
You have no conception of the tests of pain I have passed to become a wizard of the First Order. Go ahead, do your best.
Anne pressed her lips together in exasperation.
But you have to. I've put a collar around your neck. I've done terrible things to you to make you angry enough to do this. The prophecy says the anger of a wizard is necessary to destroy our home.
You've been playing me for a dancing frog.
His hazel eyes hovered closer.
I don't dance unless I know the tune.
Anne sagged in frustration.
The truth is that Emperor Jagang is going to take the Palace of the Prophets for his own use. He's a dream walker and controls the minds of the Sisters of the Dark. He intends to use the prophecies to find the forks he needs to win the war. And then he's going to live under the spell for hundreds of years, ruling the world and everyone in it as his own.
Zed considered her with a scowl.
Now, that gets my blood to boiling. That's a worthy reason to level the palace. Bagswoman, why didn't you just tell me the truth in the beginning?
Nathan and I have been working on this fork in the prophecies for hundreds of years. The prophecy says a wizard will level the palace in fury. Failure is too dark a vision for the world to take any risk, so I did the thing I thought would work. I've been trying to make you furious enough to want to destroy the Palace of the Prophets. Anne rubbed her tired eyes. It was a desperate act because of a desperate need.
Zed grinned.
Desperate act, I like that. I like a woman who can appreciate the occasional need for acts of desperation. Shows spirit.
Anne clutched his sleeve. Will you do it then? We don't have any time to spare. The drums have stopped. Jagang could be here at any moment.
I'll do it. We'd better get back near the entrance, though.
When they were back near the huge round door to the vaults, Zed reached into a pocket and pulled out what appeared to be a stone. He tossed it on the floor.
What's that?
Zed glanced back over his shoulder.
Well, I conjecture you told Nathan to cast a light web.
Yes. Other than Nathan, a few sisters, and myself, No one knows how to spin a light web. I think Nathan has enough power to breach the outer node once a cascade is begun on this inner one, but I know neither of us has the power to start the one needed in here. That's why I needed to bring you here. I fear only a wizard of the First Order will have the power necessary.
Well, I'll do my best, Zed grumbled. But I've got to tell you, Anne, as vulnerable as a node would be, it's still a spell cast by wizards, the vastness of whose power I can only imagine.
He spun his finger around, and the rock on the floor before him popped and snapped as it rapidly grew to a broad, flat rock. He stepped up onto it.
You get out of here. Go wait outside. Make sure Holly is safe while I do this. If anything goes wrong and I can't control the cascade of light, you won't have time to get out of here.
Act of desperation, Zed? He answered with a grunt as he turned back to the room and lifted his arms. Already sparkling colors were rising from the rock, engulfing him with spiraling shafts of humming light. Anne had heard of wizards' rocks, but she had never seen one and didn't know how they worked. She could feel the power that began emanating from the old wizard when he had stepped up on the thing. She hurried from the vault as he wished. She wasn't sure if he really wanted her out of the room for her own safety, or if he didn't want her to see how he was going to do such a thing. Wizards did tend to guard their secrets. Besides that, Zed was proving to be even more devious than Nathan, an achievement she would have thought impossible. Holly wrapped her thin little arms around Anne's neck when she squatted down by the dark niche. Has anyone come past?
No, Anne,
Holly whispered. Good. Let me squeeze in here with you while we wait until Wizard Zorander is finished with his task.
He yells a lot and says a lot of bad words and waves his arms around like he's going to call a storm around us, but I think he's nice.
You aren't still itching from snow fleas. Anne smiled in the dark of the small hiding place among the rock. But I think you may be right.
My grandmama would get angry sometimes, like when people meant to hurt us, but you could tell she really meant it. Wizard Zorander doesn't really mean it. He's just pretending.
You are more perceptive than I have been, child. You're going to make a splendid sister of the light. Anne held Holly's head to her shoulder as she waited in the silence. She hoped the wizard would hurry. If they were caught in the vaults, there was no way out, and a fight with Sisters of the Dark, despite his power, would prove more than dangerous. Time dragged on with agonizing stubbornness. Anne could tell by her slow, steady breathing that Holly had fallen asleep against her shoulder. The poor child hadn't been getting enough sleep. None of them had, rushing day and most of the nights, too, to get to Tanamura in time, to beat Jagang to the palace. They were all exhausted. Anne started when there was a tug on her dress at her shoulder.
Let's get out of here,
Zed whispered. Pulling Holly with her, she squeezed back out of their hiding place. Did you do it? Zed, looking worse than merely vexed, glanced back through the huge, round door to the vaults.
I can't get the confounded thing to work. It's like trying to start a fire underwater.
She clutched his robes in a fist. Zed, we have to do this. He turned his worried eyes to her.
I know. But the ones who wove this web had subtractive magic. I have only additive. I've tried everything I know. The web around this place is stable beyond my ability to breach. It can't be done. I'm sorry.
I've woven a light web in the palace. It can be done.
I didn't say I didn't weave one. I said I can't get it to ignite. Not down here in the node, anyway.
You tried to ignite it? Are you crazy? He shrugged.
Act of desperation, remember? I had my suspicions about it working, so I had to test it. Good thing I did, or we would have thought it would work. It won't. It will ignite only for life. It won't expand and consume the spell.
Anne sagged. At least if anyone goes in there, hopefully Jagang, it will kill them. Until they discover it, anyway. And then they will drain the shield and have the vaults to do with as they will.
It will cost them dearly. I've left a few tricks of my own in there. The place is a death trap.
Is there nothing else we can do?
It's big enough to take down the entire palace, but I can't set it off. If these Sisters of the Dark really can wield subtractive magic, as you say, we could ask one of them if they would try to ignite the light web for us.
Anne nodded. That's all we can do, then. We have to hope the things you left in there will kill them. Even if we can't destroy the palace, maybe that will be enough. She took Holly's hand. We had better get out of here. Nathan will be waiting. We must escape before Jagang arrives or the sisters discover us. Chapter 50. When she saw the flash of steel in the moonlight, Verna ducked behind a stone bench. The sounds of battle rolled up the lawns toward her from lower down on the palace grounds. Some of the others had told her that the crimson-caped soldiers had arrived not long ago to join with the Imperial Order, but they now seemed bent on killing everyone in sight. Two men in the crimson capes raced up out of the darkness. From the other direction, where she had seen a flash of steel, someone sprang out, and in an instant had cut them down. "It's two of the blood," a woman's voice whispered. The voice sounded familiar. "Come on, Addie." Another thin form emerged from the shadows. The woman had used a sword, and Verna had her hand to defend herself. She took a chance and stood. "Who is it? Show yourself." Moonlight glinted off the sword as it rose. "Who wants to know?" She hoped she wasn't taking a foolish chance, but there were friends among the women here. Still, she kept a firm grip on her dakra. "It's Verna." The shadowed figure paused. "Verna? Sister Verna?" "Yes, who is it?" she whispered back. "Kahlan Amnell." "Kahlan! It can't be!" Verna rushed out into the moonlight and lurched to a halt before the woman. "Dear Creator, it is!" Verna threw her arms around her. "Oh, Kahlan, I was so worried you were killed." "Verna, you can't know how glad I am to see a friendly face. Who is it with you?" An old woman stepped closer.
"A long time it has been, but I still remember you well, Sister Verna."
Verna stared, trying to place the face of the old woman. "I'm sorry, but I don't recognize you."
"I be Addie. I was here for a time 50 years ago in my youth."
Verna's eyebrows went up. "Addie! I remember Addie." Verna left unsaid that she remembered Addie as a rather young woman. She had learned long ago not to say such things aloud. Those from the outside world lived by a different pace of time.
"I think you may remember my name, but not my face. It be a long time ago."
Addie embraced Verna in a warm hug.
"You be one I remember. You be kind to me when I be here."
Kahlan interrupted the brief reminiscing. "Verna, what's going on here? We were brought here by the blood of the fold and have just managed to escape. We have to get out of here, but it seems the place is erupting in battle." "It's a long story, and I have no time right now to tell it all. I'm not sure I even know it all, but you're right. We must escape at once. The Sisters of the Dark have taken the palace, and Emperor Jagang of the Imperial Order is due to arrive at any time. I have to get the Sisters of the Light away from here at once. Come with us?" Kahlan scanned the lawns for trouble. "All right, but I have to go get Ahern. He's been steadfast. I can't leave him behind. He'll be wanting to get his team and coach if I know Ahern." "I still have sisters out collecting all those loyal," Verna said. "We're to meet just over there, on the other side of that wall. The guard hiding on the other side, beside the gate, is loyal to Richard, as are all the rest guarding the gates in that wall. His name is Kevin. He can be trusted. When you get back, just tell him you're a friend of Richard. It's a code he knows. He'll let you into the compound." "Loyal to Richard?" "Yes. Hurry. I have to go inside and get a friend out. You can't let your man bring his team through this way, though. The palace grounds are becoming a battlefield. He'll never make it. The stables are at the north end. That's the way we're leaving. I have sisters guarding the small bridge there. Have him head north to the first farm on the right with the stone wall around the garden. That's our secondary meeting place, and it's secure. For the moment, anyway." "I'll hurry," Kahlan said. Verna caught her arm. "We can't wait for you if you don't get back here in time. I must get a friend, and then we must escape." "I don't expect you to wait. Don't worry, I have to get away, too. I think I'm the bait to draw Richard here." "Richard?" "Another long story. But I have to get away before they can use me to lure him here." The night suddenly lit, as if by silent lightning, except it didn't go out like lightning. They all turned to the southeast and saw massive balls of flame boiling up into the night sky. Thick black smoke billowed into the air. It seemed the entire harbor was aflame. Huge ships were thrown into the air atop colossal columns of water. The ground suddenly shook, and at the same time the air boomed with the rumbling sound of distant explosions. "Dear spirits," Kahlan said. "What's going on?" She glanced about. "We're running out of time. Addie, stay with the sisters. I hope to be back soon." "I can get the Radahan off," Verna called out, but too late. Kahlan had already dashed away into the shadows. Verna took Addie's arm. "Come on. I'll take you to some of the other sisters behind the wall. One of them will get that thing off you while I go inside." Verna's heart pounded as she slipped through the halls inside the prophet's compound after leaving Addie with the others. As she moved deeper into the dark halls, she braced herself for the possibility that Warren was dead. She didn't know what they had done to him, or if they had decided to simply eliminate him. She didn't think she could endure it if she were to find his body. No. Jagang wanted a prophet to help him with the books. Anne had warned her, what seemed ages ago, to get him away at once. The thought entered her mind that maybe Anne wanted her to get Warren away to keep the Sisters of the Dark from killing him because he knew too much. She put the troubling thoughts from her mind as she scanned the halls for any sign that a Sister of the Dark might have slipped into the building to hide from the battle. Before the door to the prophet's apartments, Verna took a deep breath and then moved into the inner hall through the layers of shields that had kept Nathan a prisoner in the place for near to 1,000 years, and now kept Warren. She breached the inner door into the gloom. The far double doors to the prophet's small garden stood open, letting in the warm night air and a shaft of moonlight. A candle on a side table was lit, but provided little illumination. Verna's heart pounded as she saw someone rise from a chair. Warren? Verna! He rushed forward. Thank the Creator you escaped. Verna felt a clutch of dismay as her hopes and longings sparked her old fears. She retreated from the brink. She shook a finger at him. What kind of foolishness was that, sending me your Dakra? Why didn't you use it and save yourself to escape? That was reckless, sending it to me. What if something had happened? You already had it, and you let it out of your hands. What were you thinking? He smiled. I'm glad to see you too, Verna. Verna dammed up her feelings behind a gruff reply. Answer my question. Well, first of all, I've never used a Dakra, and worried I might do something wrong, and then we would lose our only chance. Secondly, I have this collar around my neck, and unless I get it off, I can't get through the shields. I feared that if I couldn't get Leoma to take it off, if she would rather die than do it, then it would all be for naught. Third, he said, taking a tentative step toward her, if only one of us was to have a chance to get away, I wanted it to be you. Verna stared at him a long moment, a lump rising in her throat. She could help herself no longer and threw her arms around his neck. Warren, I love you. I mean, I really, truly love you. He embraced her tenderly. You have no idea how long I dreamed of hearing you say those words, Verna. I love you, too. What about my wrinkles? He smiled, a sweet, warm, glowing Warren smile. Someday, when you get wrinkles, I'll love them, too. For that and everything else, she let herself go and kissed him. A small knot of crimson-caped men burst around the corner, intent on killing him. He spun into them, kicking one in the knee as he brought his knife up into the gut of a second. Before their swords could block him, he had cut another's throat and broken a nose with an elbow. Richard was livid, lost in the thundering rage of the magic storming through him. Even though the sword wasn't with him, the magic was still his. He was the true seeker of truth and was bonded irrevocably to its magic. It coursed through him with lethal vengeance. The prophecies had named him Fuergrisa Ost Drauka, High Daharan for the bringer of death, and he moved now like its shadow. He understood the words now, as they had been written. He whirled through the men of the blood of the fold as if they were mere statues, toppling before a ruinous wind. In a moment, all was silent again. Richard panted in rage as he stood over the bodies, wishing they were Sisters of the Dark instead of their minions. He wanted those 5. They had told him where Kahlan had been held, but when he arrived, she was gone. Smoke still hung in the air from the battle. The room had been raked by what looked to be the furor of magic unleashed. He had found the bodies of Brogan, Galtero, and a woman he didn't recognize. Kahlan, if she had been there, might have escaped, but he was frantic with apprehension that she had been spirited away by the Sisters, that she was still a captive, and that they would hurt her, or worse yet, that they would give her to Jagang. He had to find her. He needed to get his hands on a Sister of the Dark so he could make her talk. Around the palace grounds, a confusing battle raged. It appeared to Richard that the blood of the fold had turned on everyone in the palace. He had seen dead guards, dead cleaning staff, and dead sisters. He had also seen a great many dead of the blood. The Sisters of the Dark scythed them down mercilessly. Richard had seen one charge of near to 100 men cut down in an instant by one sister. He had also seen a relentless charge of men from all directions overrun another sister. They tore her apart like a pack of dogs at a fox. When he reached the sister who had cut down the attack, she had vanished, and so he was looking for another. One of them was going to tell him where Kahlan was. If he had to kill every sister of the dark at the palace, one of them was going to talk. Two Blood of the Fold caught sight of him and came up the path at a dead run. Richard waited. Their swords caught only air. He took them down with his knife almost without thinking about it, and was moving again before the second man had finished pitching face first to the ground. He had lost track of the number of the Blood of the Fold he had killed since the battle had begun. He ripped through them only if they attacked him. He wasn't able to avoid all the soldiers he saw. If they came at him, it was by their choice, not his. It wasn't them he wanted. It was a sister. Near a wall, Richard hugged the moon shadows beneath a clump of aromatic spreading witch hazels as he moved toward one of the covered walkways. He flattened against a pilaster in the wall as he saw a shape dart from the walkway. As it approached, he could tell by the flow of hair and the shape that it was a woman. At last, he had a sister. When he stepped out in front of her, he saw the flash of a blade slashing toward him. He knew that every sister carried a dakra. It was probably that, rather than a knife. He also knew how deadly a dakra was and how skilled they were with the weapon. He dared not take the hazard lightly. Richard whipped his leg around, kicking the weapon from her hand. He would have broken her jaw so she couldn't cry out for help, but he needed her to be able to talk. If he was fast enough, she would raise no alarm. He caught her wrist, sprang up behind her back, snatched her other fist as she brought it up to hit him, and clamped her wrists together with one hand. He swept his knife arm around her throat, and with a yank toppled back. As he landed on his back, with her atop his chest, he hooked his legs over hers to keep her from kicking him. She was pinned and helpless in a heartbeat. He pressed the blade to her throat. "I'm in a very bad mood," he said through gritted teeth. "If you don't tell me where the Mother Confessor is, you are going to die." She panted, catching her breath. "You are about to slit her throat, Richard." For what seemed an eternity, his mind, filtering her words through his fury, tried to make sense of what she had said. It seemed a riddle to him. "Are you going to kiss me, or are you going to cut my throat?" she asked, still panting. It was Kahlan's voice. He released her wrists. She turned around, her face inches from his. It was her. It was really her. "Dear spirits, thank you," he whispered before he kissed her. His fury stilled like a lake becalmed on a moonlit summer night. With aching bliss, he held her to him. His fingers gently touched her face, touching his dream come to life. Her fingers trailed along his cheek as she gazed at him, needing words no more than he. For a moment, the world stopped. "Kahlan," he said at last, "I know you're angry with me, but..." "Well, if I hadn't broken my sword and had to pick up a knife, you wouldn't have had such an easy time. But I'm not angry." "That's not what I meant. I can explain." "I know what you meant, Richard. I'm not angry. I trust you. You have some explaining to do, but I'm not angry. The only thing you could do to make me angry would be if you ever got more than 10 feet from me for the rest of your life." Richard smiled. "You aren't going to ever be angry with me, then?" His smile withered as his head thumped back to the ground. "Oh, yes, you are. You don't know the trouble I've caused. Dear spirits, She kissed him again, tender, soft, warm. He ran his hand down the back of her long, thick hair. He held her away by her shoulders. "Kahlan, we have to get out of here, right now. We're in a lot of trouble. I'm in a lot of trouble." Kahlan rolled off him and sat up. "I know. The order is coming. We need to hurry." "Where's Zed and Gratch? Let's get them and be gone." Her head tilted toward him. "Zed and Gratch? They aren't with you?" "Me? No. I thought they were with you. I sent Gratch with a letter." "Dear spirits, don't tell me you didn't get the letter." "No wonder you aren't angry with me. I got the letter. Zed used a spell to make himself light enough for Gratch to carry him. Gratch took Zed back to Aidendril weeks ago." Richard felt a hot wave of nausea. He remembered the dead Mriswith all over the rampart at the keep. "I never saw them," he said in a whisper. "Maybe you left before they arrived. It must have taken you weeks to get here." "I only left Aidendril yesterday." "What?" she whispered, wide-eyed. "How could—" "The Sliff brought me. She got me here in less than a day. At least, I think it was less than a day. It may have been 2. I had no way of telling, but the moon looked the same." Richard realized he was rambling and made himself stop. Kahlan's face was becoming watery in his vision. His voice sounded hollow to him, as if it were someone else speaking. "I found a place on the keep where there had been a fight. There were dead Mriswith all over. I remember thinking it looked like Gratch had killed them. It was at the edge of a high wall. There was blood at a notch in the wall and all down the side of the keep. I ran my finger through the blood. Mryswith blood stinks. Some of the blood wasn't from a Mryswith. Kahlan took him in her comforting arms. Zed and Gratch, he whispered. That must have been them. Her arms tightened. I'm sorry, Richard. He lifted her arms away and stood, giving her a hand up. We have to get out of here. I've done something terrible, and Adendril is in trouble. I've got to get back there. Richard's gaze caught on the Radahan. What's this doing around your neck? I was captured by Tobias Brogan. It's a long story. Even before she had finished speaking, he curled his fingers around the collar. Without cognitive reasoning, but through the need and fury, he felt the power swell from the calm center and surge through his arm. The collar shattered in his hand like sun-baked dirt. Kahlan's fingers groped at her neck. She let out a sigh of relief, verging on a wail. It's back, she whispered, as she leaned against him, putting a hand to her breastbone. I can feel my confessor's power. I can touch it again. He squeezed her with one arm. We'd better get out of here. I've just gone and freed Ahern. That's where I broke my sword, on one of the blood. He took a bad fall, she explained to his frown. I told Ahern to head north with the sisters. Sisters? What sisters? I found Sister Verna. She's gathering the Sisters of the Light, the young men, novices, and guards, and escaping with them. I'm on my way to meet her. I left Addie with them. Hurry, and we may be able to catch them before they leave. They're not far. Kevin's mouth dropped when he stepped out from behind the wall to challenge the two of them. Richard, he whispered. Is it really you? Richard smiled. Sorry I don't have any chocolates, Kevin. Kevin pumped Richard's hand. I'm loyal, Richard. Nearly all the guards are loyal. Richard frowned in the dark. I'm honored, Kevin. He turned and called out in a loud whisper. It's Richard. A crowd gathered around after he and Kahlan had slipped through the gate and behind the wall. In the flickering light of distant fires down at the docks, Richard saw Verna and threw his arms around her. Verna, I'm so glad to see you. He held her out at arm's length. But I have to tell you, you need a bath. Verna laughed. It was a rare, good sound to hear. Warren squeezed past her and with a gleeful laugh embraced Richard. Richard held Verna's hand out and pressed the prelate's ring into it, closing her fingers around it. I heard about Anne dying. I'm so sorry. This is her ring. I think you would know better than I what to do with it. Verna brought the hand closer to her face, staring at the ring. Richard, where did you get this? I made Sister Ulyssia give it to me. She had no business wearing it. You made? Verna was named prelate, Richard, Warren said, as he put a reassuring hand to her shoulder. Richard grinned. I'm proud of you, Verna. Put it back on, then. Richard, Anne isn't... The ring was taken from me. I was convicted by a tribunal and removed as prelate. Sister Dulcinea stepped forward. Verna, you are the prelate. At the trial, every sister here with us voted with you. Verna searched all the faces, watching her. You did. Yes, Sister Dulcinea said. We were overruled by the others, but we all believed in you. You were named by Prelate Annalena. We need a prelate. Put the ring back on. Verna nodded her tearful gratitude to the sisters as they voiced their agreement. She slipped the ring back on her finger and kissed it. We have to get everyone away at once. The Imperial Order is coming to take the palace. Richard gripped her arm and pulled her back around. What do you mean the Imperial Order is coming to take the palace? What do they want with the Palace of the Prophets? The prophecies. Emperor Jagang intends to use them to know the forks in the books, so he can alter events to his advantage. The other sisters behind Verna gasped. Warren slapped a hand over his face as he groaned. And, Verna added, he plans to live here under the palace's spell so he can rule the world after the prophecies help him crush all opposition. Richard released her arm. We can't let him do that. We would be frustrated at every fork. We wouldn't have a chance. The world would suffer under his tyranny for centuries. There's nothing we can do about it, Verna said. We have to get away or we'll all be killed here, and then there's no chance for us to help, to think of a way to fight back. Richard swept his gaze across the gathered sisters, many of whom he knew, and then looked back to Verna. Prelate, what if I were to destroy the palace? What? How can you do that? I don't know, but I destroyed the towers, and they were made by the wizards of old, too. What if there were a way? Verna licked her lips as she stared off. The crowd of sisters stood silent. Sister Phoebe pushed her way through the others. Verna, you can't allow it. It may be the only way to stop Jagang. But you can't, Phoebe said on the verge of tears. It's the palace of the prophets. It's our home. It's going to be the Dreamwalker's home now, if we leave it for him. But Verna, Phoebe said, gripping Verna's arms, without the spell we will grow old. We'll die, Verna. Our youth will be gone in a twinkling. We'll get old and die before we have a chance to live. With a thumb, Verna wiped a tear from the other's face. Everything dies, Phoebe, even the palace. It can't live forever. It has served its purpose, and now if we don't do something, its purpose will turn to harm. Verna, you can't do this. I don't want to get old. Verna hugged the young woman. Phoebe, we're sisters of the light. We serve the Creator in his work to make the lives of the people in this world better. The only chance we have to better their lives now is to become like the rest of the Creator's children, to live among them. I understand your fear, Phoebe, but trust in me that it won't be as you fear. Time feels different to us under the spell of the palace. We don't feel the slow passing of centuries, the way those outside imagine, but the rapid pace of life. It really doesn't feel much different when you live outside. Our oath is to serve, not simply to live long. If you wish to live a long and empty life, Phoebe, you can remain with the Sisters of the Dark. If you wish to live a meaningful, helpful, fulfilled life, then come with us, with the Sisters of the Light, to our new life beyond what has been. Phoebe stood silent, tears running down her cheeks. Off in the distance, fire roared and occasional explosions punctuated the night. The cries of men at battle were coming closer. At last Phoebe spoke. I am a sister of the light. I wish to go with my sisters, wherever that takes us. The Creator will still watch over us. Verna smiled, running a tender hand down Phoebe's cheek. Anyone else? She asked, looking among the others gathered. Does anyone else have any objection? If you do, it must be heard now. Don't come to me later and say you didn't have the chance. I give it now. All the sisters shook their heads. Soon they were all voicing their wish to go. Verna twisted the ring on her finger as she looked up at Richard. Do you think you can destroy the palace? The spell? I don't know. Do you remember when you first came for me and Kahlan used that blue lightning? Confessors have an element of subtractive magic from the wizards who created their power. Maybe that will do some harm to the vaults if I can't. Kahlan's fingers touched his back as she whispered, Richard, I don't think I can do that. That magic was invoked for you, to defend you. I can't call it for anything else. We have to try. If nothing else, we can set the prophecies afire. If we start a fire among all those books, they'll all be consumed, and then at least Jagang can't use them against us. A small group of women and half a dozen young men came rushing up to the gate. Friends of Richard, came the urgent whisper. Kevin opened the gate, letting the breathless group in. Verna clutched a woman's arm. Philippa, did you find them all? Yes. The tall woman paused to catch her breath. We have to get out of here. The Emperor's advance guard are in the city. Some are already coming across the south bridges. The blood of the fold are engaging them in pitched battle. Did you see what's going on at the docks? Verna asked. Ulyssia and some of her sisters are down there. Those women are ripping the entire harbor apart. It looks like the underworld unleashed. Philippa put trembling fingers to her lips as she closed her eyes for a moment. They have the men from the Lady Sifa. Her voice faltered. You can't imagine what they're doing to those poor men. Philippa turned, dropped to her knees, and vomited. Two of the other sisters who had returned with her did the same. Dear Creator, Philippa managed between retches, you cannot conceive of it. I will have nightmares the rest of my life. Richard turned to the shouts and cries of battle. Verna, you have to get out of here right now. There's no time to waste. She nodded. You and Kahlan can catch up with us. No. Kahlan and I have to get to Aidendril at once. I don't have time to explain right now, but she and I have the magic required that will allow it. I wish I could take the rest of you, but I can't. Hurry. Head north. There's an army of 100,000 Daharan soldiers heading south looking for Kahlan. You'll have more protection with them, and they with you. Tell General Rybish that she is safe with me. Addie stepped through the others and took Richard's hands. How be Zed? Richard's voice caught in his throat. He closed his eyes against the pain. Addie, I'm sorry, but I haven't seen my grandfather. I fear he may have been killed at the keep. Addie wiped her cheek as she cleared her throat.
"I be sorry, Richard," she whispered in her raspy voice. "Your grandfather be a good man, but he takes too many desperate chances. I have warned him."
Richard hugged the old sorceress as she wept softly against his chest. Kevin came in a rush from the gate, sword in hand. "We either have to go now or we have to fight." "Go," Richard said. "We won't win this war if you die in this battle. We must fight by our rules, not Jagang's. He'll have those with the gift with him, not just soldiers." Verna turned to the gathered sisters, novices, and young wizards. She took the hands of two young girls who looked to be in need of reassurance. "All of you listen. Jagang is a dream walker. The only protection is our bond to Richard. Richard has been born with the gift and with a magic passed down from his ancestors that protects against dream walkers. Leoma tried to break that bond to allow Jagang to enter my mind and take me. Before we go, all of you, bow down and swear fidelity to Richard to be certain we will be protected from our enemy." "If it is your wish to do this," Richard said, "then do it as was set down by Ulrich Rahl, the one who created the bond and its protection. If you wish to do this, then I ask you to give the devotion as it was passed down, as it was meant to be." Richard told them the words, as he had said them himself, and then stood silent, feeling the weight of responsibility, not only to those gathered, but to the thousands in Aidendrill who were depending on him, as the Sisters of the Light and their charges went to their knees, and with one voice rising into the night above the sound of battle, proclaimed their bond. "Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Chapter 51. Richard pressed Kahlan up against the wall in the dank, dark stone corridor as he waited for the knot of crimson-caped soldiers to pass the intersection. As the echo of their boots faded in the distance, Kahlan stretched up on her toes and whispered, "I don't like it down here. Are we going to be able to get out of this place alive?" He pressed a quick kiss to the worry lines on her brow. "Of course we're going to get out of here alive, I promise." He took her hand and ducked under a low beam. "Come on, the vaults are just ahead." The stone of the bleak passageway was streaked with pale yellow stains where water leaked between joints and over the blocks. In places on the ceiling, drops of water hung from stone icicles, the color of egg yolk, to drip occasionally onto ripply stone mounds on the floor. Beyond two torches, the passageway widened, and the ceiling rose up to accommodate the huge round door to the vaults. As they came in sight of the 6-foot-thick stone door, Richard knew something was wrong. Not only could he see an eerie light beyond, but the hairs at the back of his neck were standing on end, and he could feel the whisper of magic against his arms like spiderwebs brushing the hairs. He rubbed at the tickling sensation on his arms as he leaned close. "Do you feel anything odd?" She shook her head. "But there's something funny about the light." Kahlan's step faltered. Richard saw the body at the same time as they approached the round opening into the vaults. Ahead, a woman lay curled up on the floor as if she were asleep, but Richard knew she wasn't sleeping. She was as still as the stone. As they stepped closer, they could see beyond the wall to the right that there were near to a dozen dead blood of the folds scattered about the floor. Richard winced at the sight, and a queasy feeling settled in his stomach. Each man was sliced cleanly in half, armor, cape, and all, at mid-chest. The floor was a lake of blood. His apprehension burgeoned with every slow step toward the round opening in the rock. "Look, I have to go get something first," he said. "You wait here until I get back. It should only take a few minutes." Kahlan tugged him back by his shirt sleeve. "You know the rules." "What rules?" "You're not allowed to get more than 10 feet from me for the rest of your life or I get angry." Richard stared into her green eyes. "I'd rather have you angry than dead." Her brow drew down into a scowl. "You only think that now. I've been waiting too long to be with you to let you go off by yourself now. What's so important that would make you want to go in there? We can try to do something from out here. Throw in torches, set the place ablaze or something. All that paper should burn like tinder grass." "We don't need to go in there," Richard smiled. "Did I ever tell you how much I love you?" She cuffed his arm. "Talk. What are we risking our lives for?" Richard yielded with a sigh. "There's a book of prophecy in the back that's over 3,000 years old. It has prophecies in it about me. It helped me before. If we're successful at destroying all these books, I'd like to at least take that one with us. It may be a help again. What's it say about you? It calls me Fuer Grisa Austrauka. What does that mean? Richard turned back to the vault. The bringer of death. She was silent a moment. So how do we get back there? Richard surveyed the dead soldiers. Well, for sure we don't walk. He held his hand up to his chest. Something cut them down at about this high. Whatever we do, we don't stand up. At about that height, a wafer-thin haze, like a stratified layer of smoke, hung in the air in the vault room. It seemed to be glowing as if lit from something, but Richard couldn't tell what. On their hands and knees, they crawled into the vault and under the strange blush of light. They stayed near the wall until they reached the bookshelves, so they wouldn't have to crawl through the pools of blood. Once beneath the glowing haze, it seemed even more peculiar. It didn't seem to be like any fog or smoke Richard had ever seen before. It seemed to be made of light. A grating sound caused them to pause, motionless. Richard looked back over his shoulder and saw the 6-foot-thick stone door swinging closed. He judged that no matter how fast they moved, they wouldn't be able to make it back before the door closed shut. Kahlan turned from the door. Are we locked in here? How are we going to get out? Is there another way out? It's the only way out, but I can open it, Richard said. The door works in conjunction with the shield. If I put my hand to the metal plate on the wall, it'll open. Her green eyes studied his face. Richard, are you sure? Pretty sure. It always worked in the past. Richard, after all we've been through, now that we're together, I want both of us to get out of here alive. We will. We have to. There are people who need our help. In Aidendrill? He nodded, trying to find the words for what he had been wanting to say to her, words to fill the space he feared was between them, the space he feared he had put there. Kahlan, I didn't do what I did there because I wanted something for myself, I swear. I want you to know that. I know how much I've hurt you, but it was the only thing I could think to do before it was too late. I only did it because I truly believe that it's our only chance to keep the Midlands from falling to the Imperial Order. I know that the goal of the Confessors is to protect people, not to simply hold dominion. I trusted that you would see that I was acting on those goals, if not your wishes. I wanted to protect people, not rule them, but I've been heartsick over what I've done to you. Dead silence stretched in the stone room for a long moment. Richard, when I first read your letter, I was crushed. A sacred trust was placed in my hands, and I didn't want to be known as the Mother Confessor who lost the Midlands. On the way here, with that collar around my neck, I've had a lot of time to think. The sisters did something noble tonight. They've sacrificed a 3,000-year legacy for a higher purpose, to help people. I may not be happy about what you did, and you still have some explaining to do, but I'll listen with love in my heart, not just for you, but for the people of the Midlands who need us. Over the weeks as we traveled here, I thought about how we must live in the future and not the past. I want the future to be a place where we can live in peace and safety. That's more important than anything else. I know you, and I know that you wouldn't do as you did for selfish reasons. Richard brushed the backs of his fingers down her cheek. I'm proud of you, Mother Confessor. She kissed his fingers. Later, when people aren't trying to kill us and we have the time, I'll fold my arms and frown and tap my foot like the Mother Confessor is supposed to, while you stutter and stammer and try to explain the sense of what you did. But for now, could we just get out of this place? His worry eased, Richard smiled and started off again, crawling past the rows of bookcases. The thin layer of glowing haze over their heads seemed to stretch across the entire room. Richard wished he knew what it was. Kahlan hurried closer to his side. Richard checked for trouble down each row they passed, guiding them around the inexplicable feel of danger whenever he encountered it. He didn't know if the sense of danger was a true perception or not, but he dared not ignore the feelings. He was learning to trust in his instincts and be less concerned with proof. When they entered the small alcove in the back, he scanned the books on the shelf and saw the one he wanted. The problem was that it was above the level of the haze. He knew better than to try to reach through it. He didn't know exactly what the glow of light was, but he knew it was magic of some sort, and he had seen what it had done to the soldiers. With Kahlan's help, they rocked the bookcase until it fell over. When it toppled against the table, the books pitched out, but the one he wanted landed on the table. The layer of glowing haze hovered mere inches above the book. Richard carefully eased his hand along the tabletop, feeling the tingling sensation of the magic floating just above his arm. At last, he caught the book with his fingers and drew it off the edge. Richard, something's wrong. He picked up the book and thumbed through it quickly to confirm that it was the right one. Though he could read the High Daharan words now, and he recognized some of them, he didn't have time to address what the book said. What's wrong? Look at the fog over us. When we came in, it was chest high. It must have been what cut down those men. Look at it now. Without his noticing, it had descended to just above the table. He tucked the book under his belt. Follow me, and hurry. Richard scrambled out of the room with Kahlan right at his heels. He didn't know what would happen if the glowing magic reached them, but he didn't have much trouble imagining. Kahlan cried out. Richard turned and saw her sprawled flat on the floor. What is it? She tried to drag herself ahead by her elbows, but went nowhere. Something has me by my ankle. Richard clambered back to her and grabbed her wrist. It let go as soon as you touched me. It let go. Grab hold of my ankle and let's get out of here. She gasped. Richard, look. The glow over their heads had lowered when he touched her, as if the magic had felt the touch, felt its prey, and was lowering in pursuit. It barely gave them room to crawl. Richard, with Kahlan holding his ankle, raced for the door. Before they reached the door, the line of light overhead lowered until Richard could feel its heat against his back. Get down! She flattened to her stomach when he ordered it, and they squirmed forward on their bellies. When they had last reached the door, Richard flopped over on his back. The haze hovered inches above them. Kahlan grabbed a hold of his shirt and pulled herself close. Richard, what are we going to do? Richard stared up at the metal plate. It was above the glowing layer that extended from wall to wall. He could no longer get to the plate without reaching through the menacing light over them. We have to get out of here or that thing is going to kill us, just like it killed those men. I have to stand. Are you crazy? You can't do that. I have the Mriswith cape. Maybe if I use that, the light won't find me. Kahlan threw an arm over his chest. No! I'm dead anyway if I don't try. Richard, no! Do you have a better idea? We're running out of time. She growled in anger and extended her arm toward the door. Blue lightning exploded from her fist. The door sizzled with streaks of blue light racing around the perimeter of the door. The thin layer of hazy light recoiled back as if alive, and the touch of her magic was painful. The door, however, didn't move. As the light retreated, bunching in the center of the room, Richard sprang up and slapped a hand to the plate. The door groaned and began to move. The crackling blue flashes from Kahlan died out as the door inched opened. The glow began to flatten and spread once more. Richard snatched Kahlan's hand. He stood and squeezed through the opening, pulling her with him. They fell to the ground once outside, panting and holding on to one another. It worked, she said, catching her breath from the fright. I knew you were in danger, so my magic worked. As the door opened the rest of the way, the slick of light seeped into the corridor toward them. We have to get out of here, he said, as they came to their feet. They trotted backward, keeping an eye on the creeping fog that pursued them. They both grunted when they smacked into an invisible barrier. Richard groped along its surface, but could find no opening. He turned back to see the light almost upon them. With a rage of need, without thought, Richard threw his hands out. Ropes of black lightning, undulating voids in the existence of light and life, like eternal death itself, blasted outward, twisting and curling away from his outstretched hands. The crack of lightning as the subtractive magic ripped into the world was deafening. Kahlan winced. She covered her ears and shrank from the sight. In the center of the vaults, the hazy glow seemed to ignite. He felt a powerful, low-pitched thump in his chest and the stone beneath his feet. The bookshelves were blown back, flinging a blizzard of papers into the air to flame briefly, like thousands of sparks from a bonfire. The light howled as if alive. He could feel the black lightning exploding from within himself, power and fury beyond his comprehension burning through him and twisting into the vault. Kahlan tugged on his arms. Richard! Richard, we have to run! Richard, listen to me! Run! Kahlan's voice sounded as if it came to him from a great distance. The black ropes of subtractive magic abruptly ceased. The world returned, rushing into the void of his awareness, and he felt alive again. Alive and aghast. The invisible barrier blocking their escape was gone. Richard snatched Kahlan's hand and ran. Behind, the core of light tumbled and wailed, brightening all the time as the sound rose in pitch. Dear spirits, he thought, what have I done? They ran through the stone corridors, upstairs, and through halls that became more elaborate at each level, paneled and carpeted, with lamps lighting their way instead of torches. Ahead of them, their shadows stretched out, but it wasn't from the lamps. It was from the living light behind. They burst through a door, out into a night alive with battle. Men wearing crimson capes fought bare-armed men Richard had never seen before. Some wore beards, and many a head was shaved smooth, but each had a ring through his left nostril. In their strange leather belts and straps, some studded with spikes and layers of hide and fur, they looked to be wild, savage men, an impression aided by the way they fought. Gruesome smiles bared gritted teeth as they swung swords, axes, and flails, slogging into their opponents, sweeping aside strikes and pushing ahead, with round bucklers set with long center spikes. Though he had never seen the men before, Richard knew they had to be the Imperial Order. Richard didn't slow, but wove his way through openings in the battle, pulling Kahlan behind as he raced for a bridge. When one of the Imperial Order soldiers lunged at him, driving a boot toward him to stop him, Richard sidestepped, hooked his arm under the man's leg, and flipped him aside, hardly slackening his headlong rush. When one of the Order's soldiers came at him, Richard drove an elbow into the man's face, knocking him aside. In the center of the East Bridge, which led into the countryside where lay the Jagang woods, a half-dozen men of the blood grappled with a like number of the Order. When a sword swung at him, Richard ducked under it, shouldering the man over the edge into the river before dashing on through the opening it created. Behind, over the sounds of battle, the clash of steel and the cries of men, he could hear the wail of the light. He ran, his legs pumping seemingly of their own volition to escape. What they fled from was something worse than swords or knives. Kahlan needed no help in keeping up. She was right beside him. Once they were on the other side of the river and not far into the city, the night vanished in a harsh glare that cast sudden inky shadows, pointing away from the palace. The two of them ducked behind the plastered wall of a closed-up shop and, squatting down, gasped to catch their breath. Richard peeked around the side of the building and saw dazzling light blazing from all the windows in the palace, even those in the high towers. Light seemed to be oozing through the joints in the stone. "Can you run some more?" he asked as he panted. "I didn't want to stop," she said. Richard knew the city well between the palace and the countryside. He led Kahlan through the confused, frightened, ululating mass of people, up streets tight with buildings and those wide with trees, until they reached the outskirts of Tanamura. Halfway up the hill out of the valley where the city lay, he felt a hard thud in the ground that nearly took his feet out from under him. Without looking back, Richard swept an arm around Kahlan and dove with her into a low cut in the granite. Sweaty and exhausted, they clung together as the ground shook. They stuck their heads up just in time to see the light ripping apart the massive towers and stone walls of the Palace of the Prophets as if they were paper before a hurricane. The whole of Hallsband Island seemed to rend. Parts of trees and huge chunks of lawns lifted into the air along with stone of every size. A blinding flash drove a dome of dark debris before it. The river was stripped of water and bridges. The curtain of light expanded outward with a clacking roar. The city beyond the island somehow stood up against the fury. Overhead, the sky lit as if a celestial vault were flaring in sympathy with the bedazzling core below. The skirts of the shimmering bell of light overhead cascaded to the ground miles away from the city. Richard remembered that boundary. It was the outer shield that kept him here when he wore a Radahan. "Bringer of death, indeed," Kahlan whispered as she watched, awestruck. "I didn't know you could do such a thing." "Neither did I," Richard said under his breath. A blast of air tore at the grass as it roared headlong up the hill. They ducked down as a roiling wall of sand and dirt raced past. They cautiously sat up when all went still. Night had returned, and in the sudden darkness Richard couldn't see much below, but he knew the Palace of the Prophets was gone. "You did it, Richard," Kahlan said at last. "We did it," he answered, as he stared down at the dead, dark hole in the center of the city lights. "I'm glad you brought that book. I want to know what else it says about you." A smile began to spread on her lips. "I guess Jagang won't be living there." "I guess not. Are you all right?" "Fine," she said, "but I'm glad it's over." "I'm afraid it's only just begun. Come on, the sliff will get us back to Aidendril. You still haven't told me what this sliff is.
I don't think you would believe me. You'll have to see it for yourself.
Quite impressive, Wizard Zorander, Anne said, turning away.
Zed gave a dismissive grunt.
Not my doing.
Anne wiped the tears from her cheeks, glad for the darkness so he couldn't see them, but she had to work to keep her voice from betraying her emotion.
You may not have thrown on the torch, but you did the work of stacking the pyre. Quite impressive. I've seen a light web tear apart a room, but this... He laid a gentle hand on her shoulder.
I'm sorry, Anne.
Yes, well, what must be, must be.
Zed squeezed her shoulder as if to say he understood.
I wonder who threw the torch.
The Sisters of the Dark can use subtractive magic. One of them must have accidentally ignited the web.
Zed peered over at her in the dark.
Accidentally?
He took his hand back as he voiced only a dubious snort.
That had to have been it, she said as she sighed.
A little bit more than an accident, I would say.
She detected a hint of pride in his wistful whisper.
Like what?
He ignored her question.
We'd better find Nathan.
Yes, Anne said, suddenly remembering the prophet. She squeezed Holly's hand.
This is where we left him. He has to be around here somewhere.
Anne stared off toward the moonlit hills in the distance. She could see a group of people moving up the north road, a coach and a band of people mostly on horseback. There were too many not to be able to sense them. It was her Sisters of the Light. Thank the Creator they had gotten away after all.
I thought you could find him by that infernal collar.
Anne began casting about in the brush.
I can, and it tells me he should be right here somewhere. Perhaps the blast injured him. Since the spell was destroyed, he had to have been here doing his part with the outer shield, so maybe he was hurt. Help me look. Holly searched too, but stayed close. Zed wandered off toward an open, flat place. Guided by the way the branches and brush were bent and broken, he was looking near the center of the node where the power would have been concentrated. As she stooped to look among the low places in the rocks, Zed called out to her. Anne took Holly's hand and hurried to the old wizard. What is it? He pointed. Standing up, so they wouldn't miss it, stuck in a crack in a round hump of granite, was something round. Anne wiggled it free. She stared incredulously. It's Nathan's Radahan. Holly gasped. Oh, Anne, maybe he was killed. Maybe Nathan was killed by the magic.
Anne turned it around. It was locked closed. No, Holly. She stroked a comforting hand down the child's hair. He wasn't killed, or there would be some trace of him. But, dear Creator, what does this mean?
What does it mean? Zed chuckled. It means he got free. He stuck it in that rock so you would be sure to see it, as if to thumb his nose at you. Nathan wanted us to know he got the collar off on his own. He must have linked the power of the node to it or something. Zed sighed. Well, he's gone. Now get mine off.
Anne's hand holding the Radahan lowered as she looked out into the night. We have to find him.
Take my collar off as you promised, and then you can gad off after him. Without me, I might add.
Anne felt her anger heating.
You are coming with me.
With you? Bags, I'm doing no such thing.
You're coming.
You intend to break your word?
No, I intend to keep it, just as soon as we find that troublesome prophet. You have no idea of the complications that man can cause.
What do you need me for?
She shook her finger at him.
You're coming with me whether you like it or not, and that's all there is to it. When we find him, then I take that collar off, not before. He shook his fists in a sputtering fit, while Anne strode off to collect the horses. Her gaze wandered to the moonlit hill in the distance, to the band of sisters heading north. When Anne reached the horses, she squatted down before Holly. Holly, as your first assignment, as a novice to be a Sister of the Light, I have a very important, urgent duty for you. Holly nodded seriously. What is it, Anne? It's critical that Zed and I go find Nathan. I hope it won't be long, but we must hurry before he gets away.
Before he gets away? Zed howled behind her. He's had hours. He's got a huge lead. There's no telling where that man went. He's already gotten away.
Anne glanced back over her shoulder.
We have to find him. She turned back to Holly. We need to hurry, and I don't have time to go catch up with the Sisters of the Light over on that hill there. I need you to go to them and tell Sister Verna everything you know about what's happened.
What should I tell her?
Whatever you know about what you've seen and heard while you've been with us. Tell her the truth, and don't make anything up. It's important that she know what's going on. Tell her that Zed and I are going after Nathan, and that when we can, we will join up with them. But our first priority is finding the Prophet. Tell her to head north, as they're doing, to escape the Order. I can do that. It's not far, and the road right over here will take you to the road they will be riding up, so you won't miss them. Your horse knows and likes you, so she'll take good care of you. You'll be there in just an hour or two, and then you'll have all the sisters to keep you safe and love you. Sister Verna will know what to do. I'll miss you until you catch up with us, Holly said, her voice choked with tears. Anne hugged the little girl. Oh, child, I'll miss you so much, too. I wish I could take you with us. You've been such a help. But we must hurry if we're to catch Nathan. The sisters, especially Prelate Verna, need to know what's happened. It's important. That's why I must send you. Holly bravely snuffled back the tears. I understand. You can count on me, Prelate. Anne helped the girl up into the saddle and kissed her hand as she put the reins in them. Anne watched and waved farewell as Holly trotted off toward the Sisters of the Light. She turned to the fuming wizard. We'd best be going if we're to catch Nathan. She patted his bony shoulder. It won't be long. Just as soon as we catch him, I'll have that collar off your neck, I promise. Chapter 52. The Hagen woods were as dark and uninviting as ever, but Richard was sure that the Mryswith were gone. In their journey through the gloomy world, he hadn't sensed even one of them. The place, though forbidding, was deserted. The Mryswith had all left for Adendril. He shuddered to think what that meant. Kahlan sighed nervously, twining her fingers together as she stared at the Slith's pleasant, smiling, quicksilver face. Richard, before we do this, just in case something goes wrong, I want to tell you that I know about what happened when you were a captive here, and I don't hold it against you. You thought I didn't love you, and you were alone, I understand. Richard leaned closer as he frowned. What are you talking about? What things I did? She cleared her throat. Marissa. She told me all about it. Marissa? Yes, I understand, and I don't blame you. You thought you would never see me again. Richard blinked in astonishment. Marissa is a sister of the dark. She wants to kill me. But she told me how when you were here before, she was your teacher. She said that... Well, I met her, and she's beautiful. You were lonely, and I don't blame you. Richard took her by the shoulders and forced her to turn away from staring at the Slith. Kahlan, I don't know what Marissa told you, but I'm telling you the truth. Since the day I met you, I've loved no one but you. No one. Yes, when you made me put on the collar and I thought I would never see you again, I was lonely, but I never betrayed your love, even when I thought I had lost it. Even though I thought you didn't want me, I never... with Marissa or anyone else. Really? Really. She smiled her special smile, the one she gave no one but him. Addie tried to tell me the same thing. I was afraid I would die before I could see you again, and wanted you to know that I love you, no matter what. Part of me is afraid of doing this. I'm afraid I'll drown in there. The Slith felt you, and she says you can travel. You have an element of subtractive magic, too. Only those with both magics can travel. It'll work, you'll see. He smiled encouragement. It's nothing to be afraid of, I promise. It's unlike anything you've ever felt before. It's wondrous. All right now? She nodded. All right. She threw her arms around him and hugged him so hard she pressed the wind out of him. But if I drown, I just want you to know how much I love you. Richard helped her up onto the stone wall around the Slith and then glanced around at the dark woods beyond the ruins. He didn't know if there really were eyes watching or if it was simply his apprehension. He didn't sense a Mryswith, though, and if one were watching him, he would. He decided that it must just be his past experiences in Hagen Woods that made him apprehensive. We're ready, Slith. Do you know how long it will take? I am long enough, came the echoing reply. Richard sighed and tightened his grip on Kahlan's hand. Do as we've told you. She nodded, gasping her last breaths. I'll be with you. Don't be afraid. The liquid silver arm lifted them, and the night went truly black. Richard gripped Kahlan's hand tightly as they plunged downward, knowing how hard it had been for him to breathe in the Slith the first time. When she returned the squeeze, they were already in the weightless void. The familiar sensation of rushing and drifting at the same time returned, and Richard knew they were on their way to Adendril. As before, there was no heat, no cold, no sense of being soaked in the quicksilver wet of the sliff. His eyes beheld light and dark together in a single spectral vision, while his lungs swelled with the sweet presence of the sliff as he inhaled her silken essence. Richard was joyous, knowing that Kahlan could feel the same rapture he felt. He could sense it through the slow pressure on his hand. They let go to take strokes through the still rush. Richard swam on through the darkness and light. He felt Kahlan grip his ankle to be towed along after him. Time meant nothing. It could have been a glimmer of a moment, or the slow passing of a year as he soared ahead with Kahlan holding on to his ankle. As before, abruptly it ended. Sights of the room in the keep exploded about him, but he knew what to expect, and this time there was no terror. "Breathe," the sliff said. He let out the sweet breath, emptying his lungs of the rapture, and pulled in a breath of the alien air. He felt Kahlan come up behind him, and in the silence of Kolo's room, he heard her expel the sliff and inhale the air. Richard bobbed up, the sliff sloughing off him as he boosted himself up onto the wall and over. Once his feet hit the floor, he turned and bent to help Kahlan out. Marissa smiled at him. Richard went rigid. At last his mind worked. "Where's Kahlan? You're bonded to me. You gave an oath." "Kahlan?" came the melodious voice. "She's right here." Marissa reached down into the quicksilver. "But you won't be needing her anymore. And I'm keeping my oath, an oath to myself." She lifted Kahlan's limp form by the back of her collar. With the aid of her power, Marissa heaved Kahlan out of the sliff's well. Kahlan hit the wall and slumped, unbreathing, to the floor. Before Richard could rush to her, Marissa rapped the blades of a yabri against the stone. The sweet song gripped him, making his legs go weak and impotent as he stared spellbound at Marissa's smiling face. "The yabri sings for you, Richard. Its song calls you." She drifted closer, bringing the humming yabri closer. She held it up, turning the resplendent object of his hunger, displaying it, tantalizing him with it. Richard wet his lips as his bones resonated with the purring hum of the yabri. The vibrant sound transfixed him. She floated closer, finally offering it to him. His fingers at last touched it, and the song coursed through every fiber of his body, charmed every corner of his soul. Marissa smiled as his fingers curled around the crossbar. He shuddered with the enchantment of having it in his grasp. His fingers tightened in painful pleasure. She brought another yabri out from under the silvery pool. "That's only the half of it, Richard. You need both." She laughed, a pleasant lilting sound, as she tapped the second yabri against the stone. The song nearly blinded him with its longing for his touch. He struggled to keep his knees from buckling. He had to get to the second yabri. He leaned over the wall, stretching for it. Marissa's grin mocked him, but he didn't care. He only needed to have the twin to his yabri in his other hand. "Breathe," the sliff said. Distracted, Richard glanced over. The sliff was looking at the woman slumped on the floor against the wall. He was about to speak when Marissa tapped the second yabri against the stone again. His legs went boneless. He held his left arm with the yabri in his fist over the wall to hold himself up. "Breathe," the sliff said again. Through the enchanting, purring song singing through his bones, Richard struggled to make sense of who it was against the wall that the sliff was speaking to. It seemed important, but he couldn't reason why. Who was it? Marissa's laugh echoed around the room as she tapped the yabri again. Richard let out a helpless cry, both of ecstasy and longing. "Breathe," the sliff said again, more insistent. Through the numbing song of the yabri, it came to him. His inner need surged up, sluicing through the benumbing melody that encased him. Kahlan. He looked at her. She wasn't breathing. An inner voice cried out for help. When the yabri sang again, his neck muscles went flaccid. His swirling gaze focused on something in the stone under him. Exigency stirred his muscles. His hand extended. His fingers touched it. His grip enveloped it. And a new need coursed through his bones. A need he knew well. With an explosion of fury, Richard yanked the sword of truth from the stone floor, and the room rang with a new song. Marissa fixed him with a murderous glare as she again rapped the aubrey against the stone. "You will die, Richard Rahl. I have sworn to bathe in your blood, and I will." With the last of his strength, powered by the sword's wrath, Richard heaved himself against the top of the stone wall and stretched down, plunging the blade into the quicksilver of the sliff. Marissa shrieked. Silver veins fluxed through her flesh. Her screams echoed around the stone room as her arms reached up in a frantic effort to escape the sliff, but it was too late. The metamorphosis coursed through her, and she waxed as glossy as the sliff, like a silver statue in a silver-reflecting pool. The hard edges of her face softened, and what had been Marissa dissolved into the lapping waves of quicksilver. "Breathe," the sliff said to Kahlan. Richard threw the aubrey aside as he dashed across the room. He scooped Kahlan up in his arms and carried her to the well. He draped her over the wall, wrapped his arms around her abdomen, and squeezed. "Breathe! Kahlan, breathe!" he compressed again. "Do it for me! Breathe! Please, Kahlan, breathe!" Her lungs expelled the quicksilver, and she gasped a sudden desperate breath, and then another. At last she turned in his arms and fell against him. "Oh, Richard, you were right. It was so wonderful I forgot to breathe. You saved me." "But he killed the other," the sliff observed. "I warned him about the object of magic he carries. It is not my fault." Kahlan blinked at the silver face. "What are you talking about?" "The one that is part of me now." "Marissa," Richard explained. "It's not your fault, Sliff. I had to do it, or she would have killed both of us." "Then I am discharged of responsibility. Thank you, Master." Kahlan spun back to him, glancing down at the sword. "What happened? What do you mean, Marissa?" Richard untied the thong at his throat, reached over his shoulder, and pulled the mrisswith cape off his back. "She followed us through the sliff. She tried to kill you and to... Well, she wanted to take a bath with me." "What?" "No," the sliff corrected. "She said she wanted to bathe in your blood." Kahlan's mouth dropped open. "But what happened?" "She is with me now," the sliff said. "For all time." "That means she's dead," Richard said. "I'll explain when we have more time." He turned to the sliff. "Thank you for your help, Sliff, but I need you to sleep now." "Of course, Master. I will sleep until I am needed again." The shiny silver face softened and melted back into the pool of quicksilver. Richard, without conscious direction, crossed his wrists. The lustrous pool took on a glow. The sliff stilled and began sinking into the well, slowly at first and then with gathering speed, until she was gone. Kahlan stared up at him when he straightened. "I think there are a lot of things you are going to need to explain to me." "When we have time, I promise." "Where are we, anyway?" "In the lower parts of the keep, at the base of one of the towers." "Lower parts of the keep?" Richard nodded. "Down under the library." "Under the library? No one can go below the library level. There are shields that have kept every wizard from the lower keep for as long as anyone knows." "Well, that's where we are, and that, too, we'll have to talk about later. We have to get down to the city." They stepped out of Kolo's room, and immediately they both flattened themselves against the wall. The red mrisswith queen was in the pool beyond the railing. She spread her wings protectively over a clutch of hundreds of eggs the size of large melons as she trumpeted a warning that echoed around the inside of the huge tower. From what little light that came in from the openings overhead, Richard could see that it was late afternoon. It had taken less than a day, at least he hoped just one day, to reach Adendril. In the light, he could also see the vast extent of the clutch of splotchy gray and green eggs atop the rock. "It's the mrisswith queen," Richard hastily explained, as he climbed the railing. "I have to destroy those eggs." Kahlan shouted his name, trying to call him back as he vaulted the railing into the dark, slimy water. Richard held out his sword as he waded through the waist-deep water toward the slick rocks in the center. The queen rose up on her claws, venting a clacking bellow. Her head snaked close to him, her jaws snapping. In that moment, Richard swung the sword. The grotesque head recoiled. She huffed a cloud of acrid aroma at him that carried a clear message of warning. Relentlessly, Richard slogged ahead. Her jaws gaped, revealing long, sharp teeth. Richard couldn't let the mrisswith have Adendril. And if he didn't destroy these eggs, Then there would be even more Miswith to deal with. "Richard, I tried to use the blue lightning, but it won't work down here. Come back!" The hissing queen snapped at him. Richard stabbed at the head when it came close, but she kept just out of reach and roared in anger. Richard was able to keep the head at bay while he groped for a handhold. He found a crag to grasp and scrambled up onto the dark, slimy rocks. He swung the sword, and when the menacing jaws pulled back, he hacked at the eggs. Stinking yolk oozed across the dark stone as he broke the thick, leathery shells. The queen went wild. Her wings flapped, lifting her clear of the rock and out of the reach of Richard's sword. Her tail lashed around, snapping like a huge whip. When the tail came close, Richard swung the sword to keep her at bay. He was more interested in destroying the eggs at the moment. Her teeth snapped as she lunged at him. Richard thrust the sword, piercing her neck with a glancing strike, enough that the queen reeled back in pain and fury. Her frantically flapping wings knocked him sprawling against the rock. Richard rolled to the side to avoid the slashing claws. Her tail thrashed at him again, and her jaws snapped. Richard was forced to forget the eggs for the moment and defend himself. If he could kill her, it would simplify the task. The queen squealed in anger. A moment later, Richard heard a crunching sound. He turned toward the noise and saw Kahlan smashing eggs with a board that had been part of the door to Kolo's room. He scrambled across the slippery rock to put himself between Kahlan and the enraged queen. He slashed at the head when it tried to bite them, at the tail when it tried to sweep him from the rock, and at the claws when they tried to rip him apart. "You just keep it away," Kahlan said as she swung the board, smashing eggs and wading into the gooey yellow muck. "And I'll take care of these." Richard didn't want Kahlan in danger, but he knew she was defending her city too, and he couldn't ask her to go hide. Besides, he needed her help. He had to get down to the city. "Just hurry," he said, between dodging and attacking. The huge red bulk flung itself at him, trying to crush him against the rock. Richard dove to the side, but the queen still came down on his leg. He cried out in pain and slashed with the sword as the beast gnashed at him. The board suddenly whacked down on top of the fleshy slits atop the queen's head. She staggered back in howling pain, her wings flapping wildly and her claws raking the air. Kahlan hooked an arm through his and helped pull him away as the red body lifted. They both tumbled back into the stagnant water. "I got them all," Kahlan said. "Let's get out of here." "I have to get her, or she'll just lay more." But the Miswith queen, seeing all her eggs destroyed, switched from attack to escape. Her wings beat madly, lifting her into the air. She lunged at the wall, fastened her claws to the stone, and began to climb toward a large opening high up on the tower. Richard and Kahlan pulled themselves out of the reeking pool and onto the walkway. Richard started for the stairs that wound their way up around the inside of the tower, but when he put weight on his leg, he crashed to the floor. Kahlan helped him stand. "You can't get to her now. We destroyed all the eggs. We'll just have to worry about her later. Is your leg broken?" Richard leaned against the railing, rubbing the painful bruise as he watched the queen climb out of the opening high up in the tower. "No. She just mashed it against the rock. We have to get down to the city." "But you can't walk." "I'll be all right. The pain is easing up. Let's go." Richard took one of the glowing spheres to light the way, and with Kahlan giving him support, they started out of the belly of the keep. She had never been in the rooms and halls he took her through. He had to hold her in his arms to help her get through the shields, and constantly caution her what she mustn't touch and where she must not step. She repeatedly questioned his warnings, but followed his insistent orders, muttering to herself that she had never known these peculiar places existed in the keep. By the time they had wound their way up through the rooms and halls to the top, his leg, though it still hurt, was working better. He could walk, if with a limp. "At last I know where we are," Kahlan said, when they came up to the long hall before the libraries. "I was worried we would never get out from down there." Richard headed toward the corridors he knew to be the way out. Kahlan protested that he couldn't go that way, but he insisted that that was the way he always went, and she reluctantly followed. He held her to get her through the shield into the great hall at the entrance, and they were both glad for the excuse. "How much farther?" she asked, as she looked around the near barren room. "Right here. This is the door out." When they went through the door to the outside, Kahlan turned around twice in astonishment. She snatched his shirt and gestured to the door. "There? You went in there? That's the way you went into the keep?" Richard nodded. "That's where the stone path led." She pointed angrily above the door. "Look what it says, and you went in there?"
Richard glanced up at the words carved in the stone lintel above the huge door. I don't know what those words mean. Tavol de ator mortado, she said, reading the words aloud. It means path of the dead. Richard glanced briefly at the other doors beyond the expanse of stone chips and gravel. He remembered the thing that had come for them under the gravel. Well, it seemed the biggest door, and the path led right to it, so I thought that was the way to go in. Kind of makes sense when you think about it. I am named the Bringer of Death. Kahlan rubbed her arms in dismay. We were frightened you would come up into the keep. We were scared to death you would go in there and be killed. Dear spirits, I can't believe you weren't. Not even the wizards would go in this entrance. That shield just inside wouldn't allow me to pass without your help. That alone means it's perilous beyond. I can pass all the shields except those protecting the most dangerous places. Richard heard a crunching of rock and saw movement in the gravel. He pulled Kahlan back onto the center of a stepping stone as the thing took a snaking course toward them. What's the matter? She asked. Richard pointed. Something's coming. Kahlan cast him a frown over her shoulder and walked out onto the gravel. You're not afraid of this, are you? She squatted and burrowed her hand into the gravel as the thing beneath came to her. She wiggled her hand around as if scratching a pet. What are you doing? Kahlan grappled playfully with the thing under the gravel. It's just a stone hound. Wizard Giller conjured him up to frighten away a woman who was pestering him all the time. She was afraid to cross the gravel, and of course no one in their right mind would dare to go into the path of the dead. Kahlan stood. You mean... Don't tell me you were afraid of the stone hound. Well, no, not exactly, but... Kahlan put her fists on her hips. You went into the path of the dead and threw those shields because you were afraid of a stone hound? That's why you didn't go to the other doors? Kahlan, I didn't know what the thing under the gravel was. I'd never seen anything like it before. He scratched his elbow. All right, so I was afraid of it. I was trying to be cautious. And I couldn't read the words, so I didn't know that this door was dangerous. She shot a stymied look skyward. Richard, you could have... I didn't get killed in the keep. I found the sliff, and I got to you. Now, come on. We need to get down to the city. She put her arm around his waist. You're right, I guess. I'm just edgy from... She lifted a hand toward the door. From all that happened in there. That Mryswith Queen frightened me. I'm just thankful that you made it. Arm in arm, they hurried through the towering arched opening through the outer wall. As they rushed under the huge portcullis, a powerful red tail whipped around from beyond the corner, felling them both. Before Richard could get his wind back, wings were beating overhead. Claws ripped at him. He felt searing pain in his left shoulder as a claw hooked him. Kahlan was sent tumbling across the ground by the thrashing tail. While he was being hauled closer to the gaping jaws by the claw embedded in his shoulder, he yanked his sword free. The rage inundated him instantly. He slashed through a wing. The queen recoiled, yanking the claw free from his shoulder. The wrath of the magic helped him ignore the pain as he sprang to his feet. He stabbed with the sword as the beast lunged at him, snapping her jaws. She seemed all wings, teeth, claws, and tail, plunging at him as he scurried backward. Richard stabbed an arm, and the queen drew back in pain. Her tail lashed around, catching him across the middle, throwing him up against the wall. He hacked wildly at the tail, taking off the tip. The red Mryswith Queen reared back on her hind feet under the spiked portcullis. Richard dove for the catch lever and caught it with all his weight. With a squealing clatter, the gate plunged toward the raving beast. The queen twisted as the gate crashed down, just missing her back, but catching a wing, pinning it to the ground. She howled even louder. Richard started in cold fright when he saw that Kahlan was on the ground on the other side of the gate. The queen saw her too, and with a mighty effort, ripped her wing out from under the gate, tearing it into long, ragged shreds. Kahlan, run! Groggy, she tried to crawl away, but the beast pounced. It snatched her by a leg, holding her fast. The queen turned and spewed a fetid odor at him. Richard had no trouble understanding the meaning. Revenge. With mad effort, he pulled at the wheel that lifted the gate. It rose inches at a time. The queen was wriggling down the road, dragging Kahlan by her leg. Richard released the wheel, and driven by the fury of the magic, spun the sword at the flat bars of the portcullis. Sparks and hot shards of steel smoked through the air. Screaming in rage, he swung the sword again at the iron, ripping another gash through the bars. A third swing, and a piece was cut free. He kicked it over and plunged through the opening.
Richard charged down the road toward the retreating red beast. Kahlan clawed at the ground in a desperate attempt to get away. When it reached the bridge, the queen hopped up on the wall at the edge, snarling at him as he came at full speed. The queen flapped its shredded wings, as if it didn't realize it couldn't fly. Still running, Richard screamed out as it turned, spreading its wings in readiness to leap off the bridge with its prize.
Page 444. The tails swept across the road as Richard raced onto the bridge. He lopped off a 6-foot section. The queen spun, holding Kahlan upside down by her leg like a stick doll. Richard, beyond reason, swung the sword in a blind rage as she snapped at him. Sprayed by the beast's blood, he slashed off the front half of a wing, the bones splintering to white shards under his blade. She lashed her truncated tail at him as she flapped her other mangled wing. Kahlan screamed as she stretched toward Richard, her fingers spread just out of reach. He drove the sword into the red belly. A red claw pulled Kahlan away as he tried to snatch her hand. Richard sheared the other wing off at the shoulder. Blood sprayed the air as the raging beast twisted this way and that, trying to get at him. It kept her from her hunger to rip Kahlan apart. Richard took off another section of tail when it came close enough. As the reeking blood sprayed everywhere, the queen's reactions became sluggish, allowing Richard to inflict still more wounds. Richard lunged and seized Kahlan's wrist, and she his, as he drove the sword hilt deep up into the underside of the heaving red chest. It was a mistake. The mortally wounded Mriswith queen had a death grip on Kahlan's leg. The red beast teetered, and with a nightmarishly slow twist tumbled off the bridge over the yawning abyss. Kahlan shrieked. Richard tightened his hold on her with all his strength. The pull on his arm as the queen fell slammed his stomach against the wall above the dizzying drop. Richard swung the sword over the edge and with one powerful stroke sheared the arm that held Kahlan's leg. The red beast spiraled down between the sheer walls that dropped for thousands of feet, to disappear in the distance far below. Kahlan hung by his hand over the same drop. Blood was running down his arm and over their hands. He could see her wrist slipping through his grip. His thighs were the only thing keeping him from going over the wall. With a mighty effort, he lifted her a couple of feet. "Grab the wall with your other hand. I can't hold you. You're slipping." Kahlan slapped her free hand onto the top of the stone wall, taking some of the weight. He tossed the sword to the road behind and got his other hand under her arm. Richard gritted his teeth and with her help pulled her up over the wall and onto the road. "Get it off!" she cried. "Get it off!" Richard pried the claws open and extracted her leg. He tossed the red arm over the edge. Kahlan fell into his arms, panting in exhaustion, too weary to speak. Through the throb of pain, Richard felt the heady warmth of relief. "Why didn't you use your power? The lightning." "It wouldn't work down inside the keep, and out here that thing knocked me senseless. Why didn't you use yours? Some of that fearful black lightning like back at the Palace of the Prophets?" Richard considered the question. "I don't know. I don't know how the gift works. It has something to do with instinct. I can't make it work at will." He stroked a hand down her hair as he closed his eyes. "I wish Zed were here. He would be able to help me control it, learn to use it. I miss him so." "I know," she whispered. Over their labored breathing, he could hear the distant cries of men and the ring of steel. He realized he smelled smoke. The air was hazy with it. He helped Kahlan up, ignoring the fierce ache in his shoulder, and they rushed down the road to a switchback where there was a view of the city below. As they stumbled to an abrupt halt at the edge, Kahlan gasped. In shock, Richard sank to his knees. "Dear spirits," he whispered, "what have I caused?" Chapter 53. "It's Lord Rahl!" Voices carried the shout back through the horde of Daharan troops. "Rally! It's Lord Rahl!" A cry swelled in the late afternoon air. Thousands of voices rose above the din of battle, weapons thrust into the smoky air with the roar of the shouts. "Lord Rahl! Lord Rahl! Lord Rahl!" Grim-faced, Richard marched through the soldiers at the rear of the battle. Wounded, bleeding men staggered to their feet and joined in the throng following him. Through the haze of acrid smoke, Richard could see down the slope of the streets to the frantic fighting at the van of dark-uniformed Daharans. Beyond, a sea of red flooded into the city, driving them back. Blood of the fold. To each side and all around they came, relentless, unstoppable. "There must be well over 100,000, Kahlan said, seemingly to herself. Richard had sent a force of 100,000 to search for Kahlan. They were weeks away from the city. He had divided the force in Aidendrill nearly in two and sent half away. And now came the blood of the fold to take advantage of his mistake. But still, there should have been enough Daharans to hold against that many. Something was deadly wrong. With a growing crowd of wounded dragging along behind, Richard reached the rear of what seemed the largest battle. The blood of the fold were pressing in from all sides of the city. Flames snapped skyward from King's Row. In the center of the sweep of dark uniforms stood the white splendor of the Confessor's palace. Officers came at a run, their joy at seeing him tempered by what was happening just beyond. The screams from the sight of the fighting burned through his nerves. Richard was surprised to hear the dead calm quality of his own voice. "What's going on? These are Daharan soldiers. Why are they being driven back? They are not outnumbered. Why are the blood of the fold this far into the city?" The seasoned commander spoke only one word.
Mriswith.
Richard's fists tightened. These men had no defense against Mriswith. One Mriswith could cut down dozens of men in a matter of minutes. Richard had seen long lines of Mriswith enter the Sliff, hundreds of them. The Daharans may not have been outnumbered at the start, but they were now. Already the voices of the spirits were speaking to him, drowning out the screams of mortal pain. He glanced to the dull disk of the sun behind the smoke. 2 hours of light left. Richard's gaze met the eyes of 3 of the lieutenants. You, and you. Collect whatever size force you need." Without turning, he lifted a thumb behind to gesture toward Kahlan. "Get the Mother Confessor, my queen, to the palace and protect her." The look in Richard's eyes made any statement of the mission's gravity absolutely unnecessary, and any warning of the consequences of failure superfluous. Kahlan cried out a protest. Richard drew his sword. "Now!" The men bounded to do as bidden, sweeping Kahlan back with them as she screamed at him. Richard didn't look, nor did he hear her words. He was already lost in the living rage. Magic and death danced dangerously in his eyes. Silent men inched back in a widening circle. Richard wiped the blade in the blood on his arm to give his sword a taste. The rage twisted tighter. His head turned, the eyes of death seeking the walking dead. Through the twin storms of the sword's wrath and his own anger, he heard nothing but the howling fury inside, yet he knew he needed more. In staccato succession, he felled all the barriers and loosed all the magic, holding back nothing. He was one with the spirits within, with the magic, with the need. He was the true seeker, and more. He was the bringer of death come to life. And then he was moving through the men trying to get to the front, through the dark leather-clad soldiers grunting with determination as they grappled with crimson-caped men in shiny armor who had broken through the lines, through shopkeepers who had taken up swords, through young men of the city with pikes and boys with cudgels. As he stalked forward, he cut down the men of the blood of the fold only when they tried to bar his way. He was after something more deadly than them. Richard vaulted up onto an overturned wagon in the center of the melee. Men swarmed around him to keep harm away. His raptor's gaze scanned the scene. Harm was his purpose. Before him, the sea of red capes inundated the dark shore of dead Daharans. The numbers of Daharan dead were appalling, but he was lost in the magic and thought for anything but his enemy was mere dross in the cauldron of his wrath. Somewhere in the dim recesses of his mind, he cried out at the sight of so much death, but the cry was lost on the winds of his rage. Richard felt their presence, and then he saw them. Fluid movement, scything into living flesh, reaping a harvest of death. The blood of the fold surged in behind them, overwhelming the decimated Daharans. Richard brought the sword of truth up, touching the crimson blade to his forehead. He gave the whole of himself over. "Blade," he whispered in supplication, "be true this day. Bringer of death." "Dance with me, death," he murmured. "I am ready." The seeker's boots thumped onto the street. Somehow the instincts of all those who had used the blade before had fused with his own. He wore their knowledge, experience, and skill like a second skin. He let the magic guide him, but it was driven before the storms of anger and his will. He turned loose the hunger to kill and slipped through the lines of men. Deft as death, his blade found its first mark, and Mriswith went down. "Don't squander your strength killing those others can kill," the spirit voices told him. "Kill only those they can't." Richard heeded the voices and let his inner sense feel the Mriswith around him, some concealed in their capes. He danced with death, and death occasionally found them before they saw him coming. He killed without wasted effort or extra thrusts. Each commitment of his blade found flesh. Richard stalked along the line, seeking the scaled creatures that led the blood of the fold. He felt the heat of the fires as he moved through the streets hunting. He heard the hisses of surprise as he spun into them, his nostrils filled with the stink of their blood. It became one long blur of fighting. Still, he knew it wasn't going to be enough. With a feeling of drowning in dread, he knew it wasn't going to be enough. There was only one of him, and if he made the slightest mistake, there wouldn't even be that. It was like trying to wipe out a whole ant colony by stepping on one ant at a time. Already Yabri were coming closer than he had intended to allow. Twice they sang along his flesh, leaving red tracks. But worse, all around his men were dying by the hundreds, with the blood of the fold merely coming in behind to slaughter the wounded. The fighting stretched on endlessly. Richard glanced at the sun and saw that it was halved at the horizon. Night was descending like a shroud over the last gasps of the dying. He knew that, for him, too, there would be no morning. Richard felt a stinging slice along his side as he spun. Amriswith's head burst apart in a red spray as he caught it with his sword. He was tiring, and they were getting too close. He brought the blade up, ripping open the belly of another. He was deaf to their death howls. He remembered Kahlan. There was going to be no morning, for him, for her. Death was coming for them like the darkness. With effort, he forced her from his mind. He couldn't afford the distraction. Turn, blade up, taking off a claw. Twist, slice to the gut. Spin, blade down on a smooth head. Thrust, duck, cut. The voices spoke to him, and he reacted without question or pause. With choking consternation, he realized that they were being pushed to the center of Aidendrill. He turned and looked beyond the large square, swept with the turmoil, disorganization, and confusion of the brawl of battle to see the Confessor's palace not a half-mile away. Soon the Mriswith would break through the lines and pour into the palace. He heard a loud roar and saw a mass of Daharan soldiers behind the enemy lines charge into the blood of the fold from a side street, turning their attention from the fight at the front. From the other side, a like number poured in, pinching off a large number of crimson-caped men in the wide thoroughfare. The Daharans hacked into the pocket of the blood of the fold, cutting them to pieces. Richard stilled to a statue when he saw Kahlan leading the charge from the right. She was leading not only Daharan troops, but men and women of the palace staff. His blood ran cold as he remembered how the people at Ebenesia had joined in the defense of the city at the end. What was she doing? She was supposed to be at the palace where it was safe. He could see that while it was a bold move, it was going to be fatal. There were too many of the blood, and she would be trapped in the middle of them. Before that could happen, she pulled the men back. Richard lopped off the head of Amriswith. Just as he thought she must have retreated to safety, she made another stabbing attack from another street at a different place in the line. The crimson-caped men at the front turned to the new threat, only to be set upon from behind. The Mriswith blunted the effectiveness of the tactic, and soon sliced into the new front with the same deadly efficiency they had been using all afternoon. Richard cut a line straight through the mass of crimson capes toward Kahlan. After fighting Mriswith, men seemed slow and dull by comparison. Only the distance made it a struggle. His arms were weary, and his strength was flagging. "Kahlan, what are you doing?" The rage of the magic powered his voice as he snatched her by the arm. "I sent you to the palace where you would be safe." She pulled her arm away. In her other hand, she held a sword slick with blood. "I will not die cowering in a corner of my home, Richard. I will fight for my life. And don't you yell at me." Richard spun when he felt the presence. Kahlan ducked as blood and bone glutted the air. She turned and shouted orders. Men wheeled to the attack at her word. "Then we die together, my queen," Richard whispered, not wanting her to hear his resignation. Richard felt the massing of Mriswith as the lines were pushed back to the square. The sense of their presence was too overpowering to pick out individuals. Over the heads of the sea of red capes and polished armor, he could see something green in the distance advancing toward the city. He couldn't make meaning of it. Richard shoved Kahlan back. Her protest was cut short when he spun into the line of scaled creatures as they became visible right before them. He danced through their charge, cutting them down as fast as he could move. Through his frenetic onslaught, he saw something else he could make no sense of. Spots. He thought it must be that he was so tired, he was beginning to see a sky full of spots. He screamed with rage at a Yabri that came too close. He lopped off the arm and then the head in quick succession. Another blade came at him and he ducked under it, coming up sword first. He backhanded another with the knife in his other hand. He had to kick the one behind before he had time to yank his sword free. With cold fury, he realized that the Mryswith had finally determined that he was their only threat and were surrounding him. He could hear Kahlan screaming his name. He could see beady eyes everywhere. There was nothing he could do and nowhere to run, even if he wanted to. He felt the sting of blades that came too close before he could stop them. There were too many. Dear spirits, there were just too many. He didn't even see any soldiers close anymore. He was surrounded by a wall of scales and flashing three-bladed knives. Only the rage of the magic slowed them. He wished that he had told Kahlan he loved her instead of yelling at her. Something brown flashed in his side vision. He heard a howl from a Mryswith, but it wasn't one he killed. He wondered if confusion was what you felt when you died. He was dizzy from spinning, from swinging his sword, from the bone-jarring impacts. Something huge dropped from above, then another. Richard tried to wipe Mryswith blood out of his eyes in an effort to tell what was happening. All around, Mryswith howled. Richard saw wings, brown wings. Furry arms were flashing in his vision, twisting off heads. Claws rent scales apart. Fangs ripped into necks. Richard stumbled back as a huge gar thumped to the ground right in front of him, tumbling the Mryswith back. It was Gratch. Richard blinked as he glanced around. There were gars everywhere. More were coming, up in the air. That was the spots he had seen. Gratch heaved a ripped Mryswith into the blood of the fold and lunged at another. The gars all around tore into them. More dropped from the darkening sky atop Mryswith all along the lines. There were glowing green eyes everywhere. The Mryswith shrouded themselves in their capes, becoming invisible, but it did them no good. The gars could still find them. They had nowhere to run. Richard held the sword in both hands, gawking. Gars roared. Mryswith howled. Richard laughed. Kahlan's arms clamped around him from behind. "I love you," she said in his ear. "I thought I was going to die and I hadn't told you." He turned and looked into her wet green eyes. "I love you." Richard heard shouts over the cries of battle. The green he had seen were men. There were tens of thousands of them charging into the rear of the blood of the fold, pouring in around buildings, crushing the crimson-caped men back. The Daharans on Richard's side, free of the Mryswith, rallied and tore into the blood with the deadly competence they were known for. A huge wedge of the men in green cleaved through the blood of the fold, coming toward Richard and Kahlan. To each side, dozens of gars set upon Mryswith. Gratch flailed into them, ramming them back. Richard climbed up on a fountain to better see what was happening. He took Kahlan's hand and helped her up beside him. Men surged in to protect him, driving the enemy back. "They're Keltons," Kahlan said. "The men in green uniforms are Keltons." At the van of the Keltish charge was a man Richard recognized, General Baldwin. When the general saw them on the fountain, he and a small guard peeled away from his main force of men, shouting orders as he departed, and cut a line through the crimson-caped men, their horses trampling men underfoot like autumn leaves. The general hacked at a few with his sword for good measure. He broke through the battle lines and reined in before Richard and Kahlan, standing on the fountain. General Baldwin sheathed his sword and bowed in his saddle. His heavy serge cape, fastened at one shoulder with 2 buttons, draped to one side, revealing the green silk lining. He came up and clapped a fist to his tan surcoat. "Lord Rahl," he said with reverence. He bowed again. "My queen," he said with even more reverence. Kahlan leaned toward him when he came up, her tone ominous. "Your what?" Even the man's shiny pate reddened. He bowed again. "My most glorious, esteemed queen and Mother Confessor?" Richard tugged the back of her shirt before she could speak. "I told the general here how I had decided to name you the Queen of Kelton." Her eyes widened. "The Queen of—" "Yes," General Baldwin said, as he glanced about at the battle. "It kept Kelton together, and our surrender unbroken. As soon as Lord Rahl told me of this great honor, that we were to have the Mother Confessor as our queen, just as Gallia, showing how he honors us as our neighbors, I brought a force to Aidendrill to help protect Lord Rahl and our queen, and to join in the battle against the Imperial Order. I didn't want either of you to think we aren't prepared to do our part." Kahlan finally blinked and straightened. "Thank you, General. Your help came just in time. I am most appreciative." The general pulled off his long black gauntlets and tucked them through his wide belt. He kissed Kahlan's hand. "If my new queen will excuse me, I must return to my men. We have half our force spread out behind just in case these traitorous bastards try to escape." He blushed again. "Pardon a soldier's language, my queen." As the general returned to his men, Richard scanned the battle. The guards were searching, looking for more Mryswith, and finding only a few. Those didn't last long. Gratch looked to have grown another foot since Richard had last seen him, and was now the size of any of the males. He seemed to be directing the search. Richard was dumbfounded, but his joy was tempered by the scale of the carnage before him. "Queen?" Kahlan said. "You named me Queen of Kelton, the Mother Confessor?" "It seemed a good idea at the time," he explained. "It seemed the only way to keep Kelton from turning on us." She appraised him with a small smile. "Very good, Lord Rahl." As Richard finally sheathed his sword, he saw 3 spots of red break through the dark leather of Daharan uniforms. The 3 moored Sith, a jeel in hand, came at a run across the square. Each wore her red leather, but it did a poor job this day of disguising the blood all over them. "Lord Rahl! Lord Rahl!" Berdine flew at him like a squirrel flinging itself for a branch. She landed on him, webbing him in arms and legs, knocking him back off the wall and into the fountain full of snowmelt. She sat up on his stomach. "Lord Rahl, you did it. You took the cape off like I told you. You heard my warning after all." She fell on him again, clutching him in red arms. Richard held his breath as he went under. Though the icy water wouldn't have been his choice, he was glad for the excuse to wash off some of the stinking Mryswith blood. He gasped for air when she grabbed his shirt in her fist and hauled him up. She sat in his lap, legs around his middle, and hugged him again. "Berdine," he whispered, "my shoulder is hurt. Please don't squeeze so hard." "It's nothing," she announced, in true Mord Sith disregard for pain. "We were so worried. When the attack came, we thought we would never see you again. We thought we had failed." Kahlan cleared her throat. Richard held out an introductory hand. "Kahlan, these are my personal guards, Kara, Raina, and this is Berdine. Ladies, this is Kahlan, my queen." Berdine, making no attempt to get off his lap, grinned up at Kahlan. "I'm Lord Rahl's favorite." Kahlan folded her arms as her green-eyed glare darkened. "Berdine, let me up." "You still smell like a Mryswith." She shoved him back in the water and again hauled him up by his shirt. "That's better." She pulled him closer. "You ever run off like that again without listening to me, I'll do more than give you a bath." "What is it about you and women and baths?" Kahlan asked in an even tone. "I don't know." He looked out over the battle still raging and then back to Berdine's blue eyes. He hugged her with his good arm. "I'm sorry. I should have listened to you. The price of my foolishness was too great." "Are you all right?" she whispered in his ear. "Berdine, get off me. Let me up." She flopped off his lap to the side. "Kolo said that the Mryswith were enemy wizards who traded their power for the ability to become invisible." Richard gave her a hand up. "I nearly did too." She stood in the water on her tiptoes and pulled his shirt collar aside, inspecting his neck. She let out a relieved sigh. "It's gone. You're safe. Kolo said how the change came, how their skin began to scale over. He said that that ancestor of yours, Ulrich, created a force to battle the Mryswith." She pointed. "Gars." "Gars?" Berdine nodded. "He gave them the ability to sense Mryswith, even when they were invisible. That's what gives the Gars' eyes that green glow. Because of this interrelationship of magic all the Gars share, those who dealt directly with the wizards accrued dominance over the others, becoming something like the wizards' generals among the Gar nation. These intermediary Gars were greatly respected by the other Gars, and got them to fight alongside the people of the New World against the enemy Mryswith, driving them back to the Old World." Richard stared in astonishment. "What else did he say?" "I haven't had time to read any more. We've been kind of busy since you left." "How long?" He stepped out of the fountain and addressed Kara. "How long have I been gone?" She glanced at the keep. "Nearly 2 days, night before last. Today at dawn the sentries came in a lather and said the blood of the fold were right on their heels. They attacked shortly after. The fighting has been going on since this morning. At first it was going well, but then the Mryswith." Her voice trailed off. Kahlan put an arm around his waist to steady him as he spoke. "I'm sorry, Kara. I should have been here." He stared in a daze at the sea of dead. This is my fault. I killed two, Raina announced, without any attempt to mask her pride. Ulick and Egan came at a run and spun to a stop in defensive positions. Lord Rahl, Ulick said over his shoulder, are we ever glad to see you? We heard the cheer, but every time we got to you, you were somewhere else. Really? Kara said, lifting an eyebrow. We managed. Ulick rolled his eyes and turned toward the battle. Are they always like this? Kahlan whispered in his ear. No, he whispered back. They're on their best behavior for you. Richard saw white flags flying among the blood of the fold. No one paid them any heed. The Harans give no quarter, Kara explained when she saw where he was looking. It is to the finish. Richard hopped down off the fountain. When he strode off, his guards immediately followed. Kahlan caught up with him before he had taken 3 strides. What are you doing, Richard? I'm putting a stop to this. You can't do that. We have sworn to kill the Order to a man. You must let it be done. That's what they would have done to us. I can't do it, Kahlan. I can't. If we kill them all, then others of the Order will never surrender, knowing it would mean death. If I show them that we will take them prisoner instead of killing them, then they'll be more willing to quit. If they are more willing to quit, we win without losing the lives of so many of our men, and that makes us stronger. Then we win. Richard started shouting orders. They were carried through the ranks of his men, and the din of battle slowly began subsiding. The eyes of thousands began turning to him. Let them through, he told a commander. Richard went back to the fountain and stood on the wall, watching the commanders of the blood of the fold lead their men to him. All around, Daharan's bristling steel stood guard. A corridor opened, and the crimson-caped men stepped forward, glancing from side to side as they came. An officer halted at their lead before Richard. His voice was hoarse and subdued. Will you accept our surrender? Richard folded his arms. Depends. Are you willing to tell me the truth? The man glanced about at his quiet, bloody men. Yes, Lord Rahl. Who told you to attack the city? The Mryswith gave us instructions, and many of us were instructed in our dreams by the Dreamwalker. Do you wish to be free of him? They all nodded or spoke up in weak voices. They also readily agreed to telling everything they knew about any plans that they knew of that the Dreamwalker and the Imperial Order had. Richard was so exhausted and in such pain that he could hardly stand. He drew anger from the sword to sustain himself. If you wish to surrender and be subjects of Daharan rule, then go to your knees and swear loyalty. In the fading light, accompanied by the groans of the wounded, the remaining blood of the fold went to their knees and gave the devotion as they were instructed by the Daharans who joined in. In one mass voice that carried through the city, they all bowed heads to the ground and took the oath. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve, our lives are yours. As the men all tore off their crimson capes, casting them in fires as they were led away to be guarded for now, Kahlan turned to him. You have just changed the rules of the war, Richard. She looked out over the carnage. So many have died already. Too many, he whispered, as he watched the empty-handed blood of the fold marching off into the night, surrounded by the men they had tried to kill. He wondered if he was crazy. In your mercy we are sheltered, Kahlan quoted from the devotion. Perhaps it is meant to be this way. She put a comforting hand to his back. I know it somehow feels right. Not far off, Mistress Sanderholt, holding a bloody meat cleaver, smiled her agreement. Glowing green eyes gathered in the square. Richard's black mood brightened when he saw Gratch's gruesome grin. He and Kahlan hopped down and hurried to the gar. It had never felt so good to be enfolded by those furry arms. Richard laughed with tears in his eyes as he was lifted from the ground. I love you, Gratch. I love you so much. Gratch, lug, wretch, harg. Kahlan joined the hug, and then received her own separate embrace. I love you too, Gratch. You saved Richard's life. I owe you everything. Gratch gurgled with satisfaction as he stroked a claw down her hair. Richard swished at a fly. Gratch, you have blood flies. Gratch's self-satisfied grin widened. Gars used the flies to help flush out their quarry, but Gratch had never had any before. Richard didn't want to swat Gratch's blood flies, but they were becoming more than annoying. They were stinging his neck. Gratch bent, scooped a claw through the gore of a dead Mryswith, and smeared it across the taut pink skin of his abdomen. The flies obediently returned to feast. Richard was astonished. He peered around at all the glowing green eyes watching him. "Gratch, you look like you've had quite an adventure. You gathered all these gars together?" Gratch nodded with a clear look of gar pride. "And they did what you asked?" Gratch thumped his chest with authority. He turned and grunted. The rest of the gars returned the odd grunt. Gratch smiled, showing his fangs. "Gratch, where's Zed?" The leathery smile withered. The hulking gar sagged a bit as he looked over his shoulder up at the keep. He turned back, his glowing green eyes dimming a bit as he shook his head sorrowfully. Richard swallowed back the anguish. "I understand," he whispered. "Did you see him killed?" Gratch thumped his chest, lifted his fur out atop his head, apparently a sign for Zed, pointed at the keep, and put his claws over his eyes, Gratch's sign for Mriswith. Through his signs and Richard's questions, Richard was able to determine that Gratch had brought Zed to the keep. There had been a fight with many Mriswith. Gratch had seen Zed lying unmoving on the ground with blood running from his head, and then Gratch could no longer find the old wizard. The gar had then gone in search of help to fight the Mriswith and protect Richard. He had worked hard to find the other gars and to gather them to his purpose. Richard hugged his friend again. Gratch held him in a long embrace and then backed away, looking for the other gars. Richard felt a lump rising in his throat. "Gratch, can you stay?" Gratch pointed one claw at Richard, another at Kahlan, and then brought them together. He thumped his chest and then pointed behind at another gar. When it came forward to stand beside him, Richard realized it was a female. "Gratch, you have a love? Like I have Kahlan?" Gratch grinned and thumped at his chest with both claws. "And you want to be with the gars," Richard said. Gratch nodded reluctantly, his smile faltering. Richard put on his best smile. "I think that's wonderful, my friend. You deserve to be with your love and your new friends. But you can still visit us. We would love to have you and your friend any time, all of you, in fact. You're all welcome here." Gratch's smile returned. "But Gratch, can you do one thing for me, please? It's important. Can you ask them not to eat people? We won't hunt gars, and you won't eat people, all right?" Gratch turned to the others, grunting in an odd, guttural language that the others understood. They offered grumbling murmurs of their own, and a conversation of sorts seemed to ensue. Gratch's growling words rose in pitch, and he thumped his massive chest. He was at least as big as any of them. They all finally offered a hooting assent. Gratch turned to Richard and nodded. Kahlan hugged the furry beast again. "Take care of yourself, and come see us when you can. I'm always in your debt, Gratch. I love you. We both do." After a last embrace with Richard that needed no words, the gars took to wing and vanished into the night. Richard stood beside Kahlan, surrounded by his guards, his army, and the specter of the dead. Chapter 54. Richard awakened with a start. Kahlan was curled up with her back to his chest. The wound in his shoulder from the Mriswith Queen ached. He had let an army surgeon put a poultice on it, and then, too exhausted to stand any longer, he had fallen onto the bed in the guest room he had been using. He hadn't even taken off his boots, and the uncomfortable pain in his hip told him that he still wore the sword of truth, and he was lying on it. Kahlan stirred in his arms, a feeling that swelled him with joy, but then he remembered the thousands of dead, the thousands who were dead because of him, and his joy evaporated. "Good morning, Lord Rahl," came a cheery voice from above. He frowned up at Kara and groaned in greeting. Kahlan squinted in the sunlight streaming in the window. Kara waggled a hand over the two of them. "It works better with your clothes off." Richard frowned. His voice came as a hoarse croak. "What?" She seemed mystified by the question. "I believe you will find such things work better without clothes." She put her hands to her hips. "I thought you would know at least that much." "Kara, what are you doing in here?" "Ulick wanted to see you, but was afraid to look, so I said I would. For one so large, he can be timid at times." "He needs to give you lessons." Richard winced as he sat up. "What does he want?" "He found a body." Kahlan rubbed her eyes as she sat up. "That shouldn't have been hard." Kara smiled, but it vanished when Richard noticed it. "He found the body at the bottom of the cliff, below the keep." Richard swung his legs over the edge of the bed. "Why didn't you say so?" Kahlan rushed to catch up with him as he charged out in the hall to find Ulick waiting. Did you find him? Did you find the body of an old man?
No, Lord Rahl. It was the body of a woman.
A woman? What woman?
She was in bad shape after all this time, but I recognized those gapped teeth and tattered blanket. It was that old woman Valdora, the one who sold those honey cakes.
Richard rubbed his sore shoulder. Valdora? How odd. And the little girl, what was her name?
Holly. We saw no trace of her. We found no one else, but there's a lot of area to search, and animals could have... Well, we may never find anything.
Richard nodded, words failing him. He felt the shroud of death all around him. Kara's voice turned compassionate.
The funeral fires will begin in a while. Do you wish to go?
Of course. He checked his tone when he felt Kahlan's tempering hand on his back. I must be there. They died because of me. Kara frowned. They died because of the blood of the fold and because of the Imperial Order.
We know, Kara, Kahlan said. We'll be there just as soon as I see to the poultice on his shoulder and we get cleaned up.
The funeral fires burned for days. 27,000 were dead. Richard felt as if the flames carried away his spirits, as well as those of the men who had died. He stayed and said the words along with the others, and by night stood guard over the flames along with the others until it was done. From the light of this fire and into the light, safe journey to the spirit world. Richard's shoulder worsened over the next few days, getting swollen, red, and stiff. His mood was no better. He walked the halls and occasionally watched the streets from the windows, but talked to few people. Kahlan strolled at his side, offering her comforting presence, remaining quiet unless he spoke. Richard couldn't banish the image of all the dead from his mind. He was haunted by the name the prophecies had given him, the bringer of death. One day after his shoulder had begun to heal at last, as he sat at the table he used as a desk, staring at nothing, there was sudden light. He looked up. Kahlan had come in, and he hadn't even noticed. She had pulled the drapes open to let in the sunlight.
Richard, I'm starting to worry about you.
I know, but I can't seem to make myself forget.
It's right for the mantle of rule to be heavy, Richard, but you can't let it crush you.
That's easy to say, but it was my fault that all those men died. Kahlan sat on the table in front of him, and with a finger lifted his chin.
Do you really think that, Richard? Or are you just feeling sorry that so many had to die?
Kahlan, I was stupid. I just acted. I never thought. If I would have used my head, maybe all those men wouldn't be dead.
You acted on instinct. You said that that was the way the gift worked with you sometimes anyway.
But
Let's play what if. What if you had done it differently, as you now think you should have?
Well, then all those people wouldn't have been killed.
Really? You're not playing by the rules of what if. Think it through, Richard. What if you had not acted on instinct and had not gone to the Sliff? What would have been the result?
Well, let's see. He rubbed her leg. I don't know, but things would have worked out differently.
Yes, they would have. You would have been here when the attack came. You would have gone to fight the Mriswith in the morning instead of at the end of the day. You would have been worn down and killed long before the Gars arrived at dusk. You would be dead. All these people would have lost their Lord Rahl.
Richard tilted his head up. That makes sense. He thought about it a moment. And if I hadn't gone to the old world, then the palace of the prophets would be in Jagang's hands. He would have the prophecies. He stood and went to the window, looking out on the bright spring day. And no one would have any protection from the Dreamwalker because I would be dead.
You've been letting your emotions control your thinking.
Richard came back and took up her hands, truly noticing how radiant she looked. Wizard's third rule, passion rules reason. Kolo warned that it was insidious. I've been breaking it by thinking I had broken it. Kahlan slipped her arms around him.
Feeling just a little better, then?
He put his hands on her waist as he smiled for the first time in days. You've helped me see. Zed used to do those kinds of things. I guess I'll just have to count on you to help me. She hooked her legs around him and pulled him closer.
You had better.
As he gave her a little kiss and was about to give her a bigger one, the 3 moored Sith marched into the room. Kahlan put her cheek against his.
Do they ever knock?
Rarely, Richard whispered back. They enjoy testing. It's their favorite thing to do. They never tire of it. Kara in the lead came to a halt beside them, looking from one to the other.
Still with the clothes, Lord Rahl?
You 3 look well this morning.
Yes, we are, Kara said. And we have business.
What business?
When you have the time, some representatives have arrived in Edindrall and have requested an audience with the Lord Rahl.
Berdine brandished Kolo's journal.
And I would like to have your help with this. What we already learned has helped us, and there is much more yet that we haven't translated. We have work to do.
Translate? Kahlan asked. I know many languages. What is it?
Haidaharen,
Berdine said, taking a bite out of a pear in her other hand.
Lord Rahl is getting even better at Haidaharen than me.
Really? Kahlan said. I'm impressed. Few people know Haidaharen. It's an extremely difficult language, I'm told.
We worked on it together,
Berdine smiled.
At night.
Richard cleared his throat. Let's go find out about the representatives. He boosted Kahlan with his hands on her sides and set her on the floor. Berdine gestured with her pear.
Lord Rahl has very big hands. They fit perfectly over my breasts.
One eyebrow went up over a green eye. Really?
Yes,
Berdine observed.
He had us all show him our breasts one day.
Is that right?
All of you?
Kara and Raina waited without expression as Berdine nodded. Richard put a hand over his face. Berdine took another bite of her pear.
But his big hands fit best over my breasts.
Kahlan ambled toward the door.
Well, my breasts aren't as large as yours, Berdine.
She slowed as she passed Raina.
I think Raina's hands would fit mine better.
Berdine choked and coughed on her bite of pear as Kahlan strolled from the room. A smile spread on Raina's lips. Kara burst into a hearty laugh. She clapped Richard on the back as he walked past.
I like her, Lord Rahl. You may keep her.
Richard paused. Well, thank you, Kara. I'm fortunate to have your approval. She nodded earnestly.
Yes, you are.
He hurried out of the room, finally catching up with Kahlan down the hall. How did you know about Berdine and Raina? She regarded him with a puzzled frown. Isn't it obvious, Richard? The look in their eyes? You must have noticed right away, too. Well, Richard glanced back down the hall to make sure the women hadn't caught up yet. You'll be happy to know that Kara said she likes you and that I'm allowed to keep you. Kahlan slipped an arm around his waist. I like them, too. I doubt you could find guards who would better protect you. Is that supposed to be a comfort? She smiled as she leaned her head against his shoulder. It is to me. Richard changed the subject. Let's go see what these representatives have come to say. Our future, everyone's future, hinges on this. Kahlan, wearing her white Mother Confessor's dress, sat silently in her chair, the Mother Confessor's chair, beside Richard, under the painted figure of Magda Cirrus, the first Mother Confessor, and her wizard Merit. Escorted by a smiling General Baldwin, Representative Garthram of Liffany, Representative Theriot of Hergeborg, and Ambassador Bezencourt of Sandaria crossed the expanse of polished marble floor. They all seemed surprised and pleased to see the Mother Confessor sitting beside Richard. General Baldwin bowed. My queen, Lord Rahl? Kahlan smiled warmly. Good day, General Baldwin. Gentlemen, Richard said, I hope all is well in your lands. What have you decided? Representative Garthram smoothed his gray beard. After extensive consultation with the rule at home, and with Gallia and Kelton leading the way, we have all decided that the future lies with you, Lord Rahl. We have all brought the surrender documents, unconditional as per your request. We wish to join with you to be part of the Hara and under your rule. The tall Ambassador Bezencourt spoke up. While we are here to surrender and join with the Hara, it remains our hope that the Mother Confessor approves. Kahlan considered the men for a moment. Our future, not our past, is where we and our children must live. The first Mother Confessor and her wizard did what was best for their people and their time. As the Mother Confessor now, I and my wizard, Richard, must do what is best for ours. We must forge what we need to fit our world, but our hopes are for peace, as were theirs. Our best chance for strength that will ensure a lasting peace lies with Lord Rahl. Our new course has been set. My heart and my people go with him. As the Mother Confessor, I am a part of this union, and I welcome you to it. Richard returned the squeeze of his hand. We will continue to have our Mother Confessor, he said. We need her wisdom and guidance as much as we always have. A few days later, on a fine spring afternoon, as Richard and Kahlan strolled hand in hand through the streets, checking on the cleanup of the destruction from the battle and the construction that was already beginning to repair what had been destroyed, Richard had a sudden thought. He turned, feeling the cool breeze and warm sun on his face. You know, I've demanded the surrender of the lands of the Midlands, and I don't even know how many there are, or all their names.
Well, then, I guess I have a lot to teach you, she said. You'll just have to keep me around.
A smile overcame him. I need you, now and always. He cupped her cheek. I can't believe we're together at last. He glanced up at the 3 women and 2 men not 3 paces behind them. If only we could be alone. Kara arched an eyebrow.
Is that a hint, Lord Rahl?
No, it's an order. Kara shrugged.
Sorry, but we can't follow that order out here. You need protection. Do you know, Mother Confessor, that we sometimes have to tell him which foot to use next? He sometimes needs us for the simplest of instructions.
Kahlan was overcome with a helpless sigh. Finally, she looked past Kara to the towering men behind.
Ulick, did you see to it that those bolts were installed on the door to our room?
Yes, Mother Confessor. Kahlan smiled.
Good. She turned to Richard. Shall we go home? I'm getting tired.
You have to wed him first, Kara announced. Lord Rahl's orders, no women allowed into his room except his wife.
Richard scowled. I said except Kahlan. I never said wife. I said except Kahlan. Kara glanced to the aegil hanging on the thin chain around Kahlan's neck. It was Denna's aegil. Richard had given it to Kahlan in a place between worlds, where Denna had taken them to be together. It had become a sort of amulet, one the 3 Mord Sith had never mentioned, but had noticed from the first instant they saw Kahlan. Richard suspected it meant as much to them as it did to him and Kahlan. Kara's cavalier gaze returned to Richard.
You charged us with protecting the Mother Confessor, Lord Rahl. We are merely protecting our sister's honor.
Kahlan smiled when she saw that Kara had finally managed to nettle him, something she was rarely able to do. Richard took a calming breath. And a fine job you're doing of it, but don't you worry. By my word, she'll soon be my wife. Kahlan's fingers idly stroked his back.
We promised the Mud people that we would be wedded in their village by the Birdman, in the dress Wessalan made for me. That promise to our friends means a great deal to me. Would it be all right with you if we were wedded by the Mud people?
Before Richard could tell her that it meant as much to him, and was his wish too, a crowd of children swarmed around them. They pulled at his hands, begging him to come watch, as he had promised.
What are they talking about? Kahlan asked, as she let out a joyful laugh.
Jala, Richard said. Here, let me see your Jala ball, he said to the children. When they handed it up, he tossed it in one hand, showing it to her. Kahlan took the ball and turned it around, looking at the gold letter R embossed on it.
What's this?
Well, they played with a ball called a brock that was so heavy that children were constantly getting hurt with it. I had the seamstresses make up new balls that are light, so all the children can play, not just the strongest ones. It's more a game of skill now instead of just brute force.
What's the R for?
I told them that anyone willing to use this new kind of ball would get an official Jala Brock from the palace. The R stands for Rahl, to show that it's an official ball. The game was called Jala, but since I changed the rules, they call it Jala Rahl now.
Well, Kahlan said, tossing the ball back to the children.
Since Lord Rahl promised, and he always keeps his word. Yes, one boy said. He promised that if we used his official ball, he'd come watch.
Richard glanced at the gathering clouds. Well, there's a storm coming, but I guess we have time for a game first. Arm in arm, they followed the gleeful crowd of children up the street. Richard smiled as he walked. If only Zed were with us.
Do you think he died up at the keep?
Richard glanced up the mountain. He always said that if you accept the possibility, then you make it real. I've decided that until someone proves it otherwise to me, I'm not going to accept his death. I believe in him. I believe he's alive and out there somewhere, causing someone trouble. The inn looked to be a cozy place, not like some they had been to, with too much drinking and too much noise. Why people wanted to dance whenever it got dark was beyond him. Somehow, the two seemed to go together, like bees and flowers, or flies and dung, dark and dancing. People sat at a few tables, having a quiet meal, and one of the tables near the far wall was crowded with a group of older men, smoking pipes, playing a board game, and sipping ale as they engaged in lively conversation. He caught snippets of phrases about the new Lord Rahl. "You keep quiet," Anne warned, "and let me do the talking. A friendly-looking couple behind a counter smiled at their approach. The woman's cheeks dimpled. "Evening, folks." "Good evening," Anne said. "We would like to inquire about a room. The boy at the stable said you had nice rooms." "Oh, that we do, ma'am. For you and your—" Anne opened her mouth. Zed beat her to words.
Brother, Reuben is the name. This is my sister Elsie. I'm Reuben Ribnick.
Zed flourished a hand.
I'm a cloud reader of some note. Perhaps you've heard of me, Reuben Ribnick, the famous cloud reader?
The woman's jaw moved as if in search of where all her words went.
Well, yes. I believe I have.
There you go, Zed said,
patting Anne on the back.
Nearly everyone's heard of me, Elsie.
He leaned on an elbow toward the couple behind the counter.
Elsie thinks I make it up. But then she's been off on that farm with those poor unfortunates who hear the voices and talk to the walls.
In unison, the two heads swiveled toward Anne. "I worked there," Anne managed to get out between her clenched teeth. "I worked there helping the poor unfortunates who were our guests."
Yes, Ed said. And a fine job you did, Elsie. Why they let you go, I'll never understand.
He turned back to the mute couple.
Since she's out of work, I thought to take her out in the world with me. Let her see what life's all about, don't you see?
Yes, the couple said as one.
And actually, Zed said, we'd prefer 2 rooms, one for my sister and one for me.
They blinked at him.
She snores, he explained. I need my sleep.
He gestured toward the ceiling.
Cloud reading, you know, demanding work.
Well, we have lovely rooms,
the woman said, her cheeks dimpling again.
I'm sure you will get a good rest.
Zed shook a cautionary finger.
The best you have, mind you. Elsie can afford it. Her uncle passed on, left her everything he had, and he was a wealthy man.
The man's brow drew down. Wouldn't he be your uncle, too?
My uncle? Well, yes, he would, but he didn't like me. A little bit of trouble with the old man. He was a morsel eccentric, wore socks as mittens in the dead of summer. Elsie was his favorite.
The rooms, Anne growled. She turned and bulged her eyes up at him.
Reuben needs his sleep. He has a lot of cloud reading to do and must be at it early in the morning. If he doesn't get his sleep, he gets the oddest burning rash in a ring around his neck.
The woman started around the counter.
Well, let me show you to them then.
That wouldn't be roasted duck I smell, would it?
Oh, yes, the woman said, turning back. That's our dinner tonight, roasted duck with parsnips and onions and gravy, if you've a desire for some.
Zed inhaled deeply.
My, but it does have a delightful aroma. It takes talent to roast a duck just right. But I can tell by the fragrance that you've gotten it right, no doubt about it.
The woman blushed and giggled.
Well, I am known for my roasted duck. It sounds lovely, Anne said. If you would be so kind, would you send it up to our rooms? Oh, of course. It would be my pleasure.
The woman started them down the hall.
On second thought, Zed said, you go ahead, Elsie. I know how nervous you get to have people watch you eat. I'll take my dinner out here, madam, with a pot of tea, if you don't mind.
Anne turned and shot him a scowl. He could feel the collar at his neck heat.
Don't be long, Reuben. We must get an early start.
Zed waved a dismissive hand.
Oh, no, my dear. I'll just have my dinner, perhaps a game with these gentlemen, and then be off to bed straight away. See you in the morning, bright and early, so we can be off to show you the world.
Her glare could have boiled pitch.
Good night, then, Reuben.
Zed smiled indulgently.
Don't forget to pay the kind woman and add something extra for her generosity with the large helping of her excellent roasted duck.
Zed craned his neck toward her with a weighty look, his voice thinning.
And don't forget to write in your journal before bed.
She stiffened. My journal?
Yes, the little travel journal you keep. I know how you like to write about your adventures, and you haven't been keeping up to date like you should. I think it's about time you did.
Yes, she stammered. I will then, Reuben.
Once Anne had gone, sending warning glances at him the whole way, the gentleman at the table, having heard the entire conversation, invited him over. Zed spread his maroon robes and descended among them. Cloud reader, you say? One asked.
The very best.
Zed held up a bony finger.
Cloud reader to kings, no less.
Astonished whispers passed around the table. A man to the side took his pipe from his teeth. Would you do a cloud reading for us, Master Reuben? We'd all put in and pay you a bit. Zed held up a thin hand as if warding them off.
I'm afraid I couldn't.
He waited for the disappointment to build.
I couldn't accept your money. It would be my honor to tell you what the clouds had to say, but I won't take a copper.
Smiles returned.
That's most generous of you, Reuben.
A heavy-set man leaned in.
What do the clouds have to say?
The innkeeper set a steaming plate of roasted duck before him, diverting his attention. "I'll have your tea shortly," she said, as she hurried off to the kitchen.
The clouds had much to say about the winds of change, gentlemen. Dangers and opportunities. About the glorious new Lord Rahl and the... Well, let me have a taste of the succulent-looking duck, and I'll be delighted to tell you all about it.
"Dig in, Reuben," another said. Zed savored a mouthful, pausing dramatically to sigh with pleasure as the men all watched with rapt attention.
That would be a mighty strange necklace you wear.
Zed tapped the collar as he chewed.
They don't make them like this anymore.
Squinting, the man pointed his pipe stem at the collar.
Doesn't seem to have a clasp. Looks to be one piece. How did you get it down over your head?
Zed unfastened the collar and held it out for them, working the two halves on the hinge.
Yes, it does, see? Mighty fine work, isn't it? A person can't even see the workings because they're so delicate. Master workmanship. Don't see things like this anymore.
That's what I always say, the man with the pipe said. You don't see fine workmanship anymore.
Zed snapped the collar back around his neck.
No, you don't.
"I saw an odd cloud today,"
a hollow-cheeked man to the other side said.
"Strange cloud. Snake-like it was. Wriggle in the sky sometimes."
Zed leaned in and lowered his voice.
You saw it then.
They all leaned in.
What's it mean, Reuben?
One whispered. He looked from eye to eye.
Some say it's a tracer cloud hooked on a man by a wizard.
Zed was satisfied by the gasps.
What for?
The heavy-set man asked, the whites of his eyes showing all around. Zed made a show of looking about at the other tables before he spoke.
To track him and know where he goes.
Wouldn't he see such a cloud all snake-like and all?
There's the trick to it, I'm told,
Zed whispered as he used his fork to demonstrate.
It points down at the man followed, so all he would see is a tiny dot, kind of like looking at the tip of a cane. But those off to the side see the whole of the cane.
The men awed and leaned back with this news, digesting it as Zed dug into the roasted duck.
Do you know about these winds of change? One finally asked. And about this new Lord Rahl?
Wouldn't be a cloud raider to kings if I didn't.
Zed brandished his fork.
It's a mighty good tale if you gentlemen have a mind to hear it.
They all leaned in again.
It all started before, in the ancient war, Zed began, when were created the ones called Dreamwalkers.
End of Blood of the Fold, The Sword of Truth, Book 3, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Nick Sullivan,